3 years ago, Earth suddenly entered an era of spirit chi recovery. People began to explore and study the power of this new energy. But right now, Lin Tian was being framed by the treacherous couple, Jiang Yu and Li Xiaotong. Not only were his teammates dragged down with him, but he himself was facing certain death. Li Xiaotong, if there's a next life, I will never forgive a vicious bitch like you. I'll make you two pay with your lives. Lin Tian swore to himself. Who would have thought that in his final moments, a system panel would appear before him? Supreme Martial Arts System has been activated. Host's life is in danger. Initiating time-space reversal. Due to insufficient host points, the time and space destination will be randomized. 3 seconds later, Lin Tian was sent back to 1 month before the Spirit Chi explosion. The Supreme Martial Arts System has bound to the host. Please select an attribute to begin cultivation. Right now, people were still unaware of the Spirit Chi recovery, but the recovery had actually already begun in secret. After the Spirit Chi recovery, not only humans, but also animals and plants would be nourished by the Spirit Chi, causing them to mutate. Countless types of super-grade spirit fruits with special effects would emerge, granting superhuman powers to those who consumed them. Celestial phenomena would also be affected. There might be rainbow pillars of light, like the aurora, or strange constellations appearing in the starry sky. Divine fire would descend, and lightning would rage. If I can get my hands on enough of those good things, the power I'll gain will be even greater. 1 month is more than enough time for me to level up. Let's see what functions this system of yours has. Thinking this, Lin Tian tapped on the system introduction. Congratulations, host, and welcome to the Supreme Martial Arts System. Next, here's a description of the system's functions. The system has a total of 4 functions: attribute affinities, daily missions, attribute cultivation, and point exchange. First, I'll choose the strongest fire attribute and see what kind of powerful technique I can get. Extracting a fire attribute technique for the host. Please wait a moment. Congratulations, host, for drawing the purple grade fire attribute technique, the Burning Heavens Scorching Flame Art. Host has received a purple grade technique for the first time, rewarding 5 system points. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh excitedly. A purple grade technique? In my past life, a single blue grade technique was enough to shake the world. And yet, I actually got a purple grade one. This life, I will become a powerhouse. I won't let anyone look down on me ever again. Just then, Lin Tian's phone rang. I almost forgot. Lin Tian saw the name Li Xiaotong flashing on the screen and answered irritably. What? Lin Tian, there's a bag I like, but I'm short 20,000. Hurry up and send me the money on WeChat. Like hell, I will. Go ask that rich daddy of yours, and don't you ever call me again. With that, Lin Tian hung up. On the other end, Li Xiaotong stared at her phone in a daze. She couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with him? How dare he hang up on me, and how dare he talk to me like that? Jiang Yu, sitting beside her, asked, what's wrong? Is your personal ATM acting up? Who knows what's gotten into him? Maybe he took the wrong medicine. Jiang Yu chuckled. Aren't you going to coax him a little? Li Xiaotong replied coquettishly. The only one I'd ever coax is you, my dear Jiang Yu. Who cares about that loser anyway? The scene changes. Lin Tian stood panting in front of the People's Hospital gate. He cursed inwardly. If I'd known I'd be reborn, I would have asked Yu Qing which hospital she was in. I've already run to 3 different hospitals. He recalled how Yu Qing had lamented in his past life. Back then, my dad thought I was sick and gave me a ton of nutritional supplements. Not only did I gain a few pounds, but it also destroyed my ice element. It was so unlucky. Yu Qing, in this life, not only will I protect you, but I'll also make sure you have no regrets after the Spirit Chi recovery. Thinking this, Lin Tian quickly rushed into the hospital. Meanwhile, in the emergency room, doctors were working hard to save Yu Qing. Why are all her vitals normal, but her body temperature won't rise at all? Yu Qing's father, Old Su, heard this and spoke anxiously to Old Li. Old Li, I'm begging you, please save my daughter. Let me check her pulse first. Old Li approached Yu Qing's bed. After taking her pulse, he turned to Old Su and asked, where has your daughter been recently? Last month, to celebrate her acceptance into Tsinghua University, I took her to Iceland. We came back last Wednesday. She's been like this ever since we got back. Your daughter has been invaded by cold chi. We need an item of extreme yang to expel the yin energy. I'll write you a prescription. Have them fill it out. Old Su said gratefully. Thank you, Old Li. Old Li sighed in reply. I'm just doing my best. Whether she can pull through or not is up to her. Just then, Lin Tian burst through the door. Stop, Old Su asked, bewildered. Are you one of the young doctors? Excuse me, Master Li. Is this young man your disciple? No, I haven't taken on any disciples. Hearing this, the other doctor and his colleagues grabbed Lin Tian and started dragging him out. Lin Tian struggled and shouted, "Boss, Su, your daughter isn't sick. She's awakened an extremely rare ice-type spiritual energy. If you treat this as an illness, you'll not only destroy your daughter's body, but you'll also sever her future." The young doctor scoffed. "Have you read so many novels that your brain has turned to mush? Get him out of here." "Stop," old Li suddenly spoke up, stopping them. He then looked at Lin Tian with a probing gaze and asked, "Young man, how do you know about this ice-type spiritual energy? Who exactly are you?" Lin Tian smiled and replied, "Who I am isn't important. The only thing that matters right now is helping her. Wake up. If that's the case, then please, young friend, tell us how to resolve this condition." Lin Tian listed off 2 qian of fresh ginger, 2 qian of aconite root, 5 qian of cinnamon bark, and 1 qian of angelica root. The doctors and nurses in the emergency room were stunned when they heard this. Wasn't that the exact prescription Master Li had just come up with? How could this kid possess such incredible medical knowledge? At the same time, some were suspicious that this kid's prescription was identical to Master Li's. That's not right. This kid must have copied it somehow. Old Li then spoke up. "Young friend, your prescription is identical to mine, but it's still not enough to cure the Su girl. I wasn't finished. Please don't interrupt. This prescription is still missing the most important ingredient, the starlight flower." Old Li frowned and said, "Young friend, although your prescription could indeed help the Su girl wake up without any harm, I'm afraid the starlight flower is impossible to find anywhere in the world." Old Su immediately asked, "How much is this starlight flower? My Su family has no shortage of money. I beg you, please tell me where I can buy it." Old Li shook his head. "It can't be bought. The starlight flower is known for its blue, star-shaped petals with a shimmering silver center. At night, the petals emit a faint glow, resembling the stars in the night sky, which is how it got its name. The sap of the starlight flower has healing properties, allowing wounds to mend, and quickly reducing pain. This is what this old man read in an ancient book. This flower only grew in an era when the earth was still filled with spiritual energy, so it can no longer grow now. What? Does that mean my daughter will be like this for the rest of her life?" Just as old Su was falling into despair, Lin Tian said, "Uncle Su, don't worry. I told you I can save Yu Qing without causing any harm at all." Old Li couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. "Little brother, are you saying you have the legendary starlight flower?" "That's right," Lin Tian replied. The young doctor retorted unconvinced. "Master Li, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. A poor bum like him? Impossible. He probably spied on the prescription through the surveillance cameras in the operating room. How could a kid like him possibly have better medical knowledge than me?" Old Li shot back. "Then how do you explain him knowing about the starlight flower? He must have just made it up. The name sounds like some item from a video game. Stop arguing. Everyone, take a look at this." As he spoke, Lin Tian opened a box, revealing a blue flower for everyone to see. In truth, while they were arguing, he had secretly used his divine sense to spend 5 points to buy the starlight flower from the system's shop. The starlight flower. It's really the starlight flower. Young friend, you actually possess this legendary spiritual medicine? Faced with old Li's excited reaction, Lin Tian smiled and replied, "Now do you believe that I can cure Yu Qing, young friend?" This old man was too agitated just now. "I hope you can. Forgive me. Please, I beg you to treat the Su girl." Lin Tian walked over to Yu Qing, thinking to himself, "Yu Qing, in this life, I will never let you suffer any harm." Lin Tian then had Yu Qing absorb the starlight flower. A moment later, a nurse looked at Yu Qing's vitals on the monitor and exclaimed joyfully, "She's warming up. Her body temperature is rising. Excellent, it's stabilized." Yu Qing gradually woke up, saw Lin Tian, and asked weakly, "Who are you? Get some rest. We'll meet again soon." Lin Tian smiled, and then turned to her. "Father, Uncle Su, Yu Qing's body has recovered. From now on, just buy her plenty of nutritious food to help her recuperate." "Thank you, little divine doctor. Thank you so much," Yu Qing's father replied gratefully. With that settled, Lin Tian was about to leave when old Li asked to speak with him privately, but he refused. "Sir, I have urgent matters to attend to. We can talk later, when there's a chance." "Young friend, this old man still doesn't know your name." "My name is Lin Tian," Lin Tian replied, and quickly returned home to research cultivation techniques. I remember in my past life, there was a post explaining the cultivation levels after the spiritual energy revival. After some searching, Lin Tian finally found the post. First realm, spirit awakening, preliminary stage. Perceive and absorb spiritual energy to begin the path of cultivation. Abilities. Sense spiritual energy, enhanced physical constitution, and basic control over spiritual energy. Second realm, springtide. A spiritual energy vortex forms in the body, and spiritual energy begins to flow. Abilities. Increased spiritual energy reserves, spiritual energy healing, and enhanced self-recovery. Third realm, ironstone. Spiritual energy strengthens the body, making blood vessels as tough as iron and steel. Abilities. Spiritual energy, body tempering, enhanced, defense, and spiritual energy shields. Fourth realm, illusory moon. Spiritual energy can be projected outward, allowing one to form their own. Attack skills, abilities, external projection of spiritual energy weapons, and a wider range of spiritual energy perception. Fifth realm, sunblossom. Spiritual energy reaches a state of high purity, with energy like the rising sun. Abilities, spiritual energy, purification, spiritual energy healing, and a great increase in spiritual energy attacks. Sixth realm, star soul. Spiritual energy can form powerful illusions and domains. Abilities, spiritual energy illusion techniques, spiritual energy concealment, and the formation of a spiritual energy domain. Seventh realm, nether core. Spiritual energy reaches its peak, able to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Abilities, spiritual energy, resonance, manipulation of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, and suppression of spiritual energy domains. Eighth realm, emperor sovereign. Wield the ultimate power of spiritual energy, achieving a state of immortality. Abilities, creation or destruction with spiritual energy, mastery of the laws of heaven and earth, and eternal life. In his past life, because spiritual energy recovered too quickly, Lin Tian had only reached the third realm, Ironstone, when he was assassinated. So in this life, Lin Tian is determined to cultivate and become a powerhouse at the Emperor Sovereign realm. Elsewhere, Old Li recounted what happened in the emergency room to Chief Liu Ying. You mean, you met a young man with a star path flower? Could it be that this young man also possesses spiritual energy? That's right, Chief Liu. I'm certain that this young man must be a genius in spiritual energy cultivation. If he is allowed to grow, he will surely change the state of the world in the future. Hearing this, Liu Ying immediately ordered Leng Yue to investigate Lin Tian. Back to our story. After just one day of cultivation, Lin Tian had already reached the second stage of the initial awakening realm. I'm so hungry. I need to find something to eat. Just as Lin Tian stepped out of his house, Leng Yue dropped a sphere to the ground, and a demonic beast appeared from it. Seeing this, Lin Tian wasn't scared at all. He even said happily, "Looks like the mutation has begun." The demonic beast let out a roar, and the foul stench from its mouth nearly made Lin Tian suffocate. "This dog stinks to high heaven." At that moment, the demonic beast charged at Lin Tian. Lin Tian quickly jumped back to dodge, but this beast was very clever. It immediately switched to using its tail, successfully striking his thigh. Enraged, Lin Tian leaped high into the air, activated his flame fist, and sent the demonic beast flying with a single direct hit. After that, he continued on his way to the convenience store as planned, completely unaware that everything he had just done was witnessed by Leng Yue. What kind of person is he? How could he destroy a first-stage mutated beast with just one punch? The fire attribute. He actually awakened the strongest offensive attribute. The fire attribute, you say? Lost in thought, Leng Yue jumped down from above to examine the mutated beast's corpse. Its tail is broken. Could it be that the sound just now wasn't Lin Tian's thigh bone breaking, but the sound of the mutated beast's tail snapping? Just how strong has his body become? This won't do. I must report this to my superiors immediately. The next morning, after waking up, I felt an intense pain, as if my whole body had been beaten up. Looks like I still need to continue cultivating. Just as Lin Tian thought this, a news report came on the TV. We interrupt with some breaking news. This morning, the temperature on the peak of Ziyun Mountain reached a rare 81 degrees. All visitors to Ziyun Mountain, please be mindful of your safety. Please do not believe the rumors that high temperatures can eliminate humidity. Please trust in science. This is merely the ozone layer being destroyed. If my memory serves me right, the ozone layer above Ziyun Mountain isn't damaged. Instead, a super strong, fire attribute spiritual energy has awakened there. In that case, I must go there to absorb this powerful fire attribute, spiritual energy. Just as Lin Tian stepped out the door, he ran into that wench, Li Xiaotong, who held out her hand asking for 200,000 to buy a handbag. Lin Tian flared up. Are you out of your mind? I told you yesterday not to bother me anymore. Lin Tian, I know you're doing this on purpose, to make me interested in you, but I'm warning you, if you don't obediently give me the money now, I really won't let this go. Get lost and don't bother me. Lin Tian left her with those words and headed straight for Ziyun Mountain. A large crowd of curious onlookers had gathered there, forcing the police to set up barricades to ensure safety and prevent people from entering the mountain. Please be careful, everyone. Do not cross the warning line. It's really 81 degrees inside. This isn't a joke, people. You could actually be burned to a crisp. What the hell are you talking about? I don't believe this place is. It's not that hot, a young punk said angrily, then chucked an ear of corn into the area. Unexpectedly, due to the intense heat, the corn kernels instantly popped into popcorn, shocking everyone who saw it. Whoa, is it really that hot? Stop pushing. It's seriously hot in there. Just as I thought. The fire attribute. Energy is incredibly potent. If I can absorb all the energy here, my power will rise to another level. Thinking this, Lin Tian leaped from the roof of a car into the restricted zone. His move was so fast and dangerous that the police couldn't react in time. After enduring the agony of having every cell in his body feel like it was being incinerated, the process of absorbing the spirit chi was finally complete. Only then did Lin Tian realize that thousands of eyes were fixed on him. So, he transformed into a flash of fire and shot away in an instant. An immortal? It's an immortal. Did anyone get a picture of the immortal? What's going on? It was scorching hot a second ago. Why did it suddenly cool down? The police officer was bewildered. Could that kid really be an immortal? News of the immortal brother quickly spread like wildfire across all media outlets. This afternoon, a mysterious young man appeared on Delos Ziyun Mountain Peak and resolved the abnormal climate issue, but then vanished right before everyone's eyes. When Liu Ying read the report, he immediately called his subordinate, ordering them to quickly suppress the news about Ziyun Mountain. It can't be allowed to spread any further, or it will definitely cause mass panic. Then he turned to ask Leng Yue, who was standing behind him. Last night, you witnessed that kid send a first-tier mutated dog, flying with a single punch? Is that correct? Yes, sir. Moreover, the mutated dog's attack didn't seem to cause Opodoxless him any harm whatsoever. It seems that in just 2 short days, we've encountered 2 geniuses. We can't let other factions get to him first. We must bring Lin Tian into the organization as soon as possible. With that thought, Liu Ying ordered Leng Yue to take him to meet Lin Tian. Elsewhere, Lin Tian had just cultivated to the Yongquan realm. Congratulations, host, for entering the Yongquan realm. The reward you've received is an attribute slot for a new attribute. The host can now simultaneously cultivate an additional attribute. The system is activating the enchantment function. The host can permanently imbue an element onto a weapon. Depending on the user, weapon's material, the durability will vary. Doesn't this mean I can craft my own elemental weapons? Lin Tian gleefully grabbed a chicken cleaver from the kitchen. Just as he was about to enchant it, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at this hour? Lin Tian went to open the door, a confused look on his face. Little brother, I am the president of the Spirit Chi Cultivation Association. My name is Liu Ying. The young lady beside me is my subordinate, Leng Yue. We've come to talk to you about Spirit Chi Cultivation. As he spoke, Liu Ying handed Lin Tian a business card. The name Spirit Chi Cultivation Association jogged Lin Tian's memory. In his past life, he and Yuting had once been saved by people from this very association. Even though I was saved by this association in my past life, in this life, I haven't had any contact with them, right? Looking at the card in his hand, Lin Tian asked, "How did you find me?" Liu Ying replied, "Old Li, the man who treated the young lady from the Su family, mentioned you. By the way, Su Yuting has already joined our Spirit Chi Association." Seeing that these people had no ill intentions, Lin Tian invited them inside to talk. A while later, Liu Ying said with a hint of disappointment, "Little brother, are you sure you won't reconsider joining us?" Old Liu, right now isn't a good time for me to join an organization. I plan to cultivate on my own first, and I'll think about other things after the Spirit Chi has fully recovered. Leng Yue then spoke up, "Lin Tian, I know you've become a first-tier awakened, but let me tell you, reaching the Chi awakening realm was just pure luck. Without the association's guidance, it's uncertain if you could even reach the Yongquan realm. The future of Earth is about to change, and when that time comes, spirit chi cultivation will be the only path forward. If you want to grow stronger steadily, the association's guidance is essential. At first, I was just like you. I thought I could awaken smoothly on my own, so I rejected the association's invitation. It took me nearly 3 years, and I still hadn't reached the Chi awakening realm. But after joining the association, in less than a year, I successfully stepped into the Chi awakening realm. With the association's help, you could probably become a second-tier Yongquan realm expert in just 3 short years. Hearing this, Lin Tian asked with a surprised expression. 3 years? Miss? How old are you this year? I'm about to turn 21. Why? This girl's talent is just too pathetic, he thought to himself, but let's not say things that harm our unity. He forced a smile and replied, nothing, I just think you're a genius. Lan Hunyuet said proudly. Everyone in the entire Cultivator Association is a genius. In fact, being a genius is just the minimum requirement for entry. Young man, if you join our association, you'll receive a great deal of support. Just as Lu An was trying to persuade him, she received a call reporting the appearance of a Tier 2 mutated beast. What's more, it was only 30 kilometers from their city. What? A Tier 2 beast? What's its attribute? We're not sure yet, but we suspect it's a poison attribute. The beast's original form is a giant python. Understood. Lock down the surrounding area immediately. I'll bring Lan Hengyut there right away. With that, Liu An excused herself and left with Lan Hengyut. Lam Thian watched them leave through the window, lost in thought. In this life, I absolutely must become stronger. That's the only way to avoid repeating the regrets of my past life. My current strength is probably at the early stage of the Yongquan realm. It looks like leveling up from here on out won't be easy. Let's see where I can find more fire attribute spirit energy. As Lam Thian was checking the map on his phone, it suddenly rang. It was his good friend, Thoi Thian Bang. The moment Lam Thian answered, the guy screamed, Brother Lam, help me. My villa is haunted. Are you nuts? Ghosts? What do you mean, haunted? Brother Lam, I'm not lying to you. The mountain behind my villa has been struck by lightning all day, but there isn't a single drop of rain. Could it be that this kid has awakened the extremely rare lightning attribute spirit energy? Thinking of this, Lam Thian pressed him. Little Thoi, hurry and tell me the exact situation with the lightning over there. Right then, Thoi Thian Bang was hiding in his house, his face pale with fright as he watched the thunder and lightning rage outside, his voice trembling as he spoke. It's pitch black at my place, and the lightning just keeps striking non-stop. Brother Lam, you have to save me. From his description, Lam Thian was certain. This was the phenomenon of lightning attribute spirit energy awakening. Spirit energy is divided into 3 classes in total. Common attributes like water, fire, wind, and earth. Rare attributes like ice, light, dark, and lightning. And legendary attributes like void. If I add the lightning attribute to my new attribute slot, I'm gonna hit the jackpot. Lam Thian celebrated internally. He quickly instructed Thoi Thian Bang, I'm heading over right now. Your job is to seal off that mountain. Don't let anyone get close. Got it? At the same time, in another location, a group of 3 led by Li Kai was also speeding towards the mountain, near Thoi Thian Bang's house. Their goal was to collect all the generated lightning attribute spirit energy before the phenomenon got out of control. When Lam Thian arrived and saw the raging thunderstorm, he was overjoyed. It really is lightning attribute spirit energy. I've hit the jackpot. He quickly opened his system panel and added the lightning attribute to the slot. Notification. Lightning is a rare type attribute. The required spirit energy is double that of a normal attribute. Are you sure? The moment Lam Thian confirmed, a series of notifications popped up, preparing to draw a lightning attribute cultivation technique for the host. Congratulations to the host for drawing the blue-grade lightning attribute technique, Rushing Thunder Art. No wonder it's a rare attribute. Even though it's a blue-grade technique, its power is absolutely terrifying. Lightning spirit energy, here I come. At the same time, Li Qi's group had also reached the location of the lightning energy. Staring at the massive pillar of lightning before them, the 2 young men with Li Kai were terrified. Sister Kai, can we really control something like this? Yeah, Sister Kai, is this spirit energy gathering bottle really going to hold up? Cut the chatter. Give it to me. Li Kai took the spirit gathering bottle, took a deep breath, and opened the lid. The bottle acted like a magnet, and the pillar of lightning was immediately drawn into it. Go, boss. You're amazing, boss. As the 2 men cheered her on, disaster suddenly struck. Unable to withstand the immense spirit energy, the bottle began to crack. Luckily, one of the young men rushed forward, pulling Li Kai away just before the bottle exploded. Run! The spirit energy is out of control. Just as Li Kai's group was about to flee, Lam Thien appeared. What do you think you're doing up here on the mountain? Get out of here. Now. This is no place for an ordinary person. But ignoring Li Kai's warning, Lam Thien rushed forward like a gust of wind, right into the heart of the lightning energy. Seeing Lam Thien get struck by lightning completely unharmed, left Li Kai's group gawking in astonishment. How is he that durable? Is he some kind of immortal? Why isn't he hurt at all? Don't tell me. He's awakened the ultra-rare lightning spirit energy? A moment later, the pillar of lightning disappeared, officially concluding the absorption process. Not only did Lam Thien gain a new attribute, but he also managed to fuse these two types of spirit energy to obtain a legendary attribute, Thunderflame. Meanwhile, Lan Hengguet had taken two others to an abandoned factory. It was the location of the dark attribute mutated python. Upon entering, she handed each of them a jade pendant and gave her instructions. If you're in danger, crush this jade pendant. It will create a light attribute protective shield that can save your life. During this operation, survival is the top priority. Do not push yourselves. Understood? Yes, ma'am, the others replied in unison. Move out, Leng Yue commanded. The moment she stepped into the factory, Leng Yue saw a pair of glowing red eyes behind her teammate. Luckily, she warned them just in time, allowing her two comrades to dodge while simultaneously throwing hidden weapons at the python. As for Leng Yue, she used her ice attribute to freeze the mutated python. It seemed like they had it under control, but no. And just a few seconds later, the python shattered the ice and broke free, then opened its mouth and spewed poisonous gas at Leng Yue's group, HQ, calling HQ. We have a giant python. Before Leng Yue could finish her sentence, her head grew fuzzy and she slowly lost consciousness. A short while later, inside a white truck outside the factory, Liu Ying looked at Lin Tian and pleaded, "Young man, I'm begging you. Right now, you're the only one who can resolve this crisis." Lin Tian didn't answer right away. His eyes were focused on the laptop screen, reviewing information about the dark giant python as he thought to himself, the dark attribute. Another rare one. Damn it. If I didn't already have all my attribute slots filled, I'd definitely take this one for myself. Liu Ying spoke up again. That girl, Leng Yue. Her life is on the line. Our only hope is you, young man, the one who has awakened the fire attribute. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Liu Ying as he asked, Director Liu, how did you know I awakened the fire attribute? Realizing his slip of the tongue, Liu Ying awkwardly scratched his head and explained with a laugh, I had Leng Yue follow you before. I saw with my own eyes as you took down that mutated dog. Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately understood that the mutated dog had been released by Liu Ying's people to test him. So, he asked, you had people tailing me? Liu Ying explained. I was only doing it for the safety of the citizens. Lin Tian held up one finger and said, I can agree to go to the factory and eliminate that python, but you have to promise me one thing. You'll stop having me followed. Liu Ying clasped his hands and said, You have my word, so, young man, how many people do you need? I'll dispatch them for you immediately. Lin Tian stood up, stretching his limbs, and replied, No need. I'm more than enough on my own. Meanwhile, back in the abandoned factory, a blood-curdling scream jolted Leng Yue awake. She looked over just in time to see the dark giant python swallowing a person whole. Its aura grew stronger as a result. What? That giant python evolves by devouring cultivators? I absolutely cannot let it succeed in evolving, or the people around here will suffer a terrible disaster. With that thought, Leng Yue struggled to her feet. The dark giant python immediately noticed her and lunged forward, mouth wide open, intending to swallow her whole. Bring it on, she yelled. The ice attribute manifested in her hands, quickly forming a sharp spike that she thrust towards the dark giant python. A second later, her eyes widened in shock as the ice spike shattered without leaving a single scratch on the python. Not only that, but it swatted her away with its tail, sending her flying as she coughed up mouthfuls of fresh blood. Leng Yue thought in despair, how can this be? I can't believe it. It's already successfully evolved. It's over. There's no stopping it now. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the entrance. Oh crap. I just walked in and remembered. Isn't this crappy factory the same place I worked as a laborer after graduating high school? The boss of this place still owes me a month's salary. What rotten luck. Seriously, what rotten luck. Leng Yue turned her head towards the door. When she saw who it was, she exclaimed in shock, Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at her and asked, Director Liu told me to get everyone out. Where are the others? Leng Yue shouted frantically. Get out of here. You're no match for it. It's already evolved to the 3rd stage. Lin Tian casually cleaned his ear and said, all right, I got it. The person being rescued should just wait patiently, okay? Don't run around. Then, he turned to the dark giant python and said, let's see what you're really made of. Sensing his provocation, the dark giant python immediately opened its mouth and lunged at him. Leng Yue cried out in panic, Lin Tian, run. But just a second later, she gasped as Lin Tian vanished from his spot like a flash of lightning. The next time he appeared, he was right in front of the dark giant python's head. I'll shatter darkness with thunder. Lin Tian threw a powerful punch straight into the dark giant python's head, sending it flying backward, crashing hard against the wall before falling to the ground. Stung by the painful blow, the dark giant python knew it had met a tough opponent and chose to flee. Realizing this, Leng Yue quickly shouted, Lin Tian, don't let it escape. Don't worry, there's nowhere for it to run today. As he spoke, Lin Tian drew the sword from his back, using the system's enchant function to imbue the blade with the lightning flame element. Then, using the skill Thunderclap Slash, he cut down the dark giant python. It's done, Leng Yue asked in astonishment. Have you awakened dual attributes? Lin Tian turned his head and looked at Leng Yue, lost in thought. According to his memories, this Spirit Cultivator Association had never done anything wrong. They only helped ordinary people get through difficult times, so telling them would probably be fine. Whatever. With that thought, Lamthine casually admitted it. Yeah, I've now awakened 2 attributes, fire and lightning. Hearing this, Lan Hengjiet thought to herself, he's definitely going to be a super powerful expert in the future. Not long after, inside a truck, outside the factory, Lan Hengguet and Liu An were talking. Lan Hengguet spoke up, Chief. Lamthine admitted it himself. He's awakened 2 types of attributes, lightning and fire. Liu An bowed his head in thought and said softly, no, wonder he told us not to follow him anymore. At the same time, he made a firm decision, thinking, a genius like this must join the Spirit Cultivation Association. Lan Hengguet asked, Chief, so, are we still going to monitor him? Liu An didn't answer her question directly. He said, my dear girl, it's about time you got a boyfriend. Hearing this, Lan Hengjiet was completely stunned. The next morning, a meeting was held at the Spirit Cultivation Association. Luan sat at the head of the table. To his right was a row of people in suits, and to his left, a row of people in uniforms. Just then, the young man in a suit, sitting in the front row, spoke up. Chief Liu, regarding the matter of the Spirit Energy Revival, we should make it public. The troubles have been piling up recently. It's like they'll never stop. We can't just keep pretending everything is an accident. Can we? The middle-aged man in uniform in the front row retorted, are you insane? If we hastily announce something like this, do you have any idea how much chaos it would cause? It's not something that can be solved with just a few scoldings. The man in the suit said, you've got some nerve talking about this. If the existence of spirit energy had been made public, we could have evacuated the civilians from the factory incident in time yesterday. The man in uniform said, didn't we resolve the factory incident in the end? The man in the suit stood up angrily and shouted, did times resolve it? Wasn't it resolved by those kids you called in? The man in uniform also shot up in anger, pointing directly at the man in the suit's face and yelling, what did you just say? Luan spoke up. All right, that's enough arguing. Hearing this, the two of them stopped bickering and looked towards Luan. Chief Lu. Chief. Luan looked at the man in the suit and said, Little Li, sit down, you're right. If it weren't for young brother Lamthine's help last night, not only would I have lost my daughter and my subordinates, but the civilians in the surrounding area would have also been in danger. Then, he stood up, turned, and pointed to the large screen behind him, continuing. However, as Grado, our members have said, if we rashly let everyone know about the spirit energy revival, it will definitely cause large-scale social unrest. Therefore, I have a proposal. The areas I've marked are places where the spirit energy revival has recently occurred. We can select these areas as test sites. We can promote these regions as tourist attractions, observe the effects, and then consider our next move. What does everyone think? The man in the suit spoke up. All right, let's go with Chief Lu's idea and give it a try. The man in uniform also chimed in, as expected of the chief, to come up with such a clever solution. Luan said, well, if there are no objections to this matter, let's move on to the next item on the agenda. You all witnessed the strength of young brother, Lam Thien, yesterday. I want to invite him to join the Spirit Cultivation Association and make him the captain of a cultivation team. What are your thoughts on this? The man in uniform said, Chief Lu, I don't object to him joining, but to give him such a high position right after he joins. Isn't that a bit much? The man in the suit spoke up in agreement. That's right. No one gets a deputy-level position right off the bat. He should definitely start from the bottom, Luan explained. You all saw his strength yesterday. He's an awakener with 2 attributes, lightning and fire. I'm worried that if we give him too low of a position, not only will it displease him, but a person, with his capabilities, is someone we absolutely cannot afford to offend. The man in the suit offered an idea. Since Chief Lo has put it that way, then please arrange a test for him. The man in uniform chimed in. That's right, arrange a test for him. It takes more than just strength to become a cultivation team captain. Hearing this, Luan said without a hint of worry, "Oh, you're the ones who said it. Don't come crying to me when you regret it." Not long after, back in Lam Thien's house, he was sleeping soundly when a noise from the kitchen woke him up. Don't tell me there's a burglar? I'm so broke. I'm eating the cheapest instant noodles, and someone still dares to steal from me? Just you wait. When I catch you, I'll definitely make you understand the error of your ways. Cursing under his breath, Lam Thien stormed into the kitchen and yelled, "You, daring thief, surrender now and admit your guilt." Inside the kitchen, Lan Hengiet was cleaning up. Seeing Lam Thien enter, she casually said, "Hi." Lam Thien was stunned, instinctively raising his hand and saying, "Hi." Then, it dawned on him, and he furiously yelled, "Wait a minute, what are you doing in my house? Didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't follow me anymore?" Continues cleaning and says, "I'm not here to monitor you, I'm here to live with you. Where's the trash can?" Lin Tian is stunned again and asks, "Huh?" A moment later, after hearing Leng Yue's explanation, Lin Tian asks, "So, you guys want me to join some kind of trial?" Leng Yue nods and says, "Yes." Lin Tian closes his eyes, lost in thought. He calculates the time. There are only 3 days left until the spiritual energy completely erupts. He can't afford to waste time on some trial. With this in mind, Lin Tian says, "I'm not going. I'm not interested." Leng Yue tries to persuade him. "Lin Tian, I know you must think this trial will slow down your cultivation, but this is a trial that the association specially prepared for cultivators. Not only will new members participate, but the trial location has also recently experienced a spiritual energy revival. Although the level isn't high, there's a good chance you'll find some opportunities." Lin Tian suddenly remembers Leng Yue mentioning that Su Yuting had also joined the organization, so he asks, "I have a question for you. Is Su Yuting participating in this trial?" Leng Yue replies, "She'll be going too." "Why?" Lin Tian lowers his head, thinking to himself, "I remember she said she found a great opportunity there. I wonder what it could be. I'll go check it out this time." Having made up his mind, Lin Tian looks up at Leng Yue and says, "It just so happens I need to see her about something. I'll join the trial." The next morning at the assembly point, Liu Ying stands before the ranks of new members and speaks. "You may be used to a peaceful life, but I'm telling you, the entire world will soon be anything but peaceful. At that time, sacrifice will become commonplace. In a moment, I will introduce you to a powerful spiritual energy cultivator who will be your captain and lead you in this trial." In the ranks, Li Qi remembers the events of the previous night and thinks to herself, where on earth did that person go? Then she recalls reporting the incident to her superiors, only to be disbelieved, and even scolded for it, which sours her expression. Liu Tianfeng, standing beside her, sees her face and asks with a smirk, "Sister Qi, what are you thinking about?" Li Qi replies, "Nothing, just wondering what kind of person our new captain will be." Liu Tianfeng says with contempt, "Humph, captain? It's probably just some rich kid sent here to coast by. When that brat arrives, I'll teach him a lesson and show him who's really in charge here." His 2 lackeys behind him cheer, "Our big bro is the best." "Big bro is so cool," Li Qi says. "I suggest you behave yourself and stop looking for trouble." Elsewhere, Leng Yue shows Lin Tian a tablet and says, "This is the team you'll be leading. There are 5 people in total, 2 women and 3 men. Lin Tian glances at it and thinks, aside from Su Yuting's ice attribute, the others all have pretty ordinary attributes. Leng Yue continues, "You need to watch out for this guy, Liu Tianfeng. He used to be a gangster's henchman and unexpectedly awakened the wind spiritual attribute, but his personality is still as unruly as ever." Lin Tian says dismissively, Yeah, I got it." Soon, the 2 of them arrive at the assembly point. Seeing them, Liu Ying smiles and says, "Your captain has arrived." Hearing this, everyone looks over. Su Yuting is shocked and thinks, "Isn't he the one my father said saved me?" Li Qi is also surprised, thinking, "It's him, the guy who was struck by lightning on the mountain that day." Liu Ying points to Lin Tian and introduces him, This is your captain, Lin Tian. Before he can finish, Liu Tianfeng interrupts loudly. Hold on. Liu Ying frowns at him and asks, Liu Tianfeng, do you have a problem? Liu Tianfeng replies, Director Liu, what's this kid's strength like? Shouldn't he show us a move or two? Otherwise, once we're in the field, who's supposed to listen to who? Lin Tian smiles dangerously and asks, Oh? And how do you propose I demonstrate? Liu Tianfeng grins menacingly. Naturally, you'll have to spar with us brothers. Lin Tian asks contemptuously, a piece of trash at the first level of the Spring Source realm like you is worthy of fighting me? You little brat, are you asking for a beating? Liu Tianfeng roars in anger, channeling his wind attribute ability as he rushes towards Lin Tian and throws a punch. To this, Lin Tian coldly asks, Is that all you've got? Just as he was about to teach the guy a lesson, Liu Ying moves first, rushing forward to block Liu Tianfeng's punch. His expression dark. He asks, Liu Tianfeng, are you daring to disobey the organization's orders? Liu Tianfeng is startled and quickly explains, Director Liu, that's not what I meant. But to be a captain, you have to have some strength, otherwise, the brothers won't respect him, am I right? After speaking, he even signals to his two lackeys behind him. Seeing this, the two lackeys speak up in unison. That's right, Director Liu. For us cultivators, strength is what matters most. If this new captain can't prove his real strength, it'll be hard for us to accept him. Liu Ying says, You don't need to worry about little brother Lin Tian's strength. Just a few days ago, he single-handedly defeated the dark giant python and saved Lan Henguyet. Li Qi exclaimed in shock. What? He saved Sister Lan all by himself? Lu Tianfuang scoffed irritably. I bet that guy just got lucky. How could anyone defeat such a powerful dark giant python alone? Lu An spoke up. All right, everyone fall in line. Anyone else who disrupts the trial's rules will be expelled from the association immediately. You all better behave. Next, I will announce the details of the trial. Everyone, listen carefully. This time, the trial's objective is to deal with a creature known as the Thorn Monster Beast. According to the association's intel, this creature not only has a humanoid form, but can also move freely. As you all walk this path of cultivation, sacrifice will always be your companion. A moment later, all the new members were divided into small teams and entered the forest to begin the trial. Among them, Lam Thien's team had a total of 6 members, including himself, Li Qi, Tu Vutin, Lu Tianfuang, and his 2 lackeys. After scouting for a while, Lam Thien said to himself, This is the designated location for the trial. But where's the monster? Did it hide underground? Just then, Tu Vutin looked towards a peculiar large tree up ahead and asked, Captain Lam, should we go over there? Lam Thien stared intently at the large tree, thinking, the spiritual energy is stronger the closer we get to that tree. But why can't I find the monster Chief Lu mentioned? After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. For safety's sake, we shouldn't get too close to that tree. Let's continue searching for clues about the monster in this area. Lai Kai and Tu Vu Tin replied, Yes, Captain Lam. Lu Tianfuang said provocatively, Captain Lam, don't tell me you're scared. Are you? What? Are you afraid that big tree is going to stand up and attack you? His 2 lackeys chimed in, laughing. Haha, that's hilarious. Lam Thien didn't bother getting angry with them. He said coldly, I've already warned you. If you insist on ignoring my advice, you'll have to face the consequences yourself. I want to see for myself what the hell is over there. With that, Lu Tianfuang led his 2 underlings towards the large tree. As he got closer to the tree, Lu Tianfuang whispered in surprise, Could this tree be some kind of treasure? Why is the spiritual energy so powerful? One of his underlings said, Boss, the spiritual energy here is so abundant. If we cultivate here, we'll definitely level up. Lu Tianfuang began to fantasize. If I absorb all the spiritual energy here, I'll successfully advance to the 3rd stage of the Guxing Spring realm. At that point, even Lan Henguyet will have to listen to me. Thinking about having a girl on each arm, Lu Tianfuang's face flushed with excitement. He shouted, Brothers, while the spiritual energy is rich, let's start cultivating immediately. And so, the 3 of them sat down beside the large tree and began to cultivate. Meanwhile, Lam Thien's group of 3 chose to move in a different direction. Tu Vu Tin asked with some concern, Captain Lam, will they be all right? Li Qi then asked, Captain Lam, did we meet a few days ago? Lam Thien glanced at her and asked, Did we? I don't recall. Where was it? Li Qi reminded him. It was on the mountain that was struck by lightning the other night. Lam Thien's eyes widened in realization. Oh, so that was you. Were you camping there that day? Hearing this, Li Qi got annoyed and said loudly, Camping? What camping? I was dispatched that day to deal with the outbreak of lightning spiritual energy. It's all because of you, Captain Lamb, that I got chewed out by my superiors for hours. I told them there was a man absorbing the lightning energy, but they just said I was dreaming. Lam Thien said helplessly, my apologies. He then looked at the two girls and told them to sit down and cultivate as well, since the spiritual energy here was so abundant. To Vu Tin asked, aren't you going to cultivate? Lam Thien smiled to himself, thinking, you're still the same as in my past life, so kind. Then he explained, the spiritual energy here doesn't suit my attribute. You two go ahead and cultivate first. But before they could even sit down, they heard the screams for help from Lu Thienfuang's group. Without hesitation, the three of them rushed back to the large tree. Back where Lu Thienfuang's group was, the large tree was no longer quiet. Right now, his two underlings were being wrapped up by the tree's branches and hoisted into the air. Lu Thienfuang stammered, what's going on? Why are the branches moving on their own? His two underlings cried out in fear, boss, save me, I don't want to die. I'm coming to help you, shouting. Lu Thienfuang took out his weapon, channeling his wind attribute ability. He rushed forward and slashed hard at the branch, binding one of his underlings, successfully rescuing him. However, right after that, Lu Thienfuang heard the same underling shout, boss, watch your left. Lu Thienfuang quickly looked over and saw a branch swinging towards him, but he had already used all his strength in the previous attack. So, Lu Thienfuang had no energy left to dodge or block. He was struck by the branch and sent flying, crashing to the ground. For a moment, he couldn't get back up. Seeing several more branches stabbing towards him, Lu Thienfuang thought in despair, as you walk this path of cultivation, sacrifice will always be your companion. Was surprised that Director Lu would say such a thing. Am I going to die here? Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared, and Lam Thien arrived just in time, resolving the crisis for Lu Thienfuang. Lu Thienfuang exclaimed in shock, Lam Thien. Lam Thien calmly said, get going. Lu Thienfuang struggled to his feet and said, I can't just abandon my brothers and run. Lam Thien glanced at him and said, well, at least you're a loyal man. Lu Thienfuang replied, don't be ridiculous. A man's gotta have a code of honor to survive out here. Lam Thien silently bent down, picked up a dagger from the ground, and imbued it with that Thunderfire attribute energy. Lu Thienfuang asked suspiciously, you, what are you doing? Without a word, Lam Thien threw the dagger straight towards the large tree, severing the branch that was restraining Lu Thienfuang's last remaining subordinate, successfully rescuing him. The subordinate joyfully cried out, boss, Captain Lam, thank you both for saving me. As for the large tree, it suddenly let out a series of bizarre howls, and its aura surged. Lam Thien shouted, go now! This monster is about to reveal its true form. The next second, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently, causing Lu Thienfuang's group to stumble as if they were about to fall. The reason was that the large tree had pulled up its roots, using them as legs to stand firm on the ground. By now, all its features perfectly matched the target of the trial, the terrifying monster tree mentioned by Luan. Or to be more precise, it was a courageous Spring Third Realm Netherworld tree demon. Lu Thienfuang's jaw dropped as he cried out, what in the world is this monster? Lam Thien said, have you already forgotten what Director Liu told you? This path of cultivation is destined to be one of 9 deaths, and 1 life. If you're scared, then get off this path. On the other side, the Netherworld tree demon had already begun to use its 2 large, long arms to attack Lam Thien, but he nimbly dodged every blow. Seeing this, the Netherworld tree demon changed its attack method. Countless branches extended from its body, shooting towards Lam Thien like sharp spears. Lam Thien raised an eyebrow. This time, he didn't dodge, but chose to stand his ground. As the branches drew near, a flame erupted from his body, incinerating them and quickly spreading back towards the demon. Then, while it was distracted, dealing with the fire, Lam Thien used a thunder flame fist to punch straight through its body. Lu Thienfuang cried out, damn, it! How is he that strong? Li Kai also exclaimed, is this the power of someone who awakened the thunder attribute to Vu? Tin blushed as she looked at Lam Thien, thinking dreamily, the great heroes in novels who walk on 5-colored clouds. They must be just like this. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the group watching Lam Thien's fight exclaimed, in amazement, this guy named Lam Thien possesses such power? Lu An glanced at them and asked, does anyone still have any objections about Lam Thien's position as captain? The young man in the suit chuckled, none at all, none at all. We'll follow Director Lu's arrangements. Suddenly, an unexpected earthquake struck, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. Lan Guit walked over to Lu An and asked softly, Director Lu, this spirit chi, could it be? Lu An said with a serious expression, it seems this can't be hidden any longer. The earth spirit chi has fully recovered. The rules of the world are about to change. Back with Lam Thian's group, he checked the Netherworld Tree Demon's information through the system and thought to himself, in my past life, Vu Tin said there was a great opportunity here, but isn't she an ice attribute user? This monster tree is a wood attribute. Just as Lam Thian was feeling confused, a pillar of light suddenly erupted from behind the Netherworld Tree Demon's corpse. Everyone curiously approached and discovered a cave emitting waves of ice elemental spirit chi. Lam Thian had a sudden realization and thought. So that's how it is. Because the earth spirit chi has fully recovered, this place has given birth to powerful ice attribute spirit chi. In her past life, Vu Tin wasn't strong enough to absorb this chi, which is why she said that. Vu Tin looked at the ice cave in amazement and said, Captain Lam is so amazing. A single punch caused the surrounding spirit chi to explode. Lam Thian looked at her and told Vu Tin to go inside the cave and absorb the surging ice attribute spirit chi. This chi can help you become much stronger. In his heart, he silently vowed, Vu Tin, in this life, both of us must become powerful to make that scumbag couple who harmed us in our past life pay the price. To Vu Tin replied, understood. Afterwards, Lam Thian told everyone, a powerful source of ice attribute spirit chi has appeared here, and since Vu Tin has awakened the ice attribute, I've let her take this opportunity to cultivate. Let's wait for her for a bit. Everyone agreed, saying, okay. That evening, the group of 6 chose a restaurant to celebrate. Everyone raised their glasses and cheered. Congratulations to Vu Tin for successfully breaking through the Courageous Spring First Realm and entering the Courageous Spring Third Realm. To Vu Tin smiled and said, this success is all thanks to Captain Lam and everyone else. Lu Thianfuang took the initiative to pour a drink for Lam Thian and said, Captain Lam, I was blind before and failed to recognize your greatness. I hope you can forgive my past mistakes. Lam Thian said, it's fine. In a moment of crisis, you didn't abandon your brothers to save yourself. That proves you're a man of loyalty, righteous and brave, a true man. Liu Tianfang was moved to tears, saying, Captain Lin, thank you for treating a nobody like me as a friend. From now on, my life, Liu Tianfang's, belongs to you, Lin Tian said helplessly. There's no need for that. From now on, we're all brothers. He hadn't even finished his sentence when suddenly a shout came from the distance. Everyone, leave this place immediately. Everyone, leave this place immediately. We need to carry out a mission here. Please cooperate. Lin Tian and the others turned to see that the person speaking was a fully equipped soldier who was quickly evacuating the crowd. Lin Tian thought to himself, he's not an ordinary soldier. He has a powerful aura. He must be a cultivator too. But aren't matters related to spiritual energy Director Liu's responsibility? So does this army need to wait a bit? If the spiritual energy outbreak belongs to Li Qi and the others, they could use this opportunity to help them level up. At that moment, the soldier noticed Lin Tian's group still sitting at the table, not moving. He walked over, looked at Lin Tian, and said, hey, I'm talking to you. Get out of here now. You hear me? Liu Tianfang stood up angrily and shouted, you bastard, how dare you talk to my big brother like that? Do you know who my big brother is? The soldier pressed his gun to Liu Tianfang's throat and said, scram or die. Liu Tianfang wasn't afraid. The wind element emanated from his body as he grabbed the gun barrel with his hand and said, then let me see what you've got. Lin Tian shouted softly, stop. 3 hours earlier, during an emergency military meeting, what do we do now? The spiritual energy has suddenly returned, and we're completely unprepared. Right now, the most important issue is to capture the mutated hound that just escaped. I told you from the beginning, that thing needed to be guarded more carefully. As everyone was arguing fiercely, the general sitting in the middle spoke up. Stop arguing. This is not the place for it. Right now, the top priority is to capture this mutated dog. We absolutely cannot let civilians get hurt. Then, he looked towards Sun Zhengyi and said, little son, the mission to capture the mutated dog is yours. Sun Zhengyi stood at attention and shouted, I guarantee I will complete the mission. The general looked at everyone and continued, all of you, return to the border immediately. The spiritual energy has fully returned, which means the border will no longer be as peaceful as it is now. Yes, sir. everyone responded before quickly leaving the meeting room. Only Sun, Jung Yi, and the general remained in the room. The general said, "Little Sun, you must capture the mutated dog before dawn, understand?" Sun Jung Yi shouted, "Yes, sir." Back in the present, in the temporary combat command post, Sun Jung Yi's eyes were fixed on the surveillance monitor, holding a walkie-talkie to command, "People in the east, speed up the evacuation. That beast could appear at any moment." By chance, he saw on one of the surveillance screens a soldier clashing with Lin Tian's group. Sun Jung Yi stared intently at one person among them and thought, "Isn't that?" Back with Lin Tian's group, he stood up and advised, "Stop it. Don't cause any more trouble for the military." "Yes, big brother." With that, Lu Tianfang withdrew his hand and went to Lin Tian's side. Lin Tian said to the soldier, "We'll leave right away." "Humph, at least you know your place." After speaking, the soldier continued to carry out his duties. Over here, as they were leaving, Lin Tian looked at Su, Yu Qing, and instructed, "This afternoon, the spiritual energy has completely erupted. From now on, we will face a world that is extremely dangerous. Yu Qing, when you get back, remember to cultivate diligently. Your foundation is not yet stable, so you need to train step by. Absolutely, do not rush." At that very moment, a voice called out from behind, "Little Lin Zi." Little Lin Zi. Lin Tian turned around suspiciously and saw Sun Jung Yi running towards them. He said happily, "Grandson Sun." Jung Yi also happily patted Lin Tian's shoulder and said, "You brat Lin, is it really you?" Su Yuqing asked curiously. "Captain. Lin, is that an acquaintance of yours?" Lin Tian smiled and introduced, "This is my best friend from high school, Sun Jung Yi." Sun Jung Yi directly threw his arm over Lin Tian's shoulder, smiled and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Tian's good father, Sun Jung Yi." Lin Tian retorted, "You unfilial grandson, you're clearly my good grandson." Li Qi spoke up, "Captain Lin, we'll head back first then. We won't disturb you, catching up with your old friend." Liu Tianfang also smiled and said, "That's right, big brother, we'll head back first." A moment later, when only the two of them were left, Lin Tian asked, "Kid, you're doing pretty well for yourself. Looking at this rank, you must have earned some merits, right?" Sun Jung Yi had a mysterious look on his face and said, "Little Lindsay, I'll tell you a piece of classified information that was just declassified this afternoon." Lin Tian said, "The global spiritual energy revival. You heard, didn't you? This was the top search this afternoon." Tun Tringia said in a low voice, "I know. You wouldn't believe it. Let me tell you something. The reason this road is blocked is because a super strong mutated dog is hiding here. My team is here to ensure the safety of the citizens." Lam Thien thought to himself, "So, that's what's going on. But this mutated dog they're talking about, could it be the one that was released during Lang and Yet's experiment?" Just then, a soldier came over to reporting, "Captain Tun, the civilians have all been evacuated." Tun Tringia said, "Good, now we just have to wait for the stray to walk right into our trap." Lam Thien had no intention of leaving. He planned to stay and see just how capable the military was. So he smiled and said to Tun Tringia, "Captain Tun, let me stick around and watch." Hearing this, Tun Tringia didn't refuse immediately, but considered it seriously. It would be good for young Lam to learn early on that the rules of the world have changed. Otherwise, with his overly gentle personality, he's bound to suffer later on. With this in mind, he turned to the soldier beside him and said, "Xiao Zhang, later, take him to the safe zone outside the hunting perimeter. Let him observe our team's strength." Xiao Zhang replied, "Yes, Captain." After giving the orders, Tun Trin Jaya left in a hurry. Once he was gone, Xiao Zhang said to Lam Thien, "Kid, I don't care what your relationship is with Captain Tun, but in a bit, you better listen to every word I say. Got it?" Lam Thien smiled and said, "All right, thanks in advance, big bro." A moment later, Lam Thien sat in the safe zone, observing the soldiers getting into position, thinking to himself, although these soldiers are all carrying guns, based on the spiritual energy coming from them, they're probably all at the Yongquan First Realm. Their overall strength is pretty decent. Suddenly, Lam Thien's expression changed. He looked in a certain direction and thought, "It's here." At the same time, a soldier in the surveillance room warned over the radio, "Everyone be careful, the mutant hound has arrived." On a nearby street, gunfire began to erupt. The soldiers surrounded the newly appeared mutant hound, firing continuously. However, it had very little effect. Not only did they fail to penetrate the mutant hound's thick fur, but they also just managed to piss it off. It spun around on the spot, sending the surrounding soldiers flying with a sweep of its tail. Lam Thien observed from nearby, thinking, this mutated creature has the strength of at least the Yongquan Third Realm. Once spiritual energy began to recover, creatures like this started appearing so easily. It seems I'll have to start training much harder from tomorrow on. Just then, a team composed entirely of lightning attribute awakened, led by Tan Trin Naya, rushed over. Regular soldiers, fall back immediately. Special Ops members, with me. Use the Xuanwu formation to hold it down. Hearing Tan Trin Naya's command, the squad members immediately rushed towards the mutant hound and spread out around it. Then, they coordinated with each other, continuously attacking to distract the mutant hound's attention. Finally, Tan Trin Naya leaped high into the air, his hands, covered in lightning attribute spiritual energy, clasped together. He brought them down hard on the mutant hound's head, injuring it and making it spit out mouthfuls of blood. Lam Thien watched from the sidelines, nodding with a smile. As expected of the military, even though each of them is only at about the Yongquan Second Realm, but they trust each other, entrusting their lives to one another, allowing each person's strength to surpass their own limits. It seems my worries were unnecessary. Them defeating the mutant hound is just a matter of time. Thinking this, Lam Thien was about to turn and leave when he suddenly felt the mutant hound's aura rapidly increasing. What's this? Lam Thien exclaimed internally, quickly turning his head back to look. Tan Trin Jia had also noticed this anomaly and shouted, "This beast is trying to evolve. Stop it immediately. We absolutely cannot let it succeed, or we'll all be dead." Hearing this, the Special Ops team members immediately charged forward to attack the mutant hound, but it was too late. The mutant hound had successfully evolved and easily swatted them away. Seeing this, Tan Trin Jia whispered in fear, "We're screwed." At this moment, Tan Trin Jia was facing the mutant hound. The beast had actually evolved. The Special Ops team behind him was waiting for orders. "Captain, what do we do now?" Trin Jia replied, "We'll have to risk it all. We absolutely cannot let it harm the civilians behind us." "Special Ops team, charge with me." Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes, Captain." With that, everyone bravely charged forward to attack the mutant hound, but no one could stand against its immense strength and razor-sharp claws. Every single one of them was thrown aside. Behind the barricade, Trin Gia's comrades could do nothing but cry out, "Captain!" Tan Trin Gia was helpless, severely wounded and sprawled against a stone wall. He looked at the mutant hound, feeling utterly powerless. "Am I about to die?" But just then, Lam Thien appeared and blocked a blow for him. Trin Gia's vision blurred as he looked ahead, wondering, Lam Thien? He blocked the mutant hound's attack with just one hand? The same attack that seriously wounded all of my men. With that, Lam Thien unleashed a powerful electric attack on the aberrant hound, making it scream in agony. The hound immediately retreated into a defensive stance. Witnessing this, Trin Gia was dumbfounded. "Lam Thien, you're a cultivator?" Lam Thien just casually toyed with it. He replied, dagger in hand, "Once I'm done with this beast, we can talk." His teammates behind him couldn't believe it. Turns out, he was a cultivator, and he'd managed to injure the mutant hound in a single blow. At the 4th level of the Fountain Spring realm. Is this kid really that strong? Lin Tian soared into the air like a god whose name starts with Thor. Face your judgment. With that, he created a weapon out of lightning. Lin Tian drew his arm back, then observed the mutant hound's movements as it tried to flee. After careful calculation, he hurled it. Trying to run? Not a chance. The bolt of lightning swiftly pierced through the mutant hound's chest. It let out another cry before collapsing on the spot. Zhang Yi, helped up by his teammates, exclaimed in disbelief. Little Lin Tian is a lightning attribute cultivator, and such a powerful one at that? The mutant hound, struck by Lin Tian's attack, froze solid for 5 seconds or more. Then, Lin Tian slowly approached it, scaring the soul out of the mutant hound. He used the dagger he was toying with earlier to finish it off. With a swift and clean slash, Lin Tian sliced it in two. The special task force could only watch in awe. His spiritual energy just recovered, and he's already this strong? If we let him develop for another year and a half, wouldn't he be even more powerful? Zhang Yi looked at Lin Tian with immense pride. As expected of my brother, son Zhang Yi's brother. Well done, little Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Lin Tian watched the dagger slowly disintegrate and thought, even a military-grade dagger can't withstand the power of my thunder flame. I need to find a weapon that can handle my thunder flame spiritual energy. Zhang Yi walked over to Lin Tian. Not bad, little Lin Tian. To think you were hiding this from me? Zhang Yi clapped Lin Tian on the shoulder, playfully chiding. You're this strong, and you were still pretending with me? Lin Tian replied, Go easy. Your injuries from before were pretty serious. Zhang Yi didn't care. He threw an arm around his shoulder and said goodbye to everyone to have a private chat with Lin Tian. You guys haul that beast away. My brother and I are going to have a few drinks. The men saluted and replied in unison, yes, sir. The scene changes to the sky, where a bright moon illuminates the night. Inside, a computer displays the recording of Lin Tian's fight with the mutant hound, Fei Fei. At this moment, crossed her arms and asked, is this man your friend? Zheng Yi replied, more than friends, we're brothers, the kind who die for each other. Fei Fei calculated, if we can recruit this talent into the army, our strength will increase significantly. She asked, have you invited him to join the army yet? Zheng Yi rubbed his head sheepishly and replied, I have. But he said, he's already joined the Cultivators Association. Fei Fei rested her chin on her hand, her expression serious. That old geezer, Liu Ying, isn't it? I'm going to find him and demand he hand the man over right now. The scene shifts to a beautiful morning at Lin Tian's place. He walked out, holding a coffee with a hamburger in his mouth, and mumbled, forgot you were home. I didn't buy breakfast for you. Xiao Yue, sitting on the sofa, asked, did you participate in the military's operation last night? Lin Tian replied, it was all unexpected. I didn't plan to interfere, but I ran into my brother. Is there a problem? Xiao Yue explained. This morning, the commander-in-chief's daughter kept calling Director Liu, wanting you to join the army. With a piece of his burger still in his mouth, Lin Tian asked blankly, oh, so what did you tell Uncle Liu? Xiao Yue answered, Director Liu has already handled it, but the commander-in-chief's daughter isn't someone easy to deal with. For the next few days, you should probably be careful. Lin Tian looked away and replied, what? Does she want me to marry into her family or something? Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying the name Sun Zhengyi. Lin Tian answered it. He asked, hey, big shot, what's up? The person on the other end replied, is this Lin Tian? I'm Sun Zhengyi's superior. My name is Shen Fei Fei. Lin Tian and Xiao Yue listened, stunned. She continued, we have a place that contains very powerful fire attribute spiritual energy. Would you like to come see it? Hearing this, he began to think, fire attribute, huh? I was just worrying about how to strengthen my fire attribute spiritual energy. Initially, when we were patrolling a construction site at night, we discovered a cluster of phantom flames. At the time, everyone thought it was some feudal superstition, so they invited a Taoist priest. Unexpectedly, after the priest arrived, not only did he fail to dispel the phantom flames, but he actually made them even stronger. Now, the entire construction site is engulfed in an extremely fierce fire. Although the army has sealed off the site from the beginning, they are completely helpless. Yesterday afternoon, after the spiritual energy recovery, the flames seem to grow even stronger. If it continues to spread, the surrounding residents will be in grave danger. As he listened to the story while riding in a supercar, Lin Tian asked, are the flames still spreading? Fei Fei replied, yes. Right now, the only thing we can do is continuously expand the blockade. Oh, right. I heard you and Leng Yue have some kind of relationship. Is that right? Lin Tian was startled and quickly explained, Miss Shen, please don't spread rumors. Leng Yue was just assigned by Director Liu. You just had to follow me all the way home, didn't you? Fei Fei's face darkened as she said to the young man, don't be so quick to deny it. Just hear me out. The world's spiritual energy has fully recovered. For the sake of national security, we must immediately establish an army of cultivators to deal with unknown external threats. Right now, the cultivators who have some power all have questionable characters. They might be okay on the battlefield, but they absolutely cannot be allowed to teach new cultivators. I heard from Sun Zhengyi that your character is solid and you possess immense strength. Lin Tian then asked, so, you want me to join you and help train new cultivators? Fei Fei replied, that's right. All you have to do is say yes. All conditions and benefits are negotiable. What do you say? Lin Tian looked completely uninterested. Sorry, but I don't have the energy for that right now. Let me first train the people Director Liu asked me to look after. Fei Fei seemed pleased and said, all right, you truly are a man of loyalty and honor. The scene changes to the outside, where a large crowd has gathered. Don't push, it's dangerous inside. Stay back. Fei Fei and Lin Tian got out of the car to see what the commotion was about. As they were approaching the crowd with Fei Fei, a voice called out, Lin Tian, what are you doing here? It was Jiang Yu and Li Xiaotong, walking hand in hand. Lin Tian looked at them with annoyance, thinking to himself, why is this guy here? Jiang Yu flashed a malicious smile and said, so you're the simp who's obsessed with Xiaotong? You definitely look the part. Hearing this, Lin Tian glanced around. Damn it, what an unexpected surprise. This is going to be a good show. Seeing Lin Tian remain silent, Jiang Yu continued, "Buddy, even though you can't get over Xiao Tong, you have to understand. There's an unbridgeable gap between you and her." Xiao Tong also spoke up. "Lin Tian, I gave you a chance. You were the one who didn't cherish it." The nobodies in the crowd started shouting when they saw this. "Wow, what a lively scene today. This is great to watch. Looks like the simp lost again." Huh. Lin Tian's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, are these two idiots?" Fei Fei walked up from behind and asked, "Lin Tian, what's going on?" The reporters immediately turned their cameras towards Fei Fei, buzzing with excitement. Oh my god, where did this beautiful woman come from? Jiang Yu was also stunned, his jaw dropping as he drooled. A goddess like this actually exists? Compared to her, Li Xiaotong is nothing. He then started to greet Fei Fei. "Beautiful lady, my name is Jiang Yu." Fei Fei paid him no mind and turned to ask Lin Tian, "Are these two your friends?" Jiang Yu was a bit embarrassed at being ignored. "What's wrong? Is this woman treating me like I'm invisible?" Lin Tian finally spoke. "Just a dog and B times chi couple. Let's go. Don't waste our time on this." With that, Lin Tian and Fei Fei completely ignored Jiang Yu and turned to leave. The crowd below burst out laughing. No wonder that kid dumped this girl. If it were me, I'd switch too. That other woman is way better than her. Xiao Tong's face was filled with jealousy. How dare she act all high and mighty in front of me? She's just a little pretty, that's all. I'll definitely find a way to make her suffer. She angrily scolded Jiang Yu. "Have you stared enough? She's already gone." Jiang Yu patted her head and explained, "Xiao Tong, it's just a professional habit of mine." Then, he put his arm around her waist, but her inner thoughts were completely different. "If it weren't for your money, I wouldn't have given you the time of day." The scene changes to Fei Fei walking with Lin Tian. "I just confirmed with the soldiers. It seems the fire inside is growing stronger. We might have to expand the warning perimeter." Lin Tian asked, "You have to expand it even more?" She replied, "That's right, unless we can find a solution." Then, Lin Tian froze as he witnessed the scene before him. "This is," Fei Fei said hesitantly. "Yes, this is the place I told you about yesterday, the place filled with fire attribute spiritual energy." Seeing Lin Tian take out something that looked like a stopwatch, she asked curiously, "What is that you're holding?" Lin Tian answered, "You can think of it as a spiritual energy concentration meter." Seeing this, Fei Fei took it to have a look. Seeing the level of spiritual energy here, she immediately concluded that they would have to expand the lockdown perimeter once again. She gave an order to her subordinate, "Expand the warning perimeter by 5 kilometers. No, maybe 10 kilometers. But unlike them, Lin Tian seemed to be doing something completely different. "What are you trying to do, Lin Tian? Deputy Commander, what should we do now?" Fei Fei thought worriedly. "Lin Tian, could it be that you really have a way to control this fire?" At that moment, Lin Tian walked towards the flames alone. The system appeared and reported, "Powerful fire attribute spiritual energy detected. Do you wish to absorb it?" He smiled smugly. "Of course, I'll absorb it." With that, Lin Tian immediately sat down, crossed his legs, and began to absorb all the spiritual energy in the area. While Lin Tian was absorbing, the entire surrounding area was affected. This aura is so powerful. I wonder what level of cultivator Lin Tian really is. If he absorbs all of this fire attribute spiritual energy, just how high a level can he reach? As she shielded herself, she silently assessed Lin Tian's power. What realm will he break through to? The Yongquan realm, the 4th realm, 5th realm, or maybe the 6th. On the system panel, the progress bar hit 90%, and soon after, it reached 100%. Fire attribute spiritual energy has reached level 2. Reward: a chance to draw a new 1-star fire attribute spell scroll. The system announced, "Congratulations, host. Your fire attribute spiritual energy has been upgraded to level 2. Please proceed to draw a new cultivation technique." Lam Thien immediately pressed the command to start the draw. Suddenly, he froze, exclaiming in shock, "Holy crap, it's gold. It's gold." The Undying Sacred Flame Art, a gold-tier fire attribute cultivation technique. Congratulations, host, on receiving a gold-tier technique for the first time. System reward, 10 points. Undying Sacred Flame Art. After cultivation, you can store fire attribute spiritual energy within your body. When attacking, you can directly release fire chi, causing wide area damage. Lam Thien said smugly, "Absorb it for me." The system obeyed his command, and the technique immediately shrank. Fei Fei thought in astonishment, just what kind of monster is that kid? He's planning to absorb all of that powerful fire chi? Could this kid be the incarnation of the fire god? A moment later, Lam Thien emerged unscathed. Fei Fei ran over worriedly to check on him. "Lam Thien, are you okay?" He replied calmly, "I'm fine. Thanks for bringing me here." Just then, the spiritual energy meter started beeping, startling Fei Fei. She quickly threw it away. The device then exploded into pieces right before her eyes. But luckily, Lam Thien managed to shield her in time. She looked at Lam Thien with great interest, thinking, this man, Fei Fei, must have him, no matter the cost. The scene changes to a luxurious restaurant in the city, where Fei Fei had invited him to eat to celebrate his achievement. But she also had another reason. Are you saying you've absorbed all the fire attribute spiritual energy from that construction site into your body? Lam Thien replied, that's right. I hope that won't cause any trouble for you? Fei Fei answered, don't worry, there won't be any trouble at all. Can you tell me what realm you're currently in? Lam Thien said, probably the peak of the 4th courageous spring realm. About to break through to the 5th realm. Fei Fei exclaimed in surprise. What? You're only in the 4th realm? Lam Thien explained awkwardly. My cultivation method is a bit special. How should I put it? Seeing his discomfort, Fei Fei didn't press him. All right, every cultivator has their secrets. If you don't want to say, I won't force you. Lam Thien replied politely. Thank you for understanding. Then Fei Fei smiled and said, Lam Thien, to be honest, have you considered joining our military department? The benefits here are much better than that rotten association. He refused without hesitation. Not for now. I don't have any intention of joining the military. Fei Fei could only say, all right, if you don't want to, I won't force you. However, I must report what happened today, or else I won't be able to explain it to my grandfather. Lam Thien replied, understood. That night, inside a small, lit apartment, Lang Nu-Yet received a PDF file sent by Director Liu. Lang Nu-Yet, call that kid Lam Thien later to handle this problem. Here are the detailed documents for the Night Phantom mission. The spiritual energy has fully recovered. You two must be careful. Understand? She texted back. Yes, Director Liu. She recalled her phone call with Lam Thien, who had also agreed. All right, I'll definitely go tomorrow. With that thought, she put down the thick notebook in her hand and walked out of her room. At that moment, Lam Thien, who was lying in his room, smelled something fragrant. He mused that although Lang Nu-Yet wasn't very talkative, her cooking skills were actually not bad. He opened the door and walked out of his room. Lang Nu-Yet, your breakfast smells amazing. Suddenly, he looked up with a bewildered expression, not understanding what was happening. Frozen for a few seconds, Lam Thien was startled. Shen Fei Fei, why are you at my house too? Where on earth did you girls get the key to my house? Fei Fei calmly reassured him. Don't worry. I went through official military channels to requisition your house as a secret military location. Lam Thien angrily protested. That doesn't sound official at all. Lang Nu-Yet, don't hide, come out here. Can't you even manage the house? He opened the door, only to find Lang Nu-Yet's room empty. He lowered his voice and wondered, where is she? Fei Fei, standing beside him, replied, there was no one home when I arrived. Could it be that she left because she knew I was coming? Lam Thien suddenly had a realization. He walked over and opened the notebook Lang Nu-Yet had left last night. After reading it, his face darkened. The Night Phantom mission. Did that girl really go by herself? Fei Fei asked curiously. Where are you going in such a hurry? Lam Thien quickly put on his shirt and ran off. Lang Nu-Yet is in trouble. I have to find Director Liu immediately. The scene changes to that morning, out in the open sea. Lang Nu-Yet sank deep into the water, thinking helplessly, without Lam Thien. Am I really useless? In the end, I'm still too weak. At that moment, Lang Nu-Yet stopped sinking and unleashed her power. Lang Yue creates massive ice shards all around her. She's overjoyed it's a success. Just then, a figure appears inside one of the ice shards. The sight snaps Lang Yue back to reality. She quickly scans her surroundings, and the water monster appears right behind her. Lang Yue focused her power into her hands and unleashed a flurry of attacks. But to her surprise, the Dark Night Phantom suddenly opened its mouth wide. It was as if it wanted to welcome her attack. Its bizarre action stunned Lang Yue. What is this? She was continuously enveloped by streams of dark energy. What's happening? What in the world is this? Then, a horrifying thought crossed Lang Yue's mind. This is bad. Something is draining my life force. She struggled, trying to swim up and escape. I absolutely cannot let this monster keep devouring my spiritual energy, or else it will only grow stronger. At that moment, a powerful tentacle swung forward, striking Lang Yue squarely in the head and causing her to cough up blood in agony. As she sank deeper into the sea, Lang Yue thought in despair, am I going to be eaten by this monster? Just as fear consumed her, Lam Thien appeared like a god descending from the heavens. He quickly caught Lang Yue and asked with concern, are you all right? Not wanting to get Lam Thien involved, she urged him, you need to get out of here. This monster, it seems to be absorbing spiritual energy. Hearing this, he didn't hesitate for a second. grabbing Leng Yue and flying away. Hang on, I'll get you out of here first. The two of them transformed into a bolt of lightning, speeding away from the battlefield. The moment they landed, Phi Phi rushed over. Lam Thien, you're out. Is the beast taken care of? Lam Thien decisively handed Leng Yue over to her and replied, not yet. First, help her regain consciousness. Seeing the situation, Phi Phi immediately agreed. Right, I'll take her to the hospital immediately. Soaked to the bone, Lam Thien's eyes were now filled with a murderous glint. Once Leng Yue is safe, I'll go back and finish this. The scene changes to the hospital, where Leng Yue is being treated. She lay quietly on the hospital bed, wearing an oxygen mask. Inside the room, Liu An was tightly gripping Lam Thien's hand. He spoke with immense gratitude. Young man, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, this little girl, she definitely wouldn't have made it. Lam Thien replied in the calmest voice he could manage. Chief Liu, there's no need to be so formal. You should tell me the details of that mission. In the next second, he replied, all right, I'll tell you everything right now. A moment later, Liu An began his account. This monster, called the Dark Knight Phantom, we've been tracking it for at least half a year. As soon as he heard this, Lam Thien grasped the key point. Half a year? Doesn't that mean you also know what I'm about to ask? That's right. At that time, there were no more than 10 people in the entire world who had come into contact with spiritual energy cultivation. Recalling its strange form, Liu An continued, we've never seen the monster's true form, so we guessed it was related to the dark attribute. A terrifying image of the Dark Knight Phantom formed through his words. This monster uses its dark attribute to hide its true body at the bottom of the sea. It strengthens itself by continuously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Liu An's voice grew more and more serious, and with the recovery of spiritual energy a few days ago, this monster has become extremely powerful. We must eliminate it immediately, or else ordinary people will face a catastrophic disaster. Then, he made a sincere plea. Lam Thien, young man, I hope you can lend us your strength in this matter. Lam Thien agreed without hesitation. All right, but I need you to do something for me. The scene shifts to Phi Phi's brightly lit house. Inside the bathroom, she was on the phone with her grandfather. Why did you people let Lam Thien go do this? The voice on the other end of the line replied, this is a test for him, and also a test for our country. Still, she disagreed, but you didn't have to send him on such a dangerous mission right from the start, did you? As she stepped into the bathtub, Phi Phi explained her reasoning. For the Dark Knight Phantom mission, the military initially sent a professional team. Even as her body sank into the warm bathwater, her voice remained incredibly serious. The weakest cultivator in that squad had already reached the 3rd stage of the courageous spring realm, and yet a team like that still failed, didn't they? Her grandfather tried to persuade her, Phi, I know you care for that boy, but we have no other choice. Besides, didn't I send 3 elites from the military to support him this time? Phi Phi's expression darkened when she heard his words. Global spiritual energy has now fully recovered. The rules of the world have undergone massive changes. If we fall behind other nations, we will surely be invaded and plundered by them. Not hearing a response from her, her grandfather continued. The Dark Knight Phantom is the lowest level Class A danger zone that we can currently control. As long as we can conquer a Class A zone, our country will have a voice in this new world. After hanging up, Phi Phi's worry was plain to see as she prayed silently, Lam Thien, you have to come back safely. The scene changes to a luxury car moving down the road. Inside, Vu Tin asked hesitantly, Captain Lam? Noticing her nervousness, Lam Thien spoke up. What is it? The girl asked curiously. So, where are we going? What kind of mission is this? Why am I the only one you brought? Aren't Kai and the others coming? As if he already knew Vu Tin would ask, he quickly replied, the 4 of you are a team, but you're the only one who has reached the 3rd level of the Yongquan realm. I need to see if you've been slacking off lately. Here are the mission details. Lam Thien's words immediately made her tense. I'll definitely do my best. I absolutely won't hold Captain Lam back. Lam Thien gently comforted her. You don't need to worry too much. Just think of this as a training opportunity. Besides, Bureau Chief Liu said the military would send people to assist us. After reading the documents carefully, Vu Tin loudly cheered herself on. All right, I'll definitely give it my all for Captain Lam. A moment later, the driver turned to them and announced, Mr. Lam, we've arrived at the port. Their car had arrived at the port, and everyone quickly got out. While Vu Tin was still moving slowly, Lam Thien was already observing the scene ahead. It turned out Chu Mok had arrived early and was already making a comment. These cultivators nowadays are getting younger and younger. Seeing the man, he remarked, 4th level of the Yongquan realm. In the current situation, he can indeed be considered an expert. Are you from the military? Then, Chu Mok spoke in a serious tone. My name is Chu Mok. I hope you two don't slow us down later. His attitude clearly annoyed Vu Tin. What do you mean by that? Do you have any idea how strong my Captain Lam is? But fearing they would start throwing punches, Manhwa immediately stepped in to mediate. All right. Old Chu can be a bit blunt. Please don't take it to heart. We're about to face a crisis together. It's not good to be fighting now. Luan Vu, standing behind them, spoke with an air of indifference. Everyone's here. Let's go. Despite just being looked down on, Lam Thien remained as calm as ever and comforted her. It's fine. Don't pay them any mind. We just need to do our job well. Vu Tin obediently agreed. All right, Captain Lam. A moment later, they dove one by one to the bottom of the ocean. Lam Thien, Vu Tin, and the military personnel were gently swimming down to the ocean floor. Chu Mok, noticing something, spoke up. What's this? Something is sucking the spiritual energy from my body. Luan Vu's face was filled with astonishment. This is the corrosive ability of the darkness attribute. Be careful. While trying to shield herself, Manhwa said, if you lived in a place like this for a long time, you probably wouldn't last long. Vu Tin, swimming beside him, couldn't help but cover her nose. Captain Lam, I feel sick. Why does it smell like something's rotting in the sea? Even though they were swimming underwater, Lam Thien took a deep breath. Immediately after, he created a barrier of power that enveloped them both. Not understanding what Lam Thien was doing, she called out shyly, Captain Lam. Without letting her overthink it, he replied calmly, I've helped you block part of the darkness attribute's effect. Don't disappoint me. Lam Thien's seriousness quickly influenced Vu Tin. Yes, sir. Up ahead, Chu Mok snorted coldly, his competitive nature flaring up. If we're all this uncomfortable, that brat must be so scared he's about to wet his pants, right? Suddenly, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. What? How is this possible? It turned out, Chu Mok had seen Lam Thien and Vu Tin's completely calm demeanor. How could they act as if nothing was wrong? After a moment of surprise, he snorted again. They must be using all their spiritual energy to resist the darkness attribute. When danger strikes, they'll surely just freeze up, not knowing what to do. While Chu Mok was still making malicious assumptions about others, Luan Vu had already spotted something. What is that? Everyone, be careful. At the bottom of the sea, a streak of light was moving as fast as lightning. As soon as he saw this, Chu Mok spoke up. That monster is nearby. Just as he shouted, the Dark Knight Phantom appeared. It's here! In an instant, Vu Tin hastily gathered power in her palm, preparing to strike. Surprisingly, Lam Thien moved to stop her from acting rashly. Don't be so quick to act. Observe carefully. This fish isn't the monster's true form. His firm, confident voice stunned Vu Tin. What? On the other side, Chu Mok didn't even think twice before throwing a punch at the Dark Knight Phantom. A magic circle instantly appeared in the middle of the ocean. He smirked smugly. Kid, don't just stand there gawking. A single moment of carelessness here will get you killed. Chu Mok's condescending attitude infuriated Vu Tin. You idiot. It's an illusion, can't you tell? Hearing this, he immediately retorted loudly, what illusion? What nonsense is this girl spouting? Right after, Manhwa's panicked voice rang out. Chu Mok, watch out. Just as she finished speaking, tentacles appeared out of nowhere and attacked everyone. Luan Vu screamed in terror. What's going on? Where did these tentacles come from? Just as he finished his question, the true form of the Dark Knight Phantom appeared. This is... Then, Manhwa quickly sensed its terrifying power. 5th level of the Yongquan realm. So, it was a monster at the 5th level of the Yongquan realm. Luan Vu's face finally showed some emotion as he understood why. So that's why they failed last time. Ignoring their fear, Vu Tin gathered her strength and unleashed her ice scythe flame dance slash. Though he looked down on her, Chu Mok still yelled out in worry. You idiot, you're no match for that thing. She gritted her teeth, raised her weapon, and made a silent vow. I absolutely cannot let Captain Lam down. I have to show Captain Lam what I'm made of. After freezing the nearby tentacles, Vu Tin sliced them into pieces with one clean strike. Then, she let out a joyous shout, unable to contain her excitement. Like a child, Vu Tin turned to him with a beaming smile and reported, Captain Lam, I did it. It seemed her attack had enraged the Dark Knight Phantom. Chu Mok immediately sensed something was wrong. Run. Unfortunately, Manhwa and Luan Vu were both sent flying, coughing up blood one after the other. In the next second, Vu Tin managed to create a snowflake shield to protect herself. But unfortunately, her defense was shattered by the tentacle's power. The sight left Vu Tin stunned and hopeless. Am I going to die here? Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth. Along with Lam Thien's voice, You did well. Lam Thien had blocked the Dark Knight Phantom's attack, right in front of her. Captain Lam Thien calmly advised, "Just be more careful next time, got it?" His strength left Manhwa in disbelief. That kid actually blocked the tentacle's attack? Luanvu was also amazed. Is his spiritual energy a fire attribute? Why does it feel so different from any fire attribute I've ever seen? Elsewhere, Chumak also sensed something and speculated, how can there be such a powerful fire attribute spiritual energy? Could it be from that kid? As the monster seethed with rage, Lam Thien casually chatted with it. Earlier today, you injured Lan Hingjiet with your tentacles. Now, I'll do the same to you. Seems fair, right? Right after, he slowly drew his sword. Perfect timing to test out the new gold tier technique I just got. Lam Thien's figure flashed towards the Dark Knight Phantom. Leaping down from above, he raised his sword, preparing to strike. As expected, Lam Thien powerfully plunged his sword straight into its body. Lam Thien's recklessness made Chumak grit his teeth and curse. Fool, how could the body of a gushing spring realm 5th level master be harmed by such a pathetic blade? Ignoring the old man's scorn, he slowly began to chant, "Immortal sacred flame art." The next second, the sword in Lam Thien's hand erupted in brilliant flames. The fire on the blade grew larger and larger. As if wanting to incinerate everything around it, the flames spread rapidly, engulfing the Dark Knight Phantom. It shrieked in agony as it burned. Then, the Dark Knight Phantom's entire body suddenly exploded, shaking the very heavens. The scene left Chumak utterly terrified. What just happened? He yelled, his voice growing louder, but Lam Thien's expression remained unchanged. What kind of power is this? Chumak's brow furrowed, and he gritted his teeth. So, what the commander-in-chief said was all true. He began to recall the conversation he had with his commander. Back then, Chumak had shouted, "Commander, you think too highly of him. He's just a minor rogue cultivator. Without the army's resources and training, how strong could he possibly be?" The commander had replied to his words, "Chumak, I know you're proud and arrogant, but this man, Lam Thien, his strength is not to be underestimated." He calmly explained his point of view. To ordinary people, we cultivators are like frogs in a well, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. But for cultivators at our current stage, looking at Lam Thien is like a speck of dust looking up at the vast blue sky. This Lam Thien is someone we can only befriend, never make an enemy of. Returning to the present, Chumak was still in a daze of disbelief. Is he even human? With such talent, if he were nurtured by the army and given resources, what realm would he reach? Then, he glanced over at Vu Tin. Chumak praised her silently. That girl must be his subordinate, right? Fearless in the face of danger, calm and composed. And she's already reached the 3rd level of the Gushing Spring realm at such a young age. With a little more growth, her future will be boundless, truly immeasurable. After pondering for a moment, his expression suddenly darkened. Chumak was disappointed in himself. It seems, I've gotten old. Minhwa was supporting Luanvu, and seeing his gloomy expression, she asked curiously, "Old Chu, are you hurt?" He also wondered, what are you spacing out for? The two helped each other over to Chumak. He lowered his head and spoke, "I'm sorry. A moment ago, I was only thinking of my own survival." Luanvu didn't blame him, gently placing a hand on his chest in comfort. "It's all right. Just treat us to a round of drinks later, and we'll call it even." Chumak smiled and replied, "Deal. Let me go apologize first, then we'll drink until we drop." With that, he walked over to Lam Thien. Chumak humbled himself, saying, "Lam Thien, thank you for saving my life and the lives of my comrades. I was wrong before." The young man replied modestly, "Captain Chu was just worried about us. Don't mind it." The old man bowed deeply. The man replied once more, "Well then, thank you very much." Yu Qing covered her nose and walked over, saying, "Captain Lin, Captain Zhu, let's hurry up. It stinks to death down here." Lin Tian nodded. "Yeah, let's go up." After that, everyone quickly swam up to the surface. Suddenly, Lin Tian noticed something. Yu Qing turned around and asked, "Captain Lin, what's wrong?" He looked down at the seabed, then instructed, "You all go up first. I'm going to see what's down there." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian quickly swam back down to the seabed to search. A shimmering light suddenly appeared. He was surprised. 2 starlight flowers gradually came into view before his eyes. He wondered, there are actually 2 starlight flowers? Lin Tian immediately approached them. He held the flowers in his hand and thought, this time, both Su Yuqing and Leng Yue can use these to increase their strength. After taking them, he began to swim back to shore. Bright lights shone from a large crane at the harbor. Lin Tian walked while looking around. Where is everyone? A voice suddenly called out to him. Lin Tian, is that you? Lei Nuo appeared from the darkness with a serious expression. He stood towering behind him. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. When did he get so close to me? Why didn't I sense him at all? He slowly spoke up. The man handed Lin Tian a business card and introduced himself. My name is Lei Nuo. I am the young Mrs. Bodyguard. This is my card, he calmly explained. A few days ago, the young miss was busy with a mission, so she couldn't meet you right away. In the future, if the young miss needs your help, you can call this number. Lin Tian took the business card, looked at it, and asked, Who is this young miss you're talking about? Lei Nuo replied, Commander Shen's granddaughter, Miss Shen Feifei. He frowned, thinking, so it really is her. I knew it. Among the people I know, only she could have a bodyguard of this caliber. Then he looked at Lei Nuo again. I can't see through this guy. Lei Nuo's strength. Could he be an Iron Vein Realm cultivator? Lin Tian asked aloud, Why are you here looking for me? And where are my friends? The man answered sternly. Miss Su Yu Qing has been taken home by a private car, and Zhu Mu and the other two have been picked up by a military vehicle. Then he noticed a luxury car behind Lei Nuo. He pointed to it and explained, I'm waiting here for you because the commander-in-chief wants to see you. Lin Tian couldn't believe his ears. He immediately asked again, the commander-in-chief? The head of the military? Lei Nuo replied, That's right. The commander-in-chief wants to speak with you. Please, follow me. He walked over and opened the car door for Lin Tian. Then he invited him in with a solemn tone. After getting inside the car, Lin Tian asked curiously, You are Commander Shen? Mr. Shen greeted him cheerfully. Young man, you must be Lin Tian, right? My granddaughter has been mentioning you non-stop these past few days. Have a seat. He sat on the seat opposite Commander Shen. The commander began, I heard from my granddaughter that you've sealed the skyfire within your body? Lin Tian replied, That's right. Commander Shen sighed with emotion, truly worthy of the era of spiritual energy revival. Anything can happen. He continued to praise him. Without the backing of the military or the nation, a powerhouse like you can still emerge. This is truly a blessing for our country. He scratched his face shyly and replied, Commander Shen, you're exaggerating. I was just lucky. Commander Shen suddenly smiled, rubbing his chin. Good. Humble but not weak. Calm but not arrogant. You truly are worthy of being the young man my granddaughter has her eye on. After a few pleasantries, he became serious and got to the main point. Lin Tian, the world is undergoing a great change right now. Anomalies will become more and more common, and for ordinary people who haven't adapted, it will be a devastating catastrophe. He remained silent for a moment before replying, Commander Shen, rest assured, if I encounter any anomaly harming civilians, I will absolutely not stand by and do nothing. Commander Shen continued to explain, I'm not telling you this to bind you, or to impose any moral obligations. I just hope you can increase your strength as quickly as possible. He told Lin Tian, of all the types of spiritual energy, the dark attribute is the most troublesome, because the dark attribute can corrode any living creature, turning them into mindless monsters. Commander Shen's expression grew more and more solemn. Your lightning attribute spiritual energy is the best counter to the dark attribute. You must mature quickly, for your own sake, and for the sake of this country. Lin Tian replied confidently, Yes, sir. Commander Shen, rest assured. I will definitely do my best to cultivate. The commander took out a phone and handed it to him. This is a specialized military phone. It's completely secure from eavesdropping. If you ever need help, you can call me directly. Lin Tian happily accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Commander Shen. Actually, there is one thing I was hoping you could help me with. Commander Shen was surprised. Oh, what is it? Tell me. He slowly drew his saber and explained. It's like this. This is the weapon I asked Director Liu to get for me. As the blade was unsheathed, something appeared on it, many cracks. Lin Tian continued to explain, I thought this blade could withstand my spirit energy, but after Commander Shen saw the blade, he immediately looked surprised. I remember this blade is old Liu's most prized treasure. How did it get damaged to this extent? Just how powerful is the spirit energy in this kid's body? Afterwards, Commander Shen calmly replied, Leave this to me. In a few days, I'll have someone bring you a blade that's much sturdier to test out. Lin Tian was overjoyed. Thank you, Commander Shen. The conversation between them ended, and he stepped out of the car, the crescent moon illuminating the sky. Lin Tian watched the car drive away. Looks like I can't let my guard down for even a second. Suddenly, his phone rang. Someone was calling him. Lin Tian answered the call. Hello? Bureau Chief Liu? What's wrong? Liu Ying's panicked voice came through the phone. Lin Tian, Leng Yue is not doing well. He quickly asked, What happened? On Liu Ying's end of the line, Leng, Yue was lying on a hospital bed, being resuscitated by doctors and nurses. One doctor lost his composure, shouting that Miss Lang's heart was slowing down. The others replied, "I know, you don't have to say it. We have to find a way to extract all the dark spirit energy from her body." A conflict erupted in the emergency room. One doctor objected, "We can't. She's still in a coma right now. Forcibly extracting the spirit energy will cause the remaining energy in her body to run rampant." The other panicked. "Then what do we do? Are we just going to stand here and wait for her to die?" Liu Ying was sitting outside, dazed and waiting. He tormented himself with guilt. "It's all my fault." Lin Tian's voice suddenly came through. "Bureau Chief Liu, I'm here." Liu Ying let out a sigh of relief. "Lin Tian, you're finally here." He quickly asked about the situation that was unfolding. "How is Lang Yue's condition now? Wasn't she fine when I left?" "Why so suddenly?" The chief suddenly asked. "Do you know the characteristics of dark attribute spirit energy?" Lin Tian replied, "Dark attribute spirit energy can cause a living being to lose its sanity." "Don't tell me?" Liu Ying nodded and explained. "That's right. Lang Yue has been a very strong-willed girl since she was young. After you saved her, she started to doubt her own abilities, so she went on a mission by herself, without discussing it with you," he said sadly. "If I had known, I would have had her take you along before assigning the mission to you two." He immediately asked in his mind, "System, come out. Is there a way to save Lang Yue?" The system's voice rang out. "Please touch Lang Yue's body for 3 minutes. The system will help the host analyze a method to save her." Lin Tian quickly opened the door to the hospital room. "I got it. I'm going now." His sudden entrance left the doctors and nurses stunned. "Who are you? Nurse, get him out of here. We're trying to save a life." Lin Tian walked towards Lang Yue and directly pushed the doctor aside. "If you can't cure her, then stop putting on a show." Lin Tian started to touch her hand. "System, you have to save her." The system's voice immediately rang out, beginning analysis. The doctors in the room were furious, and they took turns cursing at him. "Where did this insolent brat come from? Let go of me. Have you been watching too many web dramas and power fantasy novels? You think you can cure her just by taking her pulse? Get the hell out. Don't interfere with Miss Lang's treatment. If Bureau Chief Liu holds us responsible later, none of you can bear the consequences." Everyone was in an uproar. Dr. Liu shouted, "What about the security guards outside? Who let this kid in here?" Liu Ying walked in and answered, "I let him in." "Dr. Liu, do you have a problem with that?" The doctor immediately stepped aside in fear. "Be Bureau Chief Liu. I didn't mean that. It's just Miss Lang's injuries right now." The chief sighed, silently accepting the consequences of letting Lin Tian try. If even he doesn't have a way, then this old man will be the one who killed that girl, Lang Yue. Dr. Liu turned to look at Lin Tian, wondering to himself, what is this kid's background? How could he make Bureau Chief Liu say something like that? The system panel showed that the analysis was at 62%, and the percentage began to climb to 84%. Not long after, his system presented the results. Treatment plan. 1. Crush the starlight flower into a powder and have the patient ingest it. This will break the balance between the ice and dark attribute spirit energy in her body. 2. Infuse lightning attribute spirit energy from the host's body into Lang Yue's body. Guide the lightning spirit energy to eliminate the dark attribute spirit energy. 3. Slowly harmonize the lightning and ice spirit energy within Lang Yue's body, while gradually withdrawing the lightning spirit energy. 4. The entire treatment process is expected to last for 3 hours. During this process, the host must maintain physical contact with Lang Yue. Lin Tian quickly turned and announced, "Bureau Chief Liu, I have a way to save Lang Yue, but I need everyone to step back a bit." Dr. Liu shouted, "Step back? Why? What's there to hide when you're saving someone's life?" His body immediately erupted with a powerful lightning energy. Lin Tian replied coldly, "Because in this state, I can only guarantee Lang Yue's safety, but not to ensure his safety. Understand?" Liu Ying demanded. "Everyone, do as Lin Tian says." He obediently replied, "Yes, sir." The room quickly fell silent again. Lin Tian began to crush the starlight flower into a fine powder. He then mixed the starlight flower powder with water. Next, he helped Lang Yue sit up and slowly gave her the mixture to drink. Immediately after drinking the medicine, Lang Yue had a violent reaction, and her body began to convulse intensely. Lin Tian channeled his lightning spiritual energy into her body, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring you back to life." A few hours passed, and the warm sunlight shone through the curtains on the window. Lang Yue slowly opened her eyes, surprised. Lin Tian." He let out a sigh of relief and said, You're finally awake, Lin Tian gently reminded her. Don't be so reckless next time. Leng Yue asked dazedly. Did you save me? He covered his mouth with his hand and yawned, looking exhausted. Lin Tian replied, yeah, luckily I found 2 starlight flowers at the bottom of the sea. Otherwise I wouldn't have known how to save you. She asked sadly, do you feel like I'm holding you back? Lin Tian was puzzled. Why would you think that? He used words of praise to comfort and coax Leng Yue. You're a powerful cultivator at the 3rd level of the spring source realm. At this stage, you're practically invincible in this world, she replied in disappointment. But I'm still weaker than you. Lin Tian comforted the girl with a deadpan expression. Don't be so hard on yourself. It's not that you're too weak, it's that I'm too strong. Have you ever seen anyone as strong as me? Leng Yue lowered her head and thought, that's right. Before I met him, I had almost never met a worthy opponent. Even with Chief Lu, I was confident I could surpass him within 5 years. He gave her a few instructions, and then turned to leave. If you're okay now, I'm going to get some rest. I was busy all night, and didn't get any sleep. We'll meet in the forest outside the city the morning after tomorrow. I'll take you for some recovery training, so don't be late. The scene changes, and a vast, lush, green forest appears. A mutant hound charged aggressively. Leng Yue immediately kicked it away. The mutant hound yelped in pain. Lin Tian observed from the side. See? I told you were very strong. He continued to explain. This mutant wolf is at the peak of the 3rd level spring source realm, yet you sent it flying with a single kick. Your current strength has definitely reached the 4th level spring source realm. Leng Yue turned her face away and said, you don't need to flatter me. I know my own level. Lin Tian replied helplessly. All right, the recovery training is almost done. We should. A loud noise suddenly erupted, cutting him off. Both of them were startled and immediately became vigilant. She asked curiously, an explosion? The system's voice suddenly rang out. Extremely powerful dark attribute, spiritual energy detected. Host, please be careful. Lin Tian looked around, then replied, this isn't just a simple explosion. Deep in the rector forest, dark attribute spiritual energy is running rampant. Leng Yue couldn't believe her ears. What? In that same forest, a group of people were setting up tents for a camping trip. Jiang Yu placed his hand on Xiao Tong's shoulder, leaning in close to say, Xiao Tong, later I'll catch a big fish and grill a huge skewer for you. However, she showed a look of disgust and pushed his hand away, replying, who wants your grilled skewers? Immediately after, she walked over to a girl busy in front of them and offered, Xiao Shui, let me help you set up the tent. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yu's friend came over to tease him. Brother Jiang, are you having a little spat with Sister Xiao Tong? He frowned slightly, explaining with annoyance. She's just been sulking for a few days because I saw a pretty girl. His friend, clueless, laughed loudly and joked. Brother Jiang, next time you flirt with a girl, just be a little more discreet in front of Sister Xiao Tong. But a scumbag will always be a scumbag. Jiang Yu quickly joined the discussion with him. You have no idea how hot that girl was the other day. Hearing this, his friend also became a bit curious and intrigued. So there's a girl who can even captivate Brother Jiang like this? I'll definitely have to meet her if I get the chance. The moment he finished speaking, his ear was suddenly pinched by a hand. You won't have it tomorrow. That hand belonged to Xiao Shui. She grabbed him by the ear, pulling him away from the inappropriate conversation, and scolded, get over here and set up the tent for me. As he was being dragged away, he hurriedly tried to sweet-talk her. Xiao Shui, I was just kidding. You know, I love you so much. Seeing their lovey-dovey display, Jiang Yu turned and walked away with some dissatisfaction. Whatever, I'll go gather some firewood first. With that, he went deeper into the forest and began to gather wood to bring back. On his way back, he suddenly discovered something. It was a dark spiritual energy treasure blooming on the ground. Seeing it for the first time, Jiang Yu was a bit puzzled. What is this? Just then, he suddenly remembered a news report he had seen. Breaking news. The World Joint Council has just announced that Earth has officially entered the era of global spiritual energy revival. According to reports from spiritual energy experts, opportunities now abound all over the world. Because he recalled these words while staring at the flower for too long, his eyes seemed to have been hypnotized. Immediately after, he remembered a sensual image. Kung Fu frantically rushed towards it, screaming, "This is my power, the power that will make me a king. This is the chance that heaven has given me. Lam Thien, I will definitely crush you under my foot," Kung Fu said as he devoured it greedily. "I will. To make you a stray dog in front of that woman, just like you were in front of Hyudong. In the middle of his feast, his body suddenly went rigid. What followed was his blood-curdling scream and a sudden explosion of immense power. This power twisted Kung Vu's face, making veins bulge as a grotesque smile spread across it. This is power. This feeling is incredible. Just as he was reveling in his excitement, a cry for help reached his ears. Help! Hyo Dong's group was surrounded by mutated wolves, and just as one pounced, Kung Vu flew in and sent it flying with a kick. Are you okay? Hyudong cried out worriedly. Brother! Kung, be careful. That's a whole pack of wolves. Filled with his new power, he confidently destroyed the wolves one by one, saying, Don't worry. This pack is nothing but a bunch of ants to me. Seeing him like this, she was a bit surprised and wondered to herself, what's going on? Why did Kung Vu suddenly become so strong? Is this even a power that a human can achieve? While she was still stunned, a comment from one of Kung Vu's scummy friends snapped her out of it. Holy crap, Brother Kyung. You've become one of those so-called spirit chi cultivators the news has been talking about, haven't you? Hyudong gasped in shock. What? So this is a cultivator? I never imagined a cultivator could be this terrifyingly powerful. Realizing this, she bit her lip, her mind racing as she made a decision. A man this strong must belong to me, Hyudong. At the same time, in another, much quieter part of the forest, Lam Thien was leading the way. He warned, Be careful. We're getting closer to that source of dark attribute spirit chi. Lan Nguyen quietly nodded in response. I can feel it too. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual and shouted, Wait! Immediately, he and she leaped up into the branches of a nearby tree. The moment they did, a pack of mutated wolves appeared below. Seeing that they looked agitated, Len Wiet asked in confusion, What's going on? Did these mutated wolves run into something? Among the wolves, one was injured, and a strange black smoke was emanating from its body. Seeing the wound, Lam Thien frowned slightly and muttered, That's a wound caused by dark attribute spirit chi. Sensing the situation was tense, she turned to him for his opinion. Should we report this to Bureau Chief Liu? His expression was grave as he carefully considered it. Let's investigate the specific situation first. Otherwise, Bureau Chief Liu will just send people in anyway. Suddenly, he channeled power into his legs and leaped down. Lam Thien landed in front of the wolf pack and said, I made a promise to Commander Shen. I can't let you guys barge into the city like this. Immediately after, he raised his hand, gathering a massive amount of power and shouting, Die. The sphere of power he unleashed engulfed the entire wolf pack, wiping them out in a single blow. After finishing them off, he signaled to Lan Wiet, Let's go. The two of them continued onward. Lam Thien looked at the scene before them and exclaimed, This is. She quickly scanned the area and finished his sentence. Someone was camping here. Taking advantage of his distraction, Kung Vu appeared from behind and launched a sneak attack. Luckily, Lan Wiet reacted in time and threw up a shield, blocking the blow for him. Be careful. Seeing her protect him, he felt a pang of jealousy. This girl is pretty cute too, and just as strong as the last one. Damn it. How does this brat Lam Thien know so many beautiful women? Kung Vu pulled his hand back, stuck it in his pocket, and landed on the ground, making an offer. Hey little sister, your skills are pretty impressive. How about I buy you a drink later? Lan Nguyen eyed him warily and demanded, Who are you? Why did you attack Lam Thien? He didn't bother hiding it, answering bluntly, Because I have a grudge against him, so I have to teach him a lesson. She retorted with scorn and disbelief. A lesson? If I hadn't noticed in time, he could have been seriously hurt. Your attack was more than just a simple lesson. As soon as she finished speaking, he stepped forward, his face dark as he questioned him. Kung Vu, you devoured the dark spirit chi treasure to become a cultivator, didn't you? Hearing this, Lan Wiet's expression changed as she gasped. What? He laughed ostentatiously and replied, That's right. I'm now a powerful cultivator. Getting his confirmation, Lam Thien pressed on. You were the one who drove off that wolf pack just now, weren't you? Do you have any idea how many innocent people would have died if that pack had entered the city? Kung Vu couldn't care less, replying casually, I'm a cultivator now. I don't need to care about the lives of that trash. Hearing his contemptuous words, Lan Hengwiet was filled with rage. Lam Thien calmly stopped her. There's no need to talk to him anymore. Right now, what's needed are fists, not lessons. Seeing him act so confident, the man laughed heartily. Excellent. Lin Tian, you finally stopped being a coward. Let me show you what a real cultivator is. Jiang Yu's power erupted, growing more and more intense. His maniacal laughter echoed throughout the forest. Lin Tian also got into his stance, ready to unleash his own power, preparing to face him. He looked at this massive amount of power, silently assessing it. Judging by this level of spiritual energy, he's probably at the second realm of the Brave Spring. This is truly a world where spiritual energy has been restored. To think a single fruit could grant someone such a huge advancement. Just as he was lost in thought, the man used his speed and power to launch an attack from behind. Lin Tian reacted quickly, blocking the kick with his hand. Thrilled to face a worthy opponent, Jiang Yu praised him. Not bad, it seems you have some strength after all. Lin Tian shot back a provocative look. Is this the full extent of your power? Looked down upon like that, he roared in anger. You're courting death. Immediately after, he unleashed a barrage of punches at Lin Tian, but every single one was blocked. Jiang Yu continued his furious assault, shouting, "How can this be? How can you possibly take all of my attacks?" Lin Tian calmly opened his mouth and stated nonchalantly, "You're too weak, Jiang Yu." Lin Tian prepared to counterattack, his voice dripping with contempt. "If you weren't a cultivator, facing me would be an impossibility." As he spoke, he landed a punch straight to the man's face. "And since you are a cultivator, you're nothing more than a speck of dust against the vast sky." He was knocked to the ground, muttering in disbelief. How is this possible? Xiao Tong's group, seeing him defeated, cried out in alarm. "Brother Jiang, are you okay, Brother Jiang?" Xiao Tong's confidence wavered as she wondered, when did Lin Tian get so strong? Strong enough to defeat Jiang Yu? Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have confronted Lin Tian so soon. After taking down his opponent, he landed next to Leng Yue and told her to take them all back for a thorough interrogation to see if anyone else had obtained a fortunate encounter. She quickly took out her communication device and complied. "Got it. I'll inform Director Liu to seal off this mountain immediately." Elsewhere, Jiang Yu was seething with resentment, cursing internally. "I actually lost to Lin Tian. That bastard is infuriating. Impossible." Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in his mind. "Do you desire power?" The voice didn't stop. It repeated the question. "Do you desire power?" As soon as the voice faded, the scenery around him suddenly changed. Before Jiang Yu was a strange, dark figure, sitting on what looked like a throne. This dark figure. It's like a demon king from a novel. He is the Dark Sovereign. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu immediately begged him, "I want power. I want invincible power. As long as I can crush Lin Tian, I'm willing to pay any price." The Dark Sovereign wasted no words, firing a beam of power from his finger towards him. The beam shot straight into the middle of Jiang Yu's forehead. His eyes gradually turned white, and veins bulged on his face. A moment later, he felt the abundant power coursing through his body, and cried out in satisfaction, "Power! This is the power I wanted. This feeling is incredible." Back in the real world, Leng Yue was still oblivious. She walked over to them and said, "All right, you're all coming with me to the Cultivators Association to explain yourselves." Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Yu began to unleash the power he had just received. Lin Tian rushed to shield her, shouting, "Watch out!" A massive amount of dark power grew more and more intense, enveloping Jiang Yu's entire body. The surrounding trees were affected, withering one by one under the dark power. Even his own friend was swallowed by it, screaming in terror. "Brother Jiang, what's happening?" Xiao Shui and Xiao Tong begged in fear. "No, I don't want to die." Fortunately, Lin Tian and Leng Yue were far enough away to be unaffected. He looked at the scene before him with a grave expression. Commander Shen's words were true after all. Only she, not understanding the situation, panicked. What on earth is going on? The dark energy enveloping Jiang Yu floated into the air, emitting a strange voice. Finally, the Dark Sovereign emerged from within it, exclaiming with satisfaction, "I have once again returned to this wonderful world." Seeing him, Leng Yue was startled and wary, a bit bewildered. What is this? How could he break through? From the second realm of the Brave Spring to the fourth realm in an instant? Lin Tian warned her cautiously, "Be careful. That's definitely not the person you knew anymore." Just then, the monotonous sound of the system rang out, detected. Low-level Dark-type monster, Dark Sovereign. Immediately after, the system panel displayed a mission notification. Temporary mission issued. Defeat the Dark Sovereign. Reward, new spiritual energy attribute cultivation pill. Receiving the mission, he felt a little worried. I've never seen this type of monster, even in my past life. I have no idea what kind of attacks it has. Come on. While he was still planning his next move, the Dark Sovereign looked at its body in disgust. The flesh and blood of these humans is so pathetic. It can't even help me form a complete body. These two humans have a very strong aura. If I can, devour them. A large portion of my power will be restored. With that, it chose its prey and lunged forward to attack. Let's start with the weaker girl. I'll devour her first. The arrow it fired shot straight towards Lan Yuet. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He leaped in front of her, blocking the attack and destroying the arrow with a single slash. Seeing his reaction, the Dark Sovereign was slightly intrigued and praised him. "Oh, not bad, young man. You managed to skillfully block my attack?" He didn't answer its question, instead asking one of his own. "What in the world are you? And where is Jiang Yu?" It replied with arrogant disdain. "You are not worthy of knowing who I am. All you humans need to know is to either submit to me or die." Seeing its confidence, his expression gradually turned dangerous. "It seems, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn how to speak more pleasantly." Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Dark Sovereign thought it was a joke, and burst out laughing. "What an interesting human. Thinking you can teach me a lesson." Without another word, it activated its dark space to initiate the fight. "I'll let you experience the ultimate darkness and see just how terrifying it is." The dark space immediately rushed towards him, surrounding him as if to swallow him whole. Lan Henguyet panicked and cried out, "Lin Tian!" She rushed towards the spatial sphere that was imprisoning him. Running up to the dark space, she immediately unleashed her power to attack it. The beam of energy focused on one spot of the sphere, aiming to destroy it and free him. But it had no effect. The Dark Sovereign watched her futile attempts and sneered, "It's useless. With an attack of this level, you'll never break through. Stop resisting and just let me devour you obediently." Suddenly, right at the spot Lan Hengjiet had attacked, a powerful hand burst out from a newly formed tier. Seeing that arm, the Dark Sovereign's eyes widened in shock. Immediately after, continuous slashes appeared all over the dark space. Then, with a tearing sound, the dark space was shattered. Lin Tian emerged from within, completely unscathed and mocked. "Is that all you've got?" Although the dark space was broken, it didn't seem phased at all, saying, "Do you really think that just by breaking the seal of my dark space, you can fight against me?" Lan Henguyet ran over and quickly suggested, "Lin Tian, let's face it together." But he immediately rejected her offer. "No need. You just stay here and don't move. I want to see just how far my full power can go." Hearing this, Lan Gu was a bit stunned and confused. Full power? What does he mean? He didn't say much more, instead unleashing his full power as an answer. "This is what I mean." Immediately after, he charged straight towards the Dark Sovereign to attack. Because his speed was too fast, it couldn't react in time, only able to watch as his hand reached out in front of its face. Then, a massive stream of power, like a pillar shot straight at the Dark Sovereign. Following this beam of light was a colossal explosion that shook the very ground. The Dark Sovereign, lying in the rubble after the blast, cried out in disbelief, "To think I was pinned to the ground by a weak human." Lin Tian shot it a death glare and asked, "Scared yet?" His words enraged it, and it charged forward with all its might, roaring, "You insignificant human, how dare you look down on me? You're courting death." It launched an attack towards him, screaming, "Die." Lin Tian showed no signs of dodging, watching as the attack approached him. Just as it got closer, he blocked it with one hand, unleashing the power of lightning and fire. Witnessing this, the Dark Sovereign seemed to be in disbelief, gritting its teeth. "Impossible." He blocked it, without taking any damage at all. Seeing the look on its face, he enjoyed taunting it. "Is that fear on your face right now? It seems you can't even make me use my full power. How disappointing." Just as he said, it recoiled slightly in fear. "This guy isn't an ordinary person. His strength is even greater than mine right now." With that thought, it quickly turned to find a way to escape. "I can't. I absolutely cannot die here. I must devour more humans, gain even greater power, and then I will kill him to get my revenge." Seeing it trying to flee, he narrowed his eyes, releasing a spark of lightning and said, "Did I say you could leave?" The moment he finished speaking, a massive amount of lightning appeared, striking it directly. The Dark Sovereign was hit by the storm of lightning and screamed in agony. It seemed it could no longer bear it, and transformed into a bat and fled, leaving its body to be destroyed. Watching the bat fly away, he clicked his tongue and muttered, "To abandon most of your body, just to stay alive?" The battle was over. Lan Nuyet saw him land and quickly ran over to ask, "Lin Tian, are you okay?" He was completely unharmed, not a scratch on him, and replied, "I'm fine, but a part of that dark monster managed to escape. We need to contact Director Liu immediately." She quickly agreed. "All right, The scene gradually shifts to a large city under a gloomy sky as the monotonous sound of a weather forecast plays. Due to the influence of a cold front, our city will experience heavy rain this afternoon. The Meteorological Bureau has issued a red alert for heavy rain. Everyone, please try to limit your time outdoors. Besides the weather forecast, the sound of a TV commercial can be heard. Hey everyone, I'm telling you, something big is definitely going to happen this afternoon. In a bit, I'll show you all a flashy stunt where I get struck by lightning. At the same time, on a deserted street, a girl crossing the road was complaining in frustration. What the heck? It's clearly all his fault. We already agreed to go out and have fun today. Why would he cancel just because of a little rain? As she grumbled, a strange sound suddenly reached her. The terrified pedestrian spun around and shouted, "Who's there?" Only then did she realize she was lost, and she looked around in a panic. Hey, where am I? Seizing the opportunity, a dark creature immediately lunged toward her. Just as it got close and was about to attack, a bolt of lightning shot down from nowhere, annihilating the dark creature. Immediately after, a goader, familiar voice rang out. Didn't you listen to the news today? Lin Tian stood there, looking coolly at the swarm of dark creatures flying in the sky, and advised the pedestrian, go home, right now. It's very dangerous outside. The weather hasn't improved, so don't go out until you're notified. However, she didn't seem to hear him, completely mesmerized by his handsome face. So handsome, he's so handsome. Ignoring her, he reached into his pocket, took out his phone, and made a call. Lin Tian put the phone to his ear and asked the person on the other end, Lan Giet, what's the situation? The woman on the other end replied, the dark creature that escaped is harder to deal with than we thought. That dark monster seems to have split itself into countless bats and has started randomly attacking people throughout the city. These small bats rely on devouring the spiritual energy in human bodies to continuously evolve. Among the bats we've eliminated, we've already found some that have reached the Yongquan second realm, and what's more, their devouring hasn't stopped. Hearing her report, his expression turned a bit more serious. He thought to himself, it seems these bats want to turn the entire city's population into a source of energy for their evolution. If all these bats evolve to the Yongquan third realm and then merge back into that one dark creature, I'm afraid even I will have trouble dealing with it then. I have to find a way to take care of them. Before that happens, high in the sky, there was one dark creature different from the rest. It was the Dark Monarch. He watched intently as his hazy purple clouds enveloped the entire city. Right now, he had only one thought. As long as I devour everyone in this city, I can restore my power to its peak. When that time comes, I will make that human pay the price. I'll torture him horribly, making him wish he were dead. Down on the ground, a convoy of vehicles was moving forward on the highway. On those vehicles were soldiers from the army, along with modern weaponry. At the same time, in another location, a pair of nimble hands typed furiously on a keyboard, creating a rapid tapping sound. On the computer screen, a social media page appeared, with a newly posted status. Help me, there's a giant bat ramming into my window. Following that, status was a storm of comments. Is this the apocalypse? I saw a bat suck a person dry with my own eyes. The bats have mutated. I just saw a giant one. Help! Something is banging on my security door. I'm too scared to look. If that handsome hero comes to save me, I'll repay him with my body. Fed up with the flood of information online, she clicked the mouse, deleting posts in bulk. Fei, looking extremely annoyed, tried to control the information and prevent it from spreading further, complaining wearily, this is so damn annoying. Can't you people just behave and stay quietly at home? Why are you here posting things that just make people panic? Do you think the dark system monsters aren't strong enough already? The more she worked, the more she couldn't take it, shouting in anger, making the people behind her jump. Can't we just shut down their internet? Lei Nuo reminded her with a hint of helplessness. There are tens of millions of people posting. How can our team of a few 10,000 people possibly delete everything? Young miss, if we really cut the internet, I'm afraid their panic will only get worse. Hearing him say that, she turned away sulkily and replied, I know, I'm just venting a little. This is so frustrating. After saying that, she suddenly remembered something and asked about the situation. Lei Nuo, hasn't the army broken through yet? It's been half an hour. He operated his tablet to check the report. All roads leading into Tianhai City are blocked by Yongquan Third Realm bats. They definitely won't be able to get in anytime soon. I hope you can be patient, young miss. Fei seemed to let out a bit of her anxiety, whispering to herself, Lin Tian, you have to be okay. And at that very same moment, the scene shifts to a tall building. Lin Tian and Leng Yue slowly make their way inside. Seeing the two of them, Yu Qing quickly called out, "Captain Lin!" Tianfang also exclaimed happily, "Big bro!" He walked over to them and asked with concern, "Is everyone okay?" Yu Qing quickly replied, "Sister Qi and I were training at my villa at the time. It wasn't until Director Liu called that we realized the anomaly had occurred." As soon as she finished, Tianfang cut in, boasting confidently, "Big bro, when the mutation happened, I was eating barbecue with my little brother. That's when a mutated bat swooped down to attack him. I killed it with a single punch and then skewered it, made it into a giant kebab, and grilled it with my brother." Lin Tian was a bit exasperated by this and reminded him, "Just try not to get a stomachache." After the happy reunion, Lu Ying, sitting at the head of the table, spoke up, "Lin Tian, now that you're here, we can start the video conference with the military command." He agreed without another word. With that, Lu Ying opened the communication screen and tapped on it, saying, "Commander Shen, we're ready on our end." The large screen behind him immediately showed the image of Commander Shen, as everyone from the Spirit Energy Association was present. Then, let's immediately begin discussing the rescue plan for Tianhai City. Currently, the two main highways to the east and west, leading in and out of Tianhai City, are both blocked by a massive number of mutated bats. At the central square, in the southeast, Tianhai City is showing an extremely large energy reaction. We believe it's very likely the main entity controlling these mutated bats. Hearing this, Lin Tian pondered for a moment, repeating to himself, "The central square. Huh?" Suddenly, he noticed the person in front of him trembling slightly, and wondered, why does Li Qi look so unwell? Unaware of their distraction, Commander Shen continued, "We plan to force a breakthrough from the Eastern Highway, opening up an escape route. Then, we'll lead the people at the central square to evacuate, followed by suppressing the area with heavy firepower. To evacuate the civilians faster, we need the assistance of you all from the Spirit Energy Association to approach the central square from another route and begin the evacuation ahead of time." According to the analysis department's calculations, this entire combat plan must be completed within 50 minutes. Otherwise, the creature at the central square will evolve into an existence we cannot handle. Having finished presenting his plan, he asked them, "Does anyone have any questions?" At this point, Li Qi stood up and hesitantly voiced her concern. "Commander Shen, if the army can't reach the central square in time, will the bombing be delayed?" Without a moment's hesitation, he replied instantly, "No. At the designated time, all firepower will be directed at the target to ensure that mutated creature cannot evolve to a level we can't handle." Hearing this, she became furious, slamming the table in protest. "How can you do that? Wouldn't that be gambling with the lives of the people in the central square?" But his next words made her freeze. If that dark monster successfully evolves, the ones who die won't just be the people in the central square. All of Tianhai City, and even the entire Donghai province, will be destroyed. Li Qi trembled, at a loss for words, stammering. But Commander Shen didn't let her say more, quickly cutting her off with a question. "You have someone important to you in the central square, don't you?" Caught, she could only tremble, standing still with her head down, biting her lip as she answered, "My family. They all live in the residential area near the central square." Upon hearing her answer, the entire room fell silent. Yu Qing carefully helped Li Qi sit down, reassuring her, "Sister Qi, don't worry, I'll definitely help you rescue your family. Captain Lin gave me special training a few days ago. My strength has increased a lot." Tianfang also stood up and declared heroically, "That's right. I'll call my little bros right now and tell them to drive over." Commander Shen reluctantly gave an order, "Miss Li Qi, in that case, I'm afraid I can only ask you to withdraw from this operation." Shocked by his request to withdraw, she shouted in disbelief, "Why?" He remained unfazed, criticizing her bluntly. "A soldier ruled by emotions will inevitably affect the mission's success. Can you honestly say that when you get to the central square, the first thing you'll think of won't be your parents?" Director Liu, to ensure the mission's success, please reconfirm the personnel arrangement. While Liu Ying hesitated, looking troubled, someone suddenly spoke up, stopping him. "Wait." The one who spoke was none other than Lin Tian. He didn't hold back, and retorted, "Commander Shen, your plan has a fatal flaw." Sensing his ill intent, the commander sounded a bit annoyed. "What is it?" Lin Tian raised his hand, wagging his finger slightly as he pointed out, "Your bombs won't do any damage to that monster at all." Hearing this, Liu Ying and the others in the meeting room gasped in surprise. "What? You figured it out?" Commander Shen frowned and questioned him. "How did you know about this?" A smug, arrogant smile spread across Lam Thien Not's face, "Because not too long ago, I was the one who seriously wounded that monster." Shen Sealy, I don't think your plan is going to work. Just follow mine. Slightly curious, he asked cautiously, and what is your plan? He shoved his hands in his pockets, slowly stood up, and laid out his plan. You have your men bring in the weapon I told you about a few days ago, and I'll slay that dark system monster. How about it? Meanwhile, a young woman stood before a pitch-black tunnel leading into the city center. The watch on her wrist ticked away. It was now 12 o'clock, and she was awaiting orders from the command center. Fei Fei tightened the straps on the box she carried on her back. She led Zheng Yi and the armed soldiers, preparing to charge into the tunnel. For the people of Tianhai City, I must get this into Lam Thian's hands. Just then, an order came through her earpiece. All units, listen up. We will now commence the mission to subjugate the anomaly in Tianhai City. From headquarters, specific instructions were given. The operation route begins at the eastern highway entrance to Tianhai City. The endpoint is Tianhai City's People's Square. Commander Shen clasped his hands, his voice clear and distinct. The objective is to escort a weapon transport. All combatants will be divided into 5 small teams. No matter the cost, you must ensure the weapon is delivered safely to the People's Square. His eyes shone with determination for his people. Fei Fei and the other teams all received the order and began to move out. They responded in unison. For the people, inside the highway tunnel leading to the city center, thousands of bats swarmed out. The soldiers didn't hesitate, simultaneously attacking the bats with modern firearms. However, the sheer number of bats was overwhelming. They hadn't been inside for long before people were bitten and injured. Terrified screams echoed through the dark tunnel. Fei Fei was also covered in scratches. She led the group to break through. Everyone, charge forward with me. As a soldier, she refused to surrender to fate. Her eyes were filled with grim resolve. I must survive, she thought. In Tianhai City, the sky was filled with bats. They smashed through glass, trying to attack and drain the spiritual energy of the living trapped inside. But before they could even break in, a bolt of lightning as thick as a pillar zapped them to a crisp. The one who acted was Lam Thian. He clicked his tongue as he attacked. If I'd known it would be this much trouble, I wouldn't have gone so easy on it back in the forest. Wu Tin and Lan Henguyet were right behind him. Captain Lam, wait for us. The bats in the city were endless, impossible to kill them all, and they swarmed towards the 2 women. However, they were no pushovers. Wu Tin used her water dragon art, and Lan Henguyet coordinated perfectly with her frozen ice hammer. Together, they successfully repelled a tough group of bats. The bats turned into blocks of ice that shattered on the ground. Seeing the countless bats that remained undefeated, Lan Henguyet's face paled with worry. Damn it, just how many of these things are there in Tianhai City? Wu Tin was also uneasy. I can feel that these bats are replicating themselves by absorbing spiritual energy. Lan Henguyet thought of a terrifying possibility. If that thing covering the sky isn't dark clouds, I'm afraid the number of bats is beyond our comprehension. Wu Tin agreed with her. If all these bats were to merge into a single entity, just how powerful would it be? As the 2 were worrying, Lam Thian appeared behind them and reassured them. Don't worry, that thing couldn't beat me in the forest, and it can't win out here either. The most important thing now is to get to the People's Square and meet up with Shen Fei Fei and the others. On Fei Fei's side, her team had made it through the highway tunnel into the city. Everyone was exhausted and panting for breath. Each person was injured to varying degrees. Amidst the dense swarm of bats in the sky, a voice rang out. You are mine. The person who appeared was Jiang Yu. His eyes were different. He was clearly no longer the Jiang Yu they knew. He flashed a cunning smile. We meet again, beautiful. Fei Fei frowned in displeasure. So it's you again, huh? She questioned the abnormal Jiang Yu before her. Are you the one who caused all this chaos in Tianhai City? Do you have any idea how many innocent people have died because of you? Jiang Yu couldn't care less. He picked at his ear. Don't know, don't care. Besides, those scums didn't deserve to live anyway. In fact, it's an honor for them to become my nutrients. Fei Fei was furious. She immediately leaped up and kicked him in the head. You bastard. But her kick had no effect on him whatsoever. On the contrary, her own leg throbbed with pain. Fei Fei was shocked and horrified. What? A dark aura emanated from Jiang Yu's body as his smile widened. My dear beauty, to me, spiritual energy cultivators like you are like fine wine to an alcoholic. He gathered dark energy, kindly explaining, if you all hadn't desperately tried to break through, even if I devoured everyone in this city, Cheng Tianhai could only recover half of his peak strength. But now, as long as I devour all of you, I can be restored to my prime. Fei Fei jumped back in shock. What? However, because she was standing too close to him, she was already under his control. Jiang Yu's laughter echoed in her ear, just like that brat Jiang Yu. Be a good girl and become my nourishment. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a sharp pillar of ice appeared, separating Jiang Yu and Fifi and freeing her from the dark energy's control. Lei Nuo stepped forward, his sharp gaze glinting with displeasure. My young miss doesn't like you very much, so I have no choice but to send you to hell. Fi was surprised by his boldness. Lei Nuo. Jiang Yu radiated even more dark energy, sizing up Lei Nuo with amusement. The 4th level of the Spirit Spring Realm? No. The concentration of your spiritual energy has already reached the 5th level of the Spirit Spring Realm. He was ecstatic. As long as I devour you, not only can I return to my peak, but I can also evolve to an even stronger level. Lei Nuo turned his head to instruct Fifi. Young miss, take your people and go find Lin Tian. Leave this place to me. She knew that staying would only get in his way, so she obeyed and led her people away. As she left, she didn't forget to remind him, you have to be careful. Seeing his beautiful prey leaving right before his eyes, Jiang Yu gave chase, displeased. Where do you think you're going? But Lei Nuo had already erected an ice wall to block his path. His face hardened, annoyance clear in his eyes. You're not going anywhere either. Fi and her group managed to leave. And while they didn't have to face a monster like Jiang Yu, the bats were no easy foe either. The guns in their hands never stopped firing. The bats were incredibly annoying, taking advantage of any opening to swoop down and bite everyone. Fi gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. Damn it, there are just too many bats. She kept firing the gun in her hand and suddenly made a discovery. Damn it, these bats have evolved. Normal bullets can't hurt them anymore. The group fought as they ran, and Fi was filled with anxiety. She wondered if she could really deliver this thing. Even if she made it, would Lin Tian and the others be able to successfully reach the Great Xia? She gritted her teeth with determination. No, I have to stop thinking like this. They can definitely do it. I can't let my faith waver. As Fifi was focused on breaking through the swarm of bats, one of them chased her from behind. It opened its mouth, baring its sharp fangs, ready to enjoy a delicious meal. Before it could even get close to its target, it was obliterated by countless streaks of lightning, and the smell of blood filled the air. Lin Tian appeared, lightning crackling around him, making him look incredibly cool. Finally found you. Fi looked at the newcomer with joy. Lin Tian. He reached out and patted her head, his voice comforting and reassuring. It's okay, I'm here now. No need to be afraid. Did you bring the item? Fi took the box off her back and handed it to him. This is what he told me to bring. This thing is so heavy. What is it anyway? Holding the box, Lin Tian was surprised she didn't know what was inside. Didn't Commander Shen tell you? Fi replied. No, my grandfather just said it was a very powerful weapon. I don't know the specifics. Lin Tian opened the box, revealing a blood-red sword. Its sharp blade glinted with a cold light. Seeing the melee weapon, Fi asked doubtfully, a sword? Does this thing even do any damage? Lin Tian was pleased with the sword in his hand. Of course it does. I'll show you the destructive power of this sword right now. The young man was a man of his word. He shouted to Zheng Yi, my dear grandson, get out of the way. Dad's coming to help you. Hearing this, Zheng Yi immediately gave an order. Everyone, spread out. My godfather is about to make his move. High above, the swarm of bats was no longer held back and charged straight for Lin Tian. He calmly looked at the system interface in front of him, then reached out and pressed a button on it. The aura around Lin Tian changed. The lightning bolts now turned black and red, and combined with the red sword in his hand, they radiated a demonic and dangerous energy. He unleashed his lightning flame technique. The sword swung twice, drawing a devastating cross shape in the air. Cross-slash. A massive explosion thundered in everyone's ears. Countless bats were instantly annihilated. Zheng Yi grinned with delight. So damn cool. My godfather is the best. Fi's eyes sparkled with longing and reverence for this power. She asked, Lin Tian, you're so cool. Can you teach me that move? Lin Tian sheathed his sword, turned his head, and replied with a smile. I can, but if you want it to be this effective, you'll probably have to cultivate to the 4th level of the Spirit Spring Realm or higher. Looking around, he did a head count. Is this it? Did the others all sacrifice themselves? Only then did Fifi remember. That's right. Lei Nuo and Jiang Yu are fighting. Lin Tian, can you go save them? Hearing the name Jiang Yu, Lin Tian was a bit surprised and thought, Jiang Yu? Wasn't he already devoured by that dark monster? Could he have come back to life? Under that same gloomy sky, in another corner of the city, Lei Nuo was fiercely attacking with his ice powers. His barrage of ice froze the bats that were harassing him and Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu hadn't even bothered to lift a finger, just stood there with his arms crossed and a smirk on his face. Your strength is indeed impressive, but your spiritual energy will eventually run out. he commanded the bats, attacking, while gloating smugly. But my bats are endless. The swarm dove towards their frozen brethren, as if trying to save their own kind. But then, Loinak noticed something strange. He gritted his teeth. They weren't saving their comrades. They were devouring the leftover spirit energy. He calmly assessed the situation. Some of the bats had already evolved to the third stage of the spirit spring realm. The bats kept multiplying. Loinak, drained of his strength to attack, could only create an ice shield to defend himself. The bats grew stronger and stronger. With their overwhelming numbers, they quickly began to crack his thick ice shield. With a loud crash, the ice shield shattered, and the swarm descended upon him. What? Loinak was blown back, barely managing to stay on his feet. Clutching his injured arm, he frowned wearily, his face contorted in thought. This is getting troublesome. Kung Vu laughed arrogantly, keeping your distance from me so carefully. Should I take that to mean you're scared? Not one to back down. Loinak gathered his energy, channeling it into a powerful attack. Frost spikes. Long, sharp spears of ice shot through the air, aimed straight at Kung Vu. A satisfied smile spread across his face, like a predator seeing a delicious meal served right to him. As the spikes closed in, Kung Vu used the dark energy surrounding him to seize control of them, stopping them dead in their tracks. Loinak was stunned. What? Kung Vu let out a loud, villainous laugh. Ha ha ha, I knew you'd be flustered. All this potent spirit energy. I'll gladly take it off your hands. The spikes were quickly absorbed. Loinak cursed in anger. Damn it, is that bastard using my spirit energy to level up? Kung Vu completed his evolution and reached out his hand, ready to pronounce a death sentence on his opponent. To thank you for helping me reach the peak. I've decided to grant you a swift end. A blast of dark energy shot straight towards Loinak. He was too exhausted to dodge. All he could do was close his eyes. His heart filled with regret for Fei Fei. I'm sorry, young miss. But just as his life hung by a thread, a figure appeared before him. Lam Thien. Grateful to his rescuer, Loinak shouted a warning. Get out of the way. That's a full power attack from a 4th stage spirit spring expert. You can't stop it. But contrary to his expectations, Lam Thien simply waved his hand, casually deflecting Kung Vu's attack. The dark energy slammed into the ground, setting off a massive explosion. Loinak looked around, speechless, unable to believe his eyes. Only then did Lam Thien turn his head and ask innocently, Huh? What were you saying? Loinak clutched his injured arm and asked about Fei Fei. Lam Thien, is the young miss safe? He replied nonchalantly. Oh, don't worry, she's with Lan Nguyen and the others, fighting off these annoying bats. With that, Lam Thien added, You should go join them. I'll take care of this thing. Then I'll find you all to plan our next move. Loinak was exhausted and had no choice but to agree. All right. After his comrade left, Lam Thien turned to the monster-controlled Kung Vu. He asked grimly, So we meet again. This time, before I kill you, can you tell me who or what you are? Kung Vu let out a loud, eerie laugh. What are you talking about, Lam Thien? It's me, Kung Vu. Don't you recognize me? Lam Thien shook his head. If you won't talk, then fine. He gripped the hilt of the sword on his back, ready to strike. Don't worry, this will be over quickly. Floating in midair, Kung Vu tilted his chin up arrogantly. Lam Thien, do you still think I'm the same person you met in the forest? He gathered a massive ball of energy and launched it at Lam Thien. Let me show you my true peak strength. But Lam Thien didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he calmly asked, Is that all you've got? Lam Thien swung his sword, and a powerful crimson slash deflected the energy ball with ease. The slash didn't stop there. It continued hurtling towards Kung Vu. He panicked. What? But it was too late to dodge. The crimson light, like a rift in space itself, completely swallowed Kung Vu's body, taking the nearby bats along with him. Suddenly, the entire swarm of bats began to retreat, flying up towards the dark clouds overhead. Lam Thien watched them go, his sharp gaze filled with suspicion. This same scene was playing out all over the city as swarms of bats took to the sky in a massive exodus. It was as if they were being summoned by those dark clouds. Vu Tin was surprised. What's going on? Lan Wit couldn't hide her concern, her brows furrowed deeply. Vu Tin, can you feel that energy coming from the dark clouds too? Vu Tin replied, Yeah, it's like these mutated bats received some kind of order. They're all moving towards that dark cloud. Fei Fei stared at the device in her hand, in complete disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. How is this possible? Noticing her strange reaction, Vu Tin quickly asked, Miss Shen, what is it? Fei Fei's face went pale as she shared the data. According to the readings on this device, that thing in the sky might be the legendary super-mutated entity. The two girls beside her were stunned. Ah, Fei Fei began to explain. The abnormal level, the lowest danger rating, indicates the presence of minor anomalies. Their impact on the environment and people is minimal, and they usually don't require cultivators to be dispatched. The disturbance level refers to anomalies or monsters that pose a minor threat to ordinary people, capable of causing small-scale commotion or panic. These are typically handled by low-level cultivators, processing quickly. Hazard level. A monster or event with clear destructive power, capable of posing a major threat to a town or a large crowd, typically requires the coordinated action of mid-rank cultivators to handle. Super. Variant, a monster of a higher danger level, possessing immense destructive power capable of devastating a small city. It, quote, usually requires multiple mid and high-rank cultivators to deal with. Calamity level. Beings with extreme destructive power, capable of threatening the safety of an entire major city, causing severe casualties and massive property damage. This requires peak-level cultivators or elite cultivator squads to respond. Apocalypse level. Capable of causing a nationwide ADA, disaster, powerful enough to destroy a country's entire defense force. Only a few powerful cultivators can stand against it, requiring a full-scale, coordinated combat deployment. Extinction level. The highest threat level, representing a global survival crisis that could directly lead to the destruction of human civilization. It requires the mobilization of all peak-level cultivators and the allied defense systems to fight with full force. The situation is out of control. Fei Fei can only pray that Lin Tian makes it out alive. As a high-ranking military officer, she makes a decisive call. Leng Yue, contact Director Liu immediately and tell them to send more people. I'll call my grandfather. We can't let Lin Tian face that kind of monster alone. Leng Yue immediately complies. In the command headquarters, everyone is trying to contact the combat team. Captain Fan, please respond. Captain Fan, the communications officer curses in frustration. Damn it, my comm signal is completely dead. It seems these bats have completely blocked all signals. Commander Shen Dan rests his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Have Fei Fei and the others escaped safely? Just then, something unusual appears on the screen. An observer speaks. Up. Everyone look! The bats seem to be gathering in one direction. Watching the flight path of the bats on the bats' one screen, everyone is confused and bewildered. What's going on? Captain Li, in charge of communications, holds his radio and calls out repeatedly, Captain Fan, I can hear you. Are you still alive? The staff and the monitoring team shout, communications with Squad 2 have been restored. Captain Li, after the bats left, the signal was restored. We can contact the Vanguard team now. Captain Li wastes no time gathering intelligence. Captain Fan, what's your status? Report immediately. From the radio, the voice of Captain Fan rings out. We were attacked by a massive swarm of bats, roughly at the second stage of the Gushing Spring realm. Just now, for some reason, the swarm suddenly flew up into the sky and left. Another staff member receives similar news and immediately reports, Commander Shen, Squads 2 and 3 are reporting the exact same situation. Commander Shen shows no sign of relaxing and immediately orders, get me a casualty report. The staff replies, yes, sir. At that moment, Commander Shen's aide walks in with a radio. Commander, it's a signal from the young miss. Commander Shen takes the radio, concerned. Fei Fei, you kids? From the radio, Fei Fei's urgent and anxious voice comes through. Grandpa, it's bad. A super variant-level monster is about to appear in Tianhai City. The military personnel in the command room are filled with anxiety upon hearing this. To prevent false information from causing unnecessary panic, Commander Shen's face turns stern, his voice sharp. Deputy Commander, Shen Fei Fei, what nonsense are you spouting? Hearing her grandfather use her full name and title, Fei Fei also reports seriously, Commander Shen, I am not spouting nonsense. Those bats deliberately left the area around Tianhai City to offer all the spiritual energy they consumed to the super variant monster at the center of that dark cloud. The first soldier is stunned, stammering, we're doomed. Tianhai City is doomed, and so are we. The second soldier worries, is there really nothing we can do? The third soldier clutches his head, a super variant monster requires at least a 5th stage Gushing Spring Realm cultivator to handle. Commander Shen hesitantly repeats Fei Fei's words, a super variant monster. He struggles internally, his lips pressed into a thin line, grinding his teeth. Finally, he makes his decision. Commander Shen covers his face, his voice trembling. Fei Fei, I'm sorry, my child, but I cannot allow the nation to be endangered. I hope you won't hate me for this. I truly have no other choice. Understanding her grandfather's choice, Fei Fei smiles reassuringly. Yes, no. I won't blame you. After disconnecting from Fei Fei, Commander Shen stands up and gives his order. Everyone, immediately begin preparations for a destructive strike. At all costs, we must contain the super variant monster in Tianhai City. Finishing his words, he roars, conveying the mission's most critical objective to everyone. Absolutely, we can't let this disaster spread to other cities. Hearing this, the assistant was a bit horrified and tried to intervene. Commander-in-Chief, please calm down, sir. At least rescue the eldest miss first. However, he was scolded by Mr. Shen. On the contrary, here, there are only generals and soldiers, no family or loved ones. Our sacrifice is to ensure that the people we protect never have to experience such pain. With that, he turned to everyone. All units, prepare on my command. Just then, the radio crackled to life. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? The voice on the other end didn't seem very familiar with how to use a radio. How the hell do you turn this thing on? Hey, hey, hey! Hearing the familiar voice, General Shen was stunned, completely forgetting the order he was about to give. Lin Tian, you're still alive? Inside the city, Lin Tian stood under a colossal dark cloud, holding the radio without a hint of worry. General Shen, I haven't even had the chance to hit on your granddaughter yet, and you're already wishing I was dead? I'm just saying, she'd probably hate you for that. After a bit of banter, he got straight to the point. Stop the bombing run, this super-class mutated monster. I'll handle it. The military personnel in the command room were aghast. What? You'll handle it? One of them spoke up to question him. Can you really do that? That's a super-class mutated monster we're talking about. Lin Tian's annoyed voice came through the radio. Nonsense. Otherwise, why would I be wasting my time arguing with you? Seeing the Dark Monarch materializing from the dark clouds, ready to descend, he told General Shen, if you want Tianhai City and your granddaughter to be safe, then you need to give me your full support. The assistant hesitated. Commander, this? General Shen had no other choice but to trust Lin Tian. He agreed. All right, Lin Tian, what kind of support do you need from us? At that moment, the Dark Monarch appeared in its most complete form, a wicked smile on its face. Lin Tian's voice remained calm and steady. There's only one thing I need your help with. He slung his sword over his shoulder, a confident smirk on his face as he made his request. Anything that gets destroyed in this battle, you guys are responsible for the damages. The Dark Monarch thought to itself with glee. This is the spiritual energy of the real world. It feels amazing to be alive. Not only have I successfully revived, but I've also evolved, reaching the peak of the 5th level of the Yongquan realm. The smile on its lips grew wider with excitement. I can feel it. I am now the most invincible being here. With that thought, it spoke out to Lin Tian. You must regret not killing me in that human forest. Immediately after, it launched a dark, bat-like creature straight at Lin Tian. Seeing the dark creature, it laughed in satisfaction. This is it, but its joy was short-lived, as suddenly, the smile vanished from the Dark Monarch's face. It wasn't the only one surprised. Everyone in the control room was shocked as well. How is that possible? A bolt of lightning had struck down from the heavens, tearing the dark creature in two. Although Lin Tian hadn't made a single move, that lightning bolt was clearly his power. The people inside the control room watched in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that the legendary lightning attribute? It's terrifying. Someone who possesses such an ability could definitely be considered a monster themselves." Commander Shen rested his chin on his hand, watching Lin Tian's every move, praising him inwardly. Kid, it seems you really haven't disappointed me. Meanwhile, on the ground below, crowds of people were hurriedly boarding evacuation vehicles. Everyone, please don't panic. City buses are arriving in succession. Please do not push or shove. Tisk, the pillar of lightning shooting up from Lin Tian's position lit up the entire area, immediately drawing the attention of all the citizens. Seeing this, someone in the crowd immediately shouted, "Everyone, quick, look. Is someone undergoing a tribulation?" They all started chattering excitedly. Lightning that powerful. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like it in my life. It must be a grandmaster undergoing a tribulation. That has to be the Nine Heavens lightning tribulation. Wu Qing, who was on duty, saw it and quickly spoke to the person beside her. Sister Leng Yue, that's definitely Captain Lin's power. She frowned slightly, squinting at the pillar of lightning, thinking to herself, Lin Tian's strength is too terrifying. I thought that by reaching the 4th level of the Yongquan realm, I could try to catch up to him, but looking at this now, I'm just a joke in front of him. At the same time, elsewhere, Fei Fei was being heavily guarded by soldiers, looking slightly annoyed. but she couldn't help but feel proud. Lin Tian, as expected of the man I chose. Returning to the battle. A dark figure in the sky slowly flew towards the dark monarch. Lin Tian pointed his sword at it and declared, "My turn." The monarch panicked and hastily fired a beam of power at him, trying to stop him. However, that beam of power was easily blocked by the blade of his sword. Following that, Lin Tian unleashed a thunderflame sword art, ice mountain slash, right at it. The dark monarch looked in terror at the attack, rushing towards it. It quickly raised its hand to summon a magical circle as a shield, but that thing was useless, shattering before it could even last a second. The dark monarch took the full force of the blow, screaming in utter disbelief. What? When the attack passed, it was already heavily injured. Enraged, it sprouted dark tendrils from its back that shot towards Lin Tian, cursing, "You bastard." Lin Tian, slightly. He fluently dodged all of his attacks. This enraged him even more, and he screamed, "Damn it, if it weren't for that sword, you would have been dead long ago." Hearing this, the boy provoked him even further, challenging, "Oh, there's a lot of blood right here." And the dark monarch was completely enraged by him, launching an attack. "You're courting death." He fired a tornado-like beam of power toward Lin Tian. The spot he aimed for was the exact spot on the boy's forehead he had been challenged with, but the power beam that struck it was deflected right back. Seeing this, he was horrified and couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, "No, impossible. This is my full power attack at the peak of the 5th level of the Spirit Spring realm. How can you be completely unharmed? Could it be that you've evolved to the 6th level of the Spirit Spring realm, or even a higher realm?" Hearing this, the boy raised his hand to touch the spot where he had just been hit and said, "If this is all the power you have, then you'll die here." Seeing that the boy was preparing to attack him again, the dark monarch frowned deeply, calculating his next move. "I can't die here. I must absorb more power, evolve, and become stronger." And once again, he turned and fled, just like last time. "Just wait until I cultivate to the 6th level of the Spirit Spring realm. No, the 7th level. Then I'll come back and get my revenge on this brat." But the situation was different now. Lin Tian locked onto his target. "I won't let you escape this time." With that, he began to gather the swirling thunderflame sword technique at the tip of his blade. Seeing the immense power he was accumulating, the monarch was shaken and gritted his teeth, trying desperately to escape. But it was too late. Lin Tian launched the attack, piercing through the dark monarch's body and officially finishing him off. He screamed unwillingly to the heavens, "No, no." After that desperate cry, the dark monarch and the boy's attack disintegrated into a pile of ashes that scattered into the air. The people in the control room cheered with immense joy. "We did it. We've eliminated the hypermutated monster. Tianhai City is saved. Tianhai City is saved. This thunder flame is the dawn of Tianhai City. No, this is the dawn of all humanity." The commander-in-chief immediately stood up and began assigning post-war recovery tasks. "Everyone, immediately begin arranging rescue operations. We must ensure all victims receive timely treatment." Overjoyed, they quickly responded to him. "Yes, sir." Time flew by, and a few days later, at Lin Tian's house, Liu Ying sat in the living room, chatting with the boy. "Lin Tian, Tianhai City was lucky to have you during this crisis. The military department and the Spirit Energy Association want to give you some rewards. Is there anything you want?" Hearing this, the boy immediately sat up straight, leaned in close to him, and said, "There is actually one thing I really need. I hope you can definitely help me with it." Liu Ying listened intently to the boy's request. He pointed towards the 3 girls holding a roundtable meeting over there and suggested, "Can you get these people out of here quickly? My house is already not that big." Lin Tian was so angry he was practically breathing fire as he complained, "They come here every single day. I can't live a normal life. Besides, those 2 are being a bad influence on Su Yuting. Don't you see?" Hearing these words, Liu Ying stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "Well, Leng Yue can't leave, which means Shen Feifei can't leave either. If they don't leave, then it doesn't really matter whether Su Yuting leaves or not." After a moment of thought, he finally seemed to understand what the boy wanted. "Ah, I get it. You're telling me to get you a bigger villa, right?" And so, they were completely talking past each other. A deal based on a misunderstanding was approved. "Lin Tian, that's too simple. Leave it to me. I'll definitely make sure you're satisfied." Another beautiful morning arrived. Atop a tall skyscraper, a small meeting was taking place inside the building. Next up is the main topic of our meeting today. The meeting's host pointed to an image of the boy on the screen and got straight to the point. "Lin Tian performed a great service during this crisis in Tianhai City. What kind of reward should we give him?" A person at the conference table immediately spoke up with an opinion. I feel we could give him some resources to turn him into our country's super cultivator, like the superheroes of Western countries. That man and the person next to him shared the same opinion and chimed in to support each other. That's right. We'll also promote him into a celebrity. Exactly. A heroic figure like this can encourage more young people to become cultivators. However, another person, who looked more stern and serious, quickly refuted their words. A celebrity? Are you kidding me? Lin Tian is not just the hero of Tianhai City, he is also a cultivation genius of our Xia nation. I propose that we have him join the military high command. In the future, he can be responsible for training our army's cultivators. Commander-in-Chief Shen seemed to agree with this opinion and continued to ask another question. Are there other matters? Just then, someone walked in, interrupting their meeting. I object. The person who had just appeared was none other than Han Xiaofeng. Seeing him, they were a bit startled and exclaimed, Commander Han, what are you doing here? Commander-in-Chief Shen also felt a flicker of doubt and worry. Xiaofeng, why is he back? Could it be? Without a single word of greeting, he probed with a serious expression, Commander-in-Chief, I heard from my subordinates that you were giving out rewards to some kids. Hearing this, Commander-in-Chief Shen propped, his hands on the table, lacing his fingers together, and replied, Commander Han, what exactly do you mean by that? Having asked the question he wanted, Han didn't hesitate to make his point clear. What I mean is, a brat who relied on dumb luck to defeat a monster is not qualified to receive a medal. His opinion was immediately met with opposition from the others. Commander Han, what you're saying is going too far. Lin Tian didn't resolve the crisis in Tianhai City through sheer luck. That's right, the entire mission in Tianhai City was recorded this time. But, relying on his authority, Xiaofeng shot them a disdainful look and lectured them in a low voice. Since when do two wastes of space like you get a say in this? A hand quickly tapped the table, cutting through the tension. Commander-in-Chief Shen calmly explained, Commander Han, a fifth-level spring fountain monster cannot be defeated by luck alone. I understand your doubts about Lin Tian, but his medal is not for you to decide. Seeing that the Commander-in-Chief had made up his mind, Xiaofeng had no choice but to sit down and let the meeting continue. So you're really insistent on giving that kid a medal? Fine, I can't stop you, but I, for one, will never acknowledge it. Immediately after, Commander-in-Chief Shen resumed his role as chairman and asked for more opinions. The meeting will continue. Does anyone have any ideas? Lin Tian didn't help us for things like fame or fortune. What he wants isn't a position or public attention. His question was met with nothing but silence, as no one had any other ideas. Seeing how useless they were, he turned his attention to Liu Ying. Old Liu, do you have any ideas? Liu Ying had been waiting for this moment, and he smiled inwardly. Your relationships with brother Lin Tian are clearly not good enough. At a critical moment like this, you still have to rely on me. Only I, Liu Ying, know what my brother Lin Tian needs most right now. With that thought, he cleared his throat and began to present his idea. A few days ago, I met with Lin Tian and asked him what he needed. He made one point very clear to me. The others, in the meeting, looked at him with hopeful anticipation. Ooh, old Liu, we can always count on you. Old Liu, stop beating around the bush and hurry up. And tell us. Liu Ying, full of wisdom, recounted Lin Tian's exact words, remembering the image of the boy angrily, breathing fire in his mind. Those people come here every single day, making it impossible for me to live a normal life. And another thing, those two are teaching Su Yu Qing. Haven't you noticed? And from that, he drew a conclusion to present at today's meeting. Therefore, what Lin Tian wants is a bigger house, so he can live together with Ling Ye, and the others without it feeling so cramped. The others listened to Liu Ying's eloquent explanation and seemed convinced, nodding in agreement. So that's it. Why didn't we think of that? That's right. We overlooked his most basic living needs. Only Commander-in-Chief Shen had a headache as he realized what the boy's words truly meant. He thought to himself, what Lin Tian actually meant was for Ling Yue and the others to stop staying there. However, it seems that Fei Fei girl also has feelings for Lin Tian. Screw it. If we're already wrong, let's just go all in. After making his decision, he coughed lightly, clearing his throat to speak. If that's the case, everyone, let's see if there are any suitable villas or large apartments in Tianhai City. Han Xiaofeng, who had been silent until now, seized the opportunity and chimed in. Stop looking. I know of a villa that's perfectly suitable. Hearing him kindly recommend a residence, the person next to him felt a bit uneasy. Huh? Wasn't Commander Han just against this a moment ago? Why the sudden change of heart? Commander-in-Chief Shen seemed to understand which place he was talking about and exclaimed, Oh, you mean the villa times there asterisk? Han Xiaofeng gave a dangerous smile as he introduced the location, the Green Lake Manor on Chiang Road in Seaside City. Hearing this name, the officials in the room were filled with confusion. Hasn't Seaside City been sealed off? The abnormal changes in Seaside City. According to military documents, the monsters there have reached the 6th level Spring Fountain realm, haven't they? Realizing Han Xiaofeng's intentions, Liu Ying immediately spoke up to question him. Commander Han, my Spirit Cultivator Association has never offended you. Why are you trying to make things difficult for Lin Tian? The purpose of today's meeting is to reward Lin Tian, not to give him a new mission. Han Xiaofeng casually adopted a challenging posture. I just think that, if he can't even clean up that villa, then he doesn't deserve any reward. And of course, this statement also struck a nerve with Commander-in-Chief Shen, causing his expression to turn grave. Commander Han, are you questioning my decision? Han Xiaofeng didn't back down, retorting directly, I wouldn't dare. I just want to personally. Let's see if this so-called hero of yours is truly worthy of the title. A short while later, at Lam Thien's house, a guilty voice rang out as a stack of documents was presented. Brother Lam Thien, my apologies. Liu An scratched his head awkwardly, much to our hero's confusion. This time, you went through hell and back. The military originally wanted to give you a very handsome reward, but someone interfered along the way. As a result, this stack of papers is the deed to a property in your name. Property owner, Lam Thien. Ownership status, sole proprietor. Location, Green Lake Manor, on Red Sun Road in Seaside City. Seeing this, he was so shocked he couldn't speak. Holy crap, a house like this must be worth at least tens of millions, and they're just giving it to me? Seeing him trembling in silence, Liu An thought he didn't want it and quickly offered, Lam Thien, if you don't like it, I'll risk my old hide to get you a different one. But before he could even reach for the papers, our hero snatched them back and yelled, are you kidding me? A multi-million-dollar mansion isn't a matter of liking it or not, it's a matter of whether I'm worthy. Without a second thought, he quickly stuffed the documents into his shirt, deciding to take this one. Seeing this, the old man didn't press the issue and simply added a reminder. Also, last month, a mutated creature appeared in Seaside City, a 6th-level Spring Fountain Realm mutant. And the epicenter of its power is right inside this very villa. The military has prepared a combat squad for you to ensure a successful subjugation. Lam Thien immediately showed a look of disdain and refused. Why go through all that trouble? I can go by myself. Liu An became a bit anxious and hurriedly explained to him, Lam Thien, I know you just defeated a 5th-level Spring Fountain monster, but this mutated creature in Seaside City is at the 6th level of the Spring Fountain realm. Don't be reckless. Even though the 5th and 6th levels are only one level apart, the power gap is like heaven and earth. You absolutely cannot be careless. You're still young. Just be patient and focus on your training for the future. Not letting the old man ramble on, our hero cut him off flatly. I know. He brought a hand up to pick his nose, his casual posture revealing everything. But I'm at the 7th level of the Spring Fountain realm now. Hearing this, Liu An was so stunned his jaw dropped and he screamed, What? Meanwhile, on a highway, a car was speeding along, filled with conversation. Boss, what's the deal with this kid? Why does he want us to cooperate with him? Lieutenant Li spoke with contempt to Hyo Fong. Besides, that Green Lake Manor. Our brothers in the barracks have been fighting there for half a month with no progress. A kid who's barely an adult. You think he can handle it? The man replied with a serious tone. Whether he can handle it or not, we'll let him show us directly in a bit. Then we'll know. Let's just hope he didn't get here on a lucky fluke. Otherwise, the thing inside Green Lake Manor won't let him leave alive. Hearing his boss's words, the lieutenant agreed. You're right, boss. The incident in Teen High City must have been a lucky win for that brat. Otherwise, why wouldn't the kid dare to show up in person at the military's commendation ceremony? If you ask me, he's just a coward. Encouraged by this, Hyo Fong grew even more arrogant. These hot-headed young punks need elders like us to keep them in line. Just then, Secretary Tran, sitting behind him, leaned forward, adjusted her glasses, and reminded him, Commander Han, please do not let your personal feelings lead to the failure of a military mission. Reclaiming the land in Seaside City must be completed at all costs. Feeling reprimanded, the commander replied in a cold, annoyed tone, I don't need you to teach me how to do my job. A short while later, the car pulled up in front of a luxurious villa where someone was already waiting for them. Secretary Tran approached him, extending her hand for a shake. Hello, Lam Thien. I am Secretary Tran, From the Seaside City Mayor's office. He replied politely, "Hello." She then gestured towards Hyofeng and Lieutenant Li, introducing them. These two are Commander Han and Lieutenant Li, who are in charge of dealing with the mutated creature in Seaside City. As soon as she finished speaking, the commander stepped up to him and probed, "So, you're the one who dealt with the 5th-level spring fountain monster in Seaside City?" Our hero nodded slightly and asked back, "What about it?" Hyofeng, with a blank expression, sized him up and said, "Nothing. I originally thought you'd be tough, like my brothers in the barracks. I didn't expect a pretty boy." Seeing the man looking down on him, Lam Thien retorted without hesitation, "So what? You guys are big and brawny. You think the monster is going to go easy on you for that?" Hearing him insult Hyofeng, Lieutenant Li angrily shouted at him. The commander immediately cut him off to prevent a conflict. "Lam Thien, if all you have is a sharp tongue, then you probably won't make it out of this manor alive." Completely unfazed, Lam Thien shot back, "Don't worry, I'm a very practical person. If I can use my fists, I won't waste my breath. If you two are afraid to die, you don't have to go in." Seeing how tense the situation was, if he didn't intervene, the two of them would just keep bickering, so Secretary Chen quickly spoke up. "All right, although I don't know whether you get along or not, but I hope you can all agree on one thing. After entering Green Lake Manor, you must help each other. Any problems? If none of you speak up, then I'll take that as a silent agreement. Next, I'll explain the specific details of this mission." With that, she began to tell him about the history of this villa. After the spiritual energy on Earth was restored, a powerful dark attribute, spiritual energy, suddenly appeared within Green Lake Manor, which was then occupied by an unknown creature. According to the data from the spiritual energy meter, the mutated creature inside Green Lake Manor is at least at the 5th level Yongquan realm. After the casualties in the city reached 68 people, we successfully contained the monster inside Green Lake Manor. That's all I can say. The rest is up to you. You must be careful on this mission." The moment she finished speaking, he immediately turned around, pushed the door open, and went inside. "If you're done talking, let's go." Seeing his bold action, Lieutenant Li exclaimed in shock, "Boss, is this kid crazy? He didn't even bother to discuss a battle plan and just charged right in." Xiaofeng hurriedly urged them to follow. "Let's go, don't let that kid get away." Just like that, Lin Tian headed straight ahead. As he walked, he opened his system screen to operate it. Another dark attribute monster. That's 3 times in just a few short days. Last time, after completing the mission, I was rewarded with a new attribute slot. Should I choose the dark attribute, or should I choose the light attribute? The more he thought, the more he furrowed his brow, struggling with the decision. In my past life, I didn't have this kind of power at all. So, I have no understanding of the light and dark attributes. Which one should I choose? To prevent a similar situation from happening to Ling, Yue, and the others, I'll try the light attribute. Hopefully, it has healing abilities. Just as he finished making his choice, Xiaofeng and the loud-mouthed Lieutenant Li caught up. "Hey, you just recklessly charged in without even a battle plan. Do you have some kind of idea?" He replied calmly. "There's no point in making a battle plan based on imagination from the outside, without going in to see for ourselves." Just as the lieutenant was getting angry at his attitude, wondering if he could be trusted at all, Xiaofeng suddenly noticed something and shouted in alarm, "Watch out!" A mutated dog charged out of nowhere, lunging towards them. He quickly pushed Lieutenant Li aside and rushed forward, landing a punch to stop it. The mutated dog was knocked back several feet by his punch. Xiaofeng, protecting Lieutenant Li, behind him asked, "Are you okay?" The lieutenant, unharmed, got into a defensive stance and thanked him. "Thanks, boss." On the surface, he seemed fine, but inside, Lieutenant Li's face was pale with fear. The mutated creature outside the manor is already stronger than me. So, what does that mean for the ones inside? While he was lost in thought, Xiaofeng charged forward again, shouting a warning. "You two be careful. This mutated dog is already at the 4th level Yongquan realm." And with that, he officially engaged in combat with the 4th level Yongquan realm mutated dog. Lieutenant Li watched from the side, filled with admiration. As expected of the boss, to think he can fight on even terms with this mutated dog. After a flurry of punches, he followed up with a kick to the mutated dog's face. The dog was heavily injured by the kick, its mouth covered in blood, but because he had exerted so much force, he was panting from exhaustion. Lin Tian, watching from a distance, spoke up, looking bored. "Commander Han, are you done playing around? Can we continue into the manor now?" Seeing his attitude, Lieutenant Li started to scold him. What do you know? This mutated beast is at the 4th level Yongquan realm. Do you think, before he could finish, Lin Tian reached for the sword on his back and drew it. Then, with a single slash, he unleashed an attack that flew towards the mutated dog, neatly finishing it off in an instant. Witnessing this, Xiao Feng's jaw dropped in utter shock. Then, the boy coolly turned and continued on, leaving the two of them behind. I'm heading inside first. You two can take your time playing. At that moment, Xiao Feng's mind was in a state of turmoil and disbelief. A single slash from him was able to cut the monster I was fighting on even terms with into 2 pieces. That means. Lieutenant Li also sensed that he was no ordinary person and cautiously asked, "Boss, did we just mess with someone we shouldn't have?" Without a second thought, Xiao Feng urgently told him, "Go apologize to brother Lin Tian immediately. We absolutely cannot afford to offend this kind of person." By now, Lin Tian had reached the villa's entrance and pushed it open to step inside. He looked at the empty scene before him and felt that something was off, thinking to himself, "This isn't right. 68 people died, so why isn't there a single corpse in the manor?" Just as he was wondering about this, Xiao Feng arrived. He immediately called out to ask, "Commander Han, let me ask you something." Xiao Feng was now more obedient than ever, listening to him intently. "Lin Tian, go ahead and ask anything." He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point, raising his question. "Did your army come in and move the bodies?" The commander slowly and honestly replied, without hiding anything. "To be honest with you, no. With all our strength, we could only contain the mutated creature inside the manor. We couldn't get this deep inside at all. What's wrong?" Lin Tian showed Xiao Feng the empty scene before them. He said doubtfully, "If what you're saying is true, then I'm afraid the mutated creature in this villa is likely stronger than the 5th level Spring Fountain realm." Inside the magnificent and luxurious villa, Xiao Feng asked with great curiosity, "Is it possible that the body was eaten by the monster?" Lin Tian immediately refuted. "Mutated creatures prefer to devour spiritual energy, not our flesh." After saying that, he glanced at the two of them and reminded them, "In any case, be careful. Let's split up and search. Who's going upstairs?" Because of what just happened, Xiao Feng was very sensible and listened to him wholeheartedly. "Brother Lin Tian, we'll follow your lead." Hearing this, he didn't think much and immediately divided the tasks. "Then I'll go upstairs. You two check the basement." The man responded quickly with full confidence. "Got it." His high-quality leather shoes slowly tapped against each step as he went up. After passing the stairs, a long corridor appeared before his eyes. Lin Tian cautiously walked to each door and opened it. He opened one door after another until he reached the room with the large door at the end of the hallway. He went inside to check the situation, thinking to himself, "Something's not right. Even if a monster ate the body, it would have left bones behind, right? Let's see if this new light attribute spiritual energy is useful." As he was activating his light attribute spiritual energy, several dark tendrils suddenly appeared around him. They were trying to reach out and touch him. They grew denser and denser, but they couldn't get near him at all. And thanks to that spiritual energy, he found something and exclaimed with delight, "Found it." At the same time, down in the basement, Lieutenant Li and Xiao Feng entered a wine cellar with a sense of unease. "Boss, this place feels strange." The man kindly reminded him, "Be careful. Be ready to fight at any moment." Of course, Lieutenant Li was very obedient and replied, "Yes, sir." Just as the words left his mouth, a huge shadow leaped over their heads. Seeing it, Xiao Feng and Lieutenant Li exclaimed in shock, "What?" That massive thing landed heavily where they stood, creating a huge sound. Right after it landed, the two of them became tense, carefully on guard, because in front of them was a lizard-like monster. It had a skull-like head that was drooling greedily. Without another thought, the two of them immediately charged forward. Xiao Feng shouted, "Old Zhang, let's attack it together." Lieutenant Li quickly replied, "Yes, boss." Seeing them rush towards it, the monster exhaled a thick breath. Then, it swung its claws. It slashed forward a few times. Xiao Feng threw a powerful punch, blocking its 3 claw marks. Although he blocked the attack, his hands trembled continuously as he assessed, "This beast is so strong." Lieutenant Li quickly rushed forward, using a wind system combat skill, Gale Fist, to launch a sneak attack from behind. Die. He put all his strength into a punch aimed at the monster's torso, but it didn't cause any damage. He was shocked, unable to believe it, and exclaimed, "How is this possible? This thing's hide is so thick." Just as he was distracted, the monster suddenly turned, opened its mouth wide, and charged. Xiao Feng rushed forward, completely unarmed. He shouted, "You won't harm my brother." Before he could even touch it, the monster immediately used its tail. It whipped him across the chest. That one tail whip sent Xiaofeng flying, crashing hard into the wine racks behind him. He clutched his chest in pain, letting out a soft groan. Seeing this, Lieutenant Li cried out worriedly, "Boss!" Filled with rage and losing all reason, he charged forward recklessly. "I'll kill you, you damn beast," Xiaofeng shouted in alarm, trying to stop him. "Old Zhang, don't." Just then, a familiar bolt of lightning struck down from the ceiling, piercing through the monster. It finished the monster off. Lieutenant Li froze for a moment, looking up in a daze. Lin Tian looked down at them through the hole he had just created and mocked. "What are you two playing at? You can't even kill a weakling like this?" Xiaofeng clutched his wound, trying to stand up, and asked curiously, "Lin Tian, you killed the monster at Green Lake Manor with a single blow? Just what is your level of strength now?" He gently floated down in front of the man and corrected him. "What nonsense are you talking about? We haven't even seen the real monster's face yet." Hearing him, the man repeated with some doubt, "But this is the monster from Green Lake Manor." Lin Tian sighed softly and said, "No, it's not. That was just a dark incarnation. It's too complicated to explain. It's better if I just show you directly." As he spoke, he activated his light system power, shining like a bright star. "Next, I will show you the real world." The two of them were blinded by the halo of light he was emitting. As the light faded, a terrifying scene immediately appeared before their eyes. Witnessing the sight in front of him, Xiaofeng was so stunned he was speechless. Before them were monsters identical to the one that had just attacked him and Lieutenant Lai. They were all competing to tear apart the corpses of the soldiers on the ground. A wave of unease washed over him as he muttered, "Old Trong and I spent so much effort fighting just one of those things. I can't believe there are so many here." Lieutenant Li was just as bewildered. He exclaimed in shock, "How are there so many here?" Lam Thien, standing beside him, immediately spoke up. "What nonsense are you spouting? Isn't Luko Mountain Manor supposed to be the monster's main headquarters? It's only natural for there to be a few monsters." Xiaofeng approached him and urgently suggested, "We should retreat first. I'll call the army. Tell them to bombard this place with heavy firepower. Otherwise, we'll never get in." Lieutenant Lai also agreed with him. He said, "That's right, boss. Let's retreat first." But how could Lam Thien possibly agree to that? He seemed to fly into a rage. He unleashed a tirade of rebukes. "Damn it. Isn't this villa supposed to be my reward? If you guys blow it up, where am I supposed to live?" With that, he looked towards the horde of monsters, drew his sword, and said it wasn't that complicated. Dealing with these small fry only takes one move. The single strike he unleashed created a massive vortex that wiped out the monsters in an instant. The vortex swept through every single monster in the manor, finishing them off. Seeing this display, both Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li turned pale with fear. They both had the same thought. Just what level of power is this, to be able to annihilate that entire horde of monsters with a single slash? A moment later, the vortex dissipated, and the monsters had vanished. At that point, the two of them scrambled to speak to him. Xiaofeng was the first to speak up. "Brother Lam Thien." "No, Boss Lam Thien, you are just too incredible. So the problem at Luko Manor is solved just like that." Lieutenant Lai quickly added, "That's right. I really thought we were going to die here. I never imagined you'd solve everything with a single slash." But he immediately refuted their words. "No, the monsters at Luko Manor haven't been dealt with yet. These dead things were nothing more than cannon fodder." Hearing this, Xiaofeng's jaw dropped as he shouted, "What? Cannon fodder?" His mind was filled with heavy thoughts as he pondered Lam Thien's words. "You call those powerful monsters cannon fodder? Then what does that make us? Who fought for our lives against them? Trash?" But he didn't dwell on it for long and quickly spoke to him. "Boss Lam Thien, surely you must be joking. Last month, the military department scouted this area. The strongest signal they detected was only around the 5th level of the Yongquan realm." Lam Thien calmly replied to Xiaofeng. "Then that makes it even clearer. Within this past month, that 5th level Yongquan realm monster has evolved and grown much stronger." Hearing this, a worried Lieutenant Lai carefully asked, "In that case, Boss Lam Thien, what are our chances of winning?" He turned and walked forward, giving an order. "Don't worry, you two just stay behind me and don't run around. Just leave the remaining anomalies to me." At this moment, his words carried immense weight for them. They replied respectfully, "Yes, no problem." Then, he led the two of them forward. After entering the house, Lam Thien continuously unleashed several sword strikes ahead. Those slashes took turns, dicing the monsters into slices of meat. Xiaofeng, hiding somewhat fearfully behind a door, watched and said, "Is this the true power of an elite cultivator? He's killing them way too fast." Lieutenant Li, hiding behind him, added, "Boss, right now, the two of us are like walking experience bags." Immediately after, the two of them carefully stepped past the monster corpses, following him forward. In less than 10 minutes, all the monsters on the first floor of the villa had been eliminated by him. Lamthine took the lead, powerfully slicing a monster in two to clear the path. The further he advanced, the more he could sense what he was looking for. That aura is in the backyard. With that thought, he immediately shot forward. I'm going to the backyard to check it out. You two be careful. Not wanting to be left behind, they hurriedly chased after him. Boss Lamthine, we're coming too. As he ran to the backyard, a brilliant red light suddenly flared up. Lamthine paused for a moment. In front of him was something that looked like a blood-red, glowing heart, and it was even beating. Thump thump. It pulsed continuously like a living thing. Without much hesitation, he immediately began gathering his power, like a Super Saiyan. He thought to himself, looks like this thing is the leader of Luke Ho Manor. Seeing him like this, Lieutenant Li wanted to step forward and call out, Brother Lamthine. Hu Feng immediately stopped him with a gesture. Quiet, don't say another word. Boss Lamthine is gathering his power. He was the only one there who didn't understand what Lamthine was doing, so he asked, what on earth is he gathering power for? Could that be the final monster of Luke Ho Manor? Hu Feng explained unhurriedly. Let me explain. Old Zhang, the aura on Big Bro Lin Tian. I've only ever felt it on one other person. Hearing this, he realized with some hesitation. Could it be? The old man nodded slightly, confirming his thoughts. That's right. The president of the Haishang City Spirit, Qi Practitioners Association, a 6th-level fused spring realm expert, Mr. Wang. This is the aura of a king in the midst of a duel. Just as he finished speaking, a strange leg suddenly burst out from the heart. Lin Tian quickly unleashed a thunderflame, single slash towards its heart. However, that bird-like foot easily grabbed his attack and shattered it. Immediately after, the heart tore open, and a phoenix emerged from within, its cry echoing across the sky. Seeing it, Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li cried out in terror. We're done for. What do we do now? How can a monster this strong exist? Lin Tian, filled with excitement, unleashed an even stronger lightning attack and praised it. Finally found one with a bit of power. The phoenix flew straight into the sky, then fired several beams of energy downwards. He leaped up lightly, trying to dodge the arrow-like energy beams shooting straight down. It didn't stop there. The phoenix roared again, firing lightning bolts at him. Lin Tian immediately flew up, charging towards it, made it. He flew right in front of it and activated his bright cyclone power. The sphere of bright light was thrown directly at the phoenix, causing it to cry out in pain. Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li cheered with joy. Big Bro Lin Tian, you're so cool. Realizing it was outmatched, the phoenix quickly turned to flee. Seeing its intention, he immediately gave chase using light power. Did I say you could leave? Thanks to the speed of his light power, he flew ahead to block its path, getting into a ready stance. Lin Tian gripped the sword in his hand tightly, unleashing a thunderflame, ice mountain slash. The phoenix roared, wanting to counterattack, but it was useless. The attack slammed into it, knocking it to the ground. He quickly followed up with 2 thunderflame, cross slashes. The 2 slashes formed a cross pattern, pinning the phoenix down as it shrieked and wailed. Lieutenant Li exclaimed in excitement, My God, this is just too powerful. Xiaofeng was also full of praise, boasting, See that? This is my big bro Lin Tian, cool as ever. Having finished defeating the Manor's monster, he immediately landed, slung his sword over his shoulder, and declared majestically, So, this building belongs to me now. The phoenix struggled uncomfortably, trying to break free from its restraints. Lin Tian walked towards it, raising his sword to strike. I'll send you on your way. Suddenly, an unusual emotion flickered in his eyes. Out of nowhere, a shower of sharp spikes fell from the sky, piercing through the phoenix. These spikes pierced through it, making the phoenix cry out in agony. Xiaofeng shouted with excitement, praising him. Whoa, that's amazing, big bro Lin Tian. But his next words startled the old man. That wasn't my move. There's someone else here. The old man exclaimed in shock. What? Lin Tian sheathed his sword and shouted, Come on out. I can feel the flow of your spirit, Qi. As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial rift immediately appeared before them. From within the rift, a pair of leather shoes slowly stepped out. Since you've already defeated it, Tan Kai, with his incredibly handsome appearance, suggested, Why not spare its life? Seeing him, Xiaofeng asked in confusion, Mr. Wang, why are you here? Hearing that they seemed to know each other, he immediately questioned, An acquaintance of yours? The old man immediately turned to introduce him. Big bro Lin Tian. This is Mr. Wang, the president of the Haishang City Spirit Qi Practitioners Association and a 6th-level fused spring realm expert. After that, he continued to introduce Lin Tian to Tan Kai, Mr. Wang. This brother is a genius practitioner from Tianhai City. He was invited by our military to help resolve the troubles at Green Lake Manor. Hearing their purpose, he didn't hold back and proposed, "If that's the case, then please spare this monster's life. I want to see if I can research anything from it." Towards him, Xiao Feng was extremely agreeable. "Of course, Mr. Wang, we can." Before the old man could finish, Lin Tian immediately cut him off. "No, you have no right to decide this monster's fate, and you certainly don't have the right to tell me what to do." Hearing this, Xiao Feng was a bit flustered and quickly tried to persuade him. "Big bro Lin Tian, Mr. Wang isn't just the president of the Haisheng City Spirit Qi Practitioners Association. The military's operation to reclaim Haisheng City basically relies entirely on Mr. Wang's support." Lieutenant Li chimed in, agreeing with him. "That's right. Mr. Wang is very kind. He has used his light attribute Spirit Qi to save many soldiers in our military district. He's a very good person." After the two of them finished speaking, Tan Kai began to lecture him. "Young man, although this monster has committed crimes, it is truly evil, but if we can tame it with love and turn it into a friend of humanity, wouldn't that be better than killing it?" As he spoke, he used his power on the phoenix. "All living things in this world have a spirit, and they must all be tamed with love." The phoenix's gaze changed. It stared at him intently with gentle, shimmering eyes. Suddenly, a familiar bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. That bolt of lightning severed Tan Kai's stream of power and finished off the phoenix. But it didn't stop there. Another attack was hurtling towards his back. Tan Kai quickly extended his hand, activating his power to create a shield. His shield firmly blocked Lin Tian's attack. Then, he clenched his hand into a tight fist. At his command, the shield instantly shattered, deflecting the attack it had blocked. Tan Kai frowned slightly, silently assessing his power. This kid's energy is incredibly strong. Immediately after, he calmly put his hands in his pockets and questioned him. "Kid, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to become my enemy, or the enemy of all humanity?" Lin Tian's sudden action left the two people behind them in shock. Ignoring them, he bluntly explained his reason to the man. "You want to know why? Fine, then I'll tell you. First, this monster has killed many people in this villa. It had to pay the price for that. Second, I, Lin Tian, never need anyone to tell me what to do. You are not qualified to give me orders." As he spoke, he raised his sword to his shoulder. "And the third reason is the most important one." He pointed his sword at Tan Kai, facing him without fear. "Ever since you appeared, this monster's aura became incredibly strange." Hearing this, Xiao Feng was confused. "Big brother Lin Tian, what do you mean by a strange aura?" He calmly gave him an answer. This monster was afraid of him. It was more afraid of Mr. Wang, who was trying to save it, than it was of me, a human trying to kill it. Hearing this answer, Tan Kai chuckled condescendingly. "Kid, in its eyes, you and I are both just humans. Besides, I used a cage of light to seal its movements, so it's only natural for it to be afraid of me." Seeing how confident he was, he sheathed his sword behind his back and made a decision. "If that's the case, then let me use my special ability to see what memories are inside this monster's brain, shall we?" Seeing this, he was inwardly shaken and cried out, "What?" Lieutenant Li found it hard to believe and asked, "Brother Lin Tian, you have that kind of ability?" He turned his head to look at him and replied, "I acquired this ability after subjugating the monster in Tianhai City last time. Through channeling spiritual power and direct contact, I can read the memories in a monster's brain." And with that, he walked past Tan Kai, moving forward. As he watched him walk past, he seemed unconvinced, thinking to himself, "This kid must be bluffing." Lin Tian approached the phoenix and activated his light-based power on it. The phoenix, as if resurrected, let out a loud cry. It slowly began to flap its wings, rising up within the flow of his spiritual power. Like a security camera feed, 4 memory panels instantly appeared. Witnessing this, Tan Kai and Xiao Feng were too stunned to speak. Lin Tian observed the memory panels, muttering in dissatisfaction. "Looks like I need to choose an earlier time. The way the spiritual energy was injected back then, it must be this moment." Realizing the situation was no longer in his favor, Tan Kai immediately fired a bolt of lightning at him, hoping to stop him from finding out more. Seeing his action, he smirked slightly. "You took the bait." Lin Tian spun around, drawing his sword to counter the attack, shouting, "Bring it on." Tan Kai's lightning bolt collided with his sword strike. The two onlookers struggled to withstand the terrifying clash of power. Xiao Feng, completely bewildered, shouted, "Mr. Wang, what are you doing?" He no longer bothered to hide it, officially revealing his dangerous power as he declared, "Since you've already found out, then I have no choice but to send you all to your deaths." Lin Tian stood before Wang Tan Kai, sword in hand. "Mr. Wang, this giant bird monster, you were the one raising it in this villa, weren't you?" Xiao Feng was stunned. He couldn't understand what was happening and said, "Big brother Lin Tian, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lieutenant Li agreed. "That's right, brother Lin Tian. Mr. Wang even led our brothers in the military to hunt this very beast." Lin Tian stood by his claim. "Then how is it that this monster is still alive for me to find today?" Xiao Feng replied, Maybe the last hunt didn't go this deep." Lin Tian retorted, "Do you even believe what you're saying?" "Mr. Wang, from the moment you appeared, this monster's body began to tremble. It looks like you've done quite a lot to it. Things that only a beast would do." Wang Tunkai smirked. "Lin Tian, you're very smart. But don't you know? The smart ones never live long." Hu Feng was in complete shock. "What? Is what Brother Lam Thien said true?" With that, Wang Tunkai began to explain. "It's true that I raised this monster in this villa using spiritual energy, but I need to clarify something. I didn't raise it to harm humanity, but to protect it." Hearing this, Commander Han and Lieutenant Li were furious. "Vuong Tan Kai, you bastard. Do you have any idea how many of our brothers we lost to reclaim High City?" Tan Kai was still incredibly smug about his achievement. Their deaths were incredibly meaningful. Their deaths helped this monster evolve from its initial Courage Spring 3rd realm to its current state at the peak of the Courage Spring 6th realm. Lieutenant Lai trembled with rage. "And yet you use the lives of our soldiers as an experiment." Tankai said, "You people from the lower class could never understand the thoughts of someone from the upper class like me. I raised this monster not only to use it to destroy other monsters and reduce human casualties, but also to study its evolution and find a way for human cultivators to better adapt to this world of resurgent spiritual energy. And now, this monster is completely under my control. I've said all that needs to be said. Now, it's time to send you on your way." With that, Vuong Tankai swiped 2 fingers downward, and a surge of power manifested. It shot straight towards Lam Thien. The system announced, "Powerful light attribute energy detected. Do you wish to absorb it?" Lam Thien grinned. "You're telling me there's a deal this good? Of course I'll absorb it." Then, Lam Thien raised his hands and absorbed Tankai's abundant power. Meanwhile, Hu Feng and Lieutenant Li panicked, thinking he had been hit by that bastard Tankai's attack. They rushed to help him. Brother Lam Thien. Tankai paid them no mind, turning his attention to the 2 remaining targets. Symbols immediately appeared beneath Hyo Fong and Lieutenant Li's feet. He laughed slyly and said, "Next. Let me enjoy the sounds of your painful screams." Arrows shot up from below, piercing right through them. Hyo Fong and Lieutenant Li screamed in agony. Tankai admired his spectacular attack and said arrogantly, "This is the price you pay for daring to offend me, Vuong Kai." Meanwhile, Lam Thien was still absorbing his power. The system reported. Lightning system, level 2, 251 out of 1000. Fire system, level 2, 336 out of 1000. Light system, level 1, 150, increased to 999 out of 1000. Next, light system, level 2, from 0 to 325. Lam Thien gloated. This trip was totally worth it. Not only did I get a free house, but my power also jumped a level. Lam Thien flew up from behind, launching a fire and lightning attack at Tankai and successfully rescuing Hu Fong and Lieutenant Li. Hu Fong looked up at the sky. "Brother Lam Thien, thank you for saving us." Lam Thien replied, "What are we waiting for? Let's end this quickly." Tankai was stunned. "What's going on? How can you move freely? Weren't you trapped by my light shield?" Lam Thien asked, "Did you really think your trashy Courage Spring 6th realm power could hold me? To thank you for helping me get stronger, I'll give you a quick and clean end." Tankai refused to believe it and sneered. "You, a snot-nosed brat, dares to pass judgment on me? Let's see what you're really made of." With that, Tankai launched a blast of power at Lam Thien. He drew his sword and unleashed the Thunder Flame Dragon Annihilation Slash, instantly deflecting Tankai's ultimate move. He gritted his teeth helplessly. In a flash, Lam Thien appeared behind Tankai. He whipped his head around. "How is this possible? How is this kid so fast? I'm screwed. I can't dodge this." Just then, Lam Thien struck Tankai with ease. "So this is all the peak Courage Spring 6th realm amounts to." Tankai clutched his injured shoulder and snarled, "Lam Thien, you're courting death." Tankai immediately erupted with power. "Lam Thien, you have truly angered me now. Let me show you the true power of the peak Courage Spring 6th realm." Then, Tankai summoned a large magic circle above Lam Thien's head. It seemed the magic circle had little effect on Lam Thien. Even using all your strength is just prolonging the inevitable." Tankai didn't care. He unleashed all the remaining power he had. 10,000 arrows pierced the heart. Beams of light immediately shot down from the circle. Lam Thien instantly used a move to block his entire attack. Tan Kai didn't give up. He moved swiftly towards him. Die, Lam Thien. Bright sword formation. Lam Thien glanced at the sword pointed at him. An attack with immense destructive power exploded, creating a massive tremor around it. But it was nothing to Lam Thien. He mocked him. "You're too slow," Tan Kai cried out in shock. "Where?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Tan Kai was hit by one of his moves, and then he fell, smashing his head on the ground, dragging his body, and kissing the pavement. Tan Kai struggled to his feet in pain. "Lam Thien, even if I die, I will never lose to you." Suddenly, Tan Kai's body, Kai writhed in pain, letting out muffled groans. A series of runes appeared around his body. Tan Kai suddenly stood up, perfectly fine, as if he hadn't been injured at all. He grew a pair of wings and flew forward. "Lin Tian, let me show you a taste of my full power." "Radiant judgment," Lin Tian retorted. "Nice move. Let's see which is harder, your fist or my sword." Thunderflame sword art. Earth-shattering glacial slash. A massive explosion erupted as Lin Tian's light dragon clashed with Tan Kai. Naturally, the victory went to Lin Tian. Tan Kai was thrown back, unable to accept it. Impossible. Then, two vortexes appeared, each to their own fate. Tan Kai lay sprawled on the ground. You. How can your power be greater than mine? Your strength. It's even beyond the peak 6th level courage spring realm. Lin Tian replied from above. The mere peak of the 6th level? What's so difficult about that? Hearing this, Tan Kai no longer dared to boast. He trembled. Could it be, you've already reached the 7th level courage spring realm? No way. It hasn't been that long since the Spirit Chi revival. How could he have already reached the 7th level courage spring realm? Seeing him speechless, Lin Tian continued. "All right, I have other things to do. It's time to send you on your way." Tears started to well up in Tan Kai's eyes. He couldn't accept this. He couldn't die here. He just couldn't. But Lin Tian drew his sword to deliver the punishment. "Pay the price for what you've done, you bastard." Lin Tian showed no mercy. He swung his blade down at him. Trash will always be trash. Xiao Yili was dumbfounded. "Oh my god, dude. Did Lin Tian just one-shot a peak 6th level courage spring realm user?" Xiao Feng's jaw dropped in awe. "Holy crap, that's my big bro Lin Tian for you." With everything settled, he asked to go see the big bird. The other two scrambled. Oh, right. This way, brother Lin Tian." The scene shifts to the monster that Tan Kai had been raising. Xiao Feng looked at it, terrified, even though it was tied up and defeated. "Big bro Lin Tian, let's just kill this evil monster and get out of here." Lin Tian replied, "It's not an evil monster. It's just another victim." With that, he channeled his power towards it. It shrieked, startling Xiao Yili and Xiao Feng. "Big bro Lin Tian, be careful." Lin Tian said, "I'm not Wang Tan Kai. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to help you. Understand?" Its eyes opened, a pair of crimson orbs staring at Lin Tian. Then, as if understanding his intentions, it lowered its head to let him heal it. Instantly, its appearance became much gentler. Looks really do reflect the heart. Xiao Yili and Xiao Feng were stunned. It turned into an owl. What in the world just happened? Lin Tian petted it and said, "I don't know either. I was just planning to use my light attribute Spirit Chi to heal its wounds. I didn't expect that after the treatment. It would end up turning into this." Xiao Yili spoke up. "Oh, right. Big bro Lin Tian, can you actually see the past? Can you show us what happened to this owl?" Lin Tian revealed his trick. "Ah, I was just bluffing. It was purely to trick Wang Tan Kai into falling for it," they exclaimed in surprise. "Huh? But what about those images from before?" Lin Tian chuckled and replied, "That was me using my light attribute Spirit Chi to materialize my own memories. Luckily, he fell for it. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known what to do then. All right, everything's settled here. Let's go home. I'll have to find a contractor later to see how much it'll cost to fix up this house." Seeing him turn to leave, the other two were still in disbelief. Wait, big bro Lin Tian. Are you planning to keep that owl as a pet?" Lin Tian said. "I've never thought about raising a spirit beast, but this little guy is very well behaved. It wouldn't be so bad to have it around the house. Or hey, maybe your military can raise it." Huang Xiaofeng immediately refused the offer. "Oh, no way. The military's budget is limited. Besides, this is a spirit beast that you worked so hard to rescue. How could we possibly be qualified to raise it? It's better if you take it. It'll definitely have a much better life with you than under military supervision." Lin Tian saw right through him. "Do you really have to be so worried? I'm genuinely trying to negotiate with you here." Xiao Feng replied softly. "Big bro Lin Tian, please, don't joke with me anymore. How could we dare to take your spirit beast? So Lin Tian negotiated. How about this? Let me take it home and see what my housemates think. If any of them object, I'll send it over to your military. The scene shifts to the military headquarters, where news of Tan Kai's treason had reached them. A file was thrown in a man's face. Damn it. What the hell is your spirit association doing? The cultivators from the Haishang Spirit Association not only raised a monster, but they also used our military personnel as test subjects. The man from the association quickly tried to explain, Commander Shen, this is truly a misunderstanding. I had absolutely no idea about Wang Xingkai's actions. He is the most experienced and powerful expert in our association. His strength is on another level. I really wouldn't dare to offend him. Elder Shen frowned and said, You wouldn't dare to offend him. Insult him? So you dare to insult our military? Cornered, he flusteredly explained. I wouldn't dare. Commander Shen, please don't say that. I'm just an ordinary person. Most of the association's work is handled by the cultivators. There's really nothing I can do, Commander Shen replied. Nothing you can do? You say that so lightly, don't you? If I hadn't put pressure on you today, were you planning to shirk all responsibility? He answered, Wang Xingkai is a 6th realm peak Yongquan cultivator, and I'm just an ordinary person. How could I dare to provoke him? Between the Spirit Qi Association and the military, I'm just a common man. I can't afford to offend either side. Commander Shen, please, show some mercy and give me a way out. Commander Shen said coldly, a way out. Do you have any idea how tragically our soldiers died, killed by those monsters? When their wands, family members were crying their hearts out, weren't they also begging for a way out? Hearing this, the man was speechless, at a loss for words. Commander Shen continued to lecture the man from the Spirit Qi Association. Let me tell you, from this day forward, the military will conduct a detailed investigation of every member of the Spirit Qi Association. You'd better cooperate, otherwise, don't blame me for using military law. The man quickly complied. Yes, sir. I will definitely cooperate with the military's investigation. I only beg Commander Shen to be merciful and not let the Spirit Qi Association's reputation be completely destroyed. Otherwise, those cultivators will tear me to shreds. Commander Shen finally relented. All right, get the hell out of here and tell those cultivators to be a little more honest. You hear me? The man hurriedly bowed at a 90-degree angle and replied, yes, sir. The scene changes to the apartment Lin Tian just acquired. He opened the door and walked in. Leng, Yue and Fei Fei were already waiting. Are you okay? Honey, you're back? Lin Tian looked at them and thought to himself, so this is what a family feels like. It's nice. To continue living like this, Lin Tian knew he still had to become stronger. It's true, a family with 2 wives really does look happy. He stood there, lost in his happy thoughts for so long that Fei Fei asked, why are you spacing out? Lin Tian replied, everything's been taken care of, and I brought back a pet beast for you too. Leng Yue asked blankly, a pet beast? As he finished speaking, Lin Tian summoned it, and an owl landed on his head. The two of them looked at it affectionately. It's so cute, so adorable, and it's an owl. Where did you get this owl? It's so lovely. Lin Tian answered, I found it in the mutated villa district. Leng Yue touched it. To survive in a place like that, it seems the will to live in creatures is truly strong. Lin Tian replied casually. It is indeed very strong. After all, this thing is a 6th realm Yongquan, peak mutant beast. At his words, the 2 beauties froze, as if struck by lightning. Lin Tian, what did you just say? Lin Tian repeated, I said this owl is a 6th realm peak Yongquan mutant beast. The owl looked at Leng Yue and Fei Fei innocently, but in contrast, the 2 girls were terrified. Honey, is this mutant beast really a 6th realm peak Yongquan? It's not going to peck me to death, is it? Fei Fei, don't move. A mutant beast of this level could tear us both to shreds in a minute. Lin Tian looked on helplessly. All right, don't worry. So much. It's very well behaved. If it wanted to attack you, it would have done so long ago. You should focus on yourselves. When are you going to have a breakthrough? Leng Yue replied shyly. We want to work hard too, but our strength can't just be increased whenever we want. Fei Fei added, that's right. Do you think everyone is a genius like you? Lin Tian stretched. Just train harder. Otherwise, if we run into a dangerous situation like last time, I might not be able to save you all in time. I'm going to rest first. With that, Lin Tian fell deep into a dream. The scene shifts again, where members of the military are discussing amongst themselves. Did you hear? The strongest cultivator in Haishang City has been killed. He harmed so many of our brothers, right? He deserved to die. Dead? He was a 6th realm peak Yongquan cultivator. How did he die? Could it have been a powerful mutant? Beast? A 7th realm Yongquan, maybe? Suddenly, someone knocked them on the head. Nonsense. If there really was a 7th realm, Yongquan beast, none of us would still be alive. Rubbing his sore head, the soldier asked, then, how did he die? Hearing this, the other soldier looked around cautiously, then recounted, I heard that he was killed by a powerful cultivator from Tianhai City. They say this cultivator also resolved a great crisis in Tianhai City before. They were shocked and couldn't believe it. What? A cultivator from Tianhai City is actually that powerful? Just then, Xiaofeng appeared. What are you all whispering about over here? Seeing their superior arrive, they quickly stood at attention. Boss, we were just changing shifts and having a drink of water to warm up, and we were. You can just have a little chat. Xiaofeng said in a low, stern voice. I'm warning you all. You can chat, but you are not to reveal any specific information to any cultivator in Tianhai City. Otherwise, it will be considered leaking a military secret. Everyone understood the order. Yes, Chief, Xiaofeng ordered. All right, dismiss. After everyone had left, he said with concern, you guys have no idea how strong Lin Tian is. I'd even dare to say that the current Lin Tian is someone who can influence the international standing of our Xia country. The scene changes. Early one morning, gentle sunlight streamed into Lin Tian's house. In a room, Fei Fei was sitting at a desk, one hand propping up her chin as she looked something up on her computer. On the screen, a news headline appeared at the top of the page. Fei Fei smiled and exclaimed, I knew it! It's trending! Fei Fei scrolled down, and 3 comments appeared one after another, below. Fei Fei's eyes scanned down, landing on a very long comment from another person. Fei Fei clicked on a line of text, and another comment immediately appeared. Scrolling further down, comments from 2 more people showed up. Fei Fei looked at the screen and exclaimed in frustration, why are the cultivators from Shihong City so rude? Lang Yue appeared out of nowhere. She asked, what's wrong, Fei Fei? What are you muttering to yourself about? Fei Fei turned to look at Lang Yue and replied, there's this netizen called Xihong is the Goat, who claims to be a 7th level Yongquan realm cultivator and is threatening to challenge Lin Tian in the martial arts tournament. Lang Yue placed a hand on Fei Fei's chair, her eyes fixed on the screen. She asked, a martial arts tournament? What kind of competition is that? Why haven't I heard anything about it? Fei Fei answered softly, I just found out myself. Fei Fei narrowed her eyes and said to Lang Yue, my grandpa told me that the military is about to organize a national competition for cultivators from all over the country to strive together in their cultivation and protect national security. Fei Fei turned her head away, her face filled with anger. She shouted, Lin Tian, you have to win the championship and slap those guys in the face. Nearby, Lin Tian was trying to stuff a piece of food into the spirit beast's mouth. He urged it angrily, hurry up and eat. This is the most expensive bird food there is. It costs almost 10,000 yuan per pound. You hear me? The spirit beast closed its eyes and suddenly turned its head away, completely ignoring Lin Tian's presence. Lin Tian moved closer to the spirit beast and muttered in frustration, I swear, you're about to rebel. Normal birds are lucky to even get millet to eat. Do you have any idea how much a pound of millet costs? Fei Fei looked at Lin Tian, her face showing clear embarrassment. Lang Yue, standing beside her, sighed and asked, don't be so mean to it. So, have you heard about the martial arts tournament? Lin Tian turned his head back and quickly brushed it off. Not going. I'm not interested. I have more important things to do. Lang Yue wondered. Why not? Fei Fei, beside her, was also confused. Yeah, what could be so important? Lin Tian gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Of course, it's renovating the villa that Haishang City gifted me. Lin Tian pointed at the pile of sparkling new furniture in front of them and yelled, before you two turn my house into a hotel, I absolutely have to move into the new place. The scene changes to the headquarters of the Spirit Chi Association. A shocked voice rang out. What? Lin Tian isn't participating? In a room where the heads of the association were holding a meeting, someone exclaimed in confusion. What on earth is going on? Lei Nuo sighed, his voice tinged with disappointment. According to the young miss, it seems he's busy with renovations, so he's not interested in this martial arts tournament. Li Yang sat still, his hands clasped together. He smiled and said, that's great. This is truly good news. If he doesn't come, there will be a lot less trouble. Elder Shen, sitting opposite Li Yang, frowned and asked him, "Fatty Li, what do you mean by that?" Li Yang raised a hand to scratch his cheek and replied awkwardly, "Commander Shen, what I said is a truth I've learned after more than 10 years as an official. No matter what event you organize, the fewer people who participate, the less trouble there is." Elder Shen's frown deepened, his face showing clear anger. His voice dropped low. "You, shut your mouth." Elder Shen's voice boomed. "This tournament isn't just for cultivators from various places to learn from each other and promote progress. More importantly, it's to scout talent for the upcoming international competitions." Elder Shen scanned everyone in the room and continued, "If we don't have a genius, like Lin Tian, what are we going to use to compete against the cultivators from other countries, huh?" Xie Yuan looked visibly uneasy. He spoke up, "But Commander, you already know what Lin Tian's personality is like. He doesn't care. For these empty titles, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to convince him." Trin Fong, sitting beside him, added, "That's right." Mr. Shen narrowed his eyes, his voice tinged with helplessness. "Are we just going to let things be? If talented people like Lin Tian don't participate, it will be a great loss for the country." Lu Yi, who was nearby, suddenly spoke up. "How about we use some rare cultivation resources as a reward? Surely there must be something that piques Lin Tian's interest, right?" A voice rang out. "Doesn't our military have some low-level spiritual energy mutation points?" Someone else in the room chimed in. "Hasn't Lin Tian already reached the 7th level of the Yongquan realm? Why would he even bother with a low-level mutation point?" Liu Ying turned to look at Mr. Shen and began to speak. "Old Shen, I've thought of a very good plan." Mr. Shen frowned and urged him, "Whatever you've thought of, just say it. Don't keep me in suspense." Liu Ying stood up, crossed his arms, and began to present his idea. "I recall that in Haithuang City, there's a mutation point at the Green Lake Manor with a high danger level, correct?" Mr. Shen narrowed his eyes, not quite understanding Liu Ying's meaning. He uttered, "What you mean is..." Liu Ying raised a finger and continued, "If the strongest martial artists from all over the country come to participate in this martial arts tournament, why don't we take this opportunity to eliminate the super-level mutation point in Haithuang City once and for all?" Liu Ying spread his hands to his sides, continuing to explain his idea. "After all, if we succeed, not only can we completely reclaim Haithuang City, but we can also strike fear into those foreign cultivators. When you think about it, no country has ever managed to eliminate a super-level mutation point before." As soon as he finished speaking, murmurs began to fill the room. One person laughed and said, "This is a great idea." Another voice chimed in, "Indeed." Li Yang suddenly shot to his feet, holding his hands out in front of him, and shouted, "Absolutely not." Li Yang looked at Liu Ying, sweat pouring down his forehead, his voice filled with discontent. "I completely disagree. Do you people have any idea how much responsibility I'll have to bear if we do this? Why don't you all go to another city? I think the neighboring Taihong city is quite nice. I'm an old man, and I really can't take this torture from you guys anymore." Mr. Shen raised a hand. He tried to calm Li Yang down. "Li Yang, do you really need to be this agitated? Old Liu's proposal is indeed very bold, but it's not impossible. As long as our military implements comprehensive protection and prevention measures beforehand, we can absolutely prevent the situation from getting out of control, and it certainly won't cause you any trouble." Li Yang brought his hands to his face, pleading, "Precautionary measures. Those are the words I've heard the most in recent years. But what happens every time? The grander the promises, the greater the chaos that follows. I'm begging you people, please spare me. I'm old and just want to lie low and wait peacefully for my retirement day. I really can't do this anymore." Mr. Shen frowned, a hint of displeasure on his face. Mr. Shen's voice turned stern. "Li Yang, you are the president of the Spiritual Energy Association in Haithuang. This is a matter of great significance to the country, and there is no room for you to back down." Li Yang slumped into his chair, his face a mask of helplessness. He sighed and said, "I know. Once you people have made a decision, no one can stop you. I surrender. Do whatever you want. Anyway, I've said everything I needed to say." Mr. Shen looked towards Liu Ying and made his decision. "Old Liu, your proposal is excellent. Let's settle it this way." Mr. Shen glanced around the room. He announced to everyone present, "Next, Old Liu will be responsible for planning the tournament and assisting with personnel for logistical preparations." Liu Ying slightly lowered his head, a thought crossing his mind. "Leng Yue, there might be news about your parents soon." The scene changes to Lin Tian's house. In his room, a strange light emanates. Lin Tian is sitting on his bed in a meditative posture, his magical power surging out forcefully. Lin Tian opens his eyes, which are now glowing brightly, his power erupting violently. Lin Tian lets out a faint smile and whispers with satisfaction. Finally, I've reached the 9th level of the Yongquan realm. Just one more step and I'll enter the Iron Vein realm. The scene shifts to early morning. Warm sunbeams gently fall upon Lin Tian's house. In a room, he is sitting on a reclining chair. Lin Tian holds a book in both hands, his eyes focused on its contents. Suddenly, a voice calls out from outside. Lam Thien was slightly startled, his eyes darting towards the front door as a thought crossed his mind. Who could be visiting at this hour? Lam Thien went to open the door, and standing outside was Secretary Tron. She greeted him softly. "Hello, Mr. Lam Thien. It's been a while." He quickly asked, "Secretary Tran, what brings you to my house so early?" Secretary Tran smiled and replied, "I've come today mainly to deliver some rewards to you, sir. There are also a few documents that require your signature." Lam Thien turned and gestured inside, saying politely, "Please, come in." "Thank you," Secretary Tran said gratefully. Taking a seat, Secretary Tran pulled some documents out of her briefcase. Secretary Tran told Lam Thien, "These are the rewards the military has prepared for you, sir, including the transfer documents for the villa. There's also the expense reimbursement form and some additional living subsidies. You just need to sign in these designated places." Lam Thien took the stack of papers, smiling lightly as he replied, "That's quite considerate of them." Secretary Tran smiled and informed him, "Mr. Lam, there is one more important matter I need to discuss with you." Lam Thien narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is it about that martial arts tournament?" Secretary Tran replied, her voice tinged with a bit of surprise. "Yes, it is." Lam Thien placed the papers on the table, his tone turning cold. "Go on." Leng Yue and the others already heard the rumors online. I, on the other hand, don't really pay attention to that stuff. Secretary Tran gave a slight smile and began to explain. "It's like this. The venue for the martial arts tournament will be the Super Mutant Anomaly Point in Hai Thuong City." Lam Thien glanced away, voicing his concern. "Another Super Mutant Anomaly Point? Why is this Hai Thuong City so dangerous?" A map appeared in Secretary Tran's mind as her voice rang out. Hai Thuong City is located at the intersection of several spiritual veins. Ever since the spiritual energy revival, the city has produced many dangerous anomaly points due to the surge in spiritual energy. Lam Thien was slightly surprised. The intersection of spiritual veins? No wonder it's so much trouble. Secretary Tran placed her hands on her lap and continued, "That's right. Therefore, if Hai Thuong City can be successfully secured, it would be a great thing for all the cultivators in our country." Secretary Tran smiled faintly and continued the conversation. "According to the information we have, this super mutant anomaly point contains extremely pure lightning elements." Lam Thien looked down slightly, his eyes closing as his voice suddenly deepened. "Lightning elements?" Secretary Tran handed another stack of papers to Lam Thien. She confirmed, "That's right. The lightning attribute spiritual energy in this anomaly point is extremely dense. And here is the detailed information." Lam Thien looked at Secretary Tran, speaking sarcastically. "You guys really went through a lot of trouble just to get me to join this tournament, huh?" Secretary Tran was taken aback and quickly clarified, "Mr. Lam, please don't misunderstand us." Lam Thien looked at the documents in his hand and reassured her. "All right, no need to be so worried. I'll look over these materials first before I make a decision." Secretary Tran stood up, her voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you so much, Mr. Lam. You can call me anytime." The scene changes. Time passes to noon. The clock on the wall strikes 12. Lam Thien places several bags of food on the table. He called out loudly, "Hey ladies, wake up and come eat." Phi Phi appeared from somewhere, covering her mouth as she yawned. Phi Phi said, "Coming, coming. I'm so sleepy I could die." Leng Yue walked forward, rubbing her eyes with one hand, her voice still groggy. "I'm here." Leng Yue's eyes shifted to the pile of papers on the table, and she asked curiously, "What's this?" Lam Thien looked back and answered, "Those are the documents about the martial arts tournament and the reward for the last mission that the military brought over this morning." Phi Phi grinned, picking up a document with both hands, her tone full of excitement. "Let me see what kind of reward Grandpa gave us. Is there a rank or a position?" Lam Thien quickly replied, "It's not as grand as you're making it out to be. It's just the villa transfer documents and the reimbursement for the renovation costs." Phi exclaimed in disappointment. "What? How could Grandpa be so stingy? He only gave us one shabby villa?" Phi frowned and declared, "I'm going to ask Grandpa if he can give us a different piece of land." Lam Thien pushed Fifi forward, urging her, "Hurry up and wash your face. Then be a good girl and come eat for me." Leng Yue watched the whole scene from a distance, letting out a soft sigh. Suddenly, she realized something, and a jolt went through her. Her eyes were drawn to the stack of documents. On the table, mixed in with Lam Thien's papers, was a single sheet with a line of text on it. Lang Yue opened it. Her eyes widened as a sudden thought struck her. Clutching the file, Lun Wei trembled as she thought, "Isn't this the singularity point where my parents disappeared all those years ago?" Lun Wei flipped through the pages, her mind filled with questions. Why are there pages missing? Lan Wei's expression fell, her thoughts clouded with suspicion. Did the military intentionally hide them? But why would they hide it? Could it be, they don't want me to know the truth? In the bathroom, Lam Thien was watching Fifi brush her teeth. He turned his head towards the room where Lan Wei was. A thought crossed Lam Thien's mind. Looks like she's finally noticed, huh? The scene shifts to night, his thoughts drifting. Lan Wei, it's better if you don't know about this. In his room, Lam Thien leaned against the wall, a single sheet of paper in his hand. The document detailed a specific event. Lam Thien pulled out his phone and called Secretary Trun. "Secretary Trun, I've decided to go to that singularity point." Secretary Trun's voice on the other end was filled with joy. "That's wonderful news, Mr. Lam Thien." Suddenly, his tone dropped. "However, I'm very displeased with the way you military folks operate." Secretary Trun sounded confused. "What do you mean, sir?" Lam Thien lowered his head slightly, speaking softly. "You people knew Lan Hui's parents were connected to this singularity. You knew I couldn't just ignore it, so you used that to force my hand." On the other end, Secretary Trun's voice was frantic. "It must be a misunderstanding or a coincidence. We didn't mean to." Lam Thien cut her off. "And you think I'd believe that?" Secretary Trun stammered in response. Mr. Lam Thien, I will definitely report your concerns to my superiors." He frowned. Lam Thien warned her angrily, "Cut the crap and stop passing the buck. I don't care what the military is thinking, but this little stunt of yours to test me is really pissing me off." Lam Thien crumpled the paper in his hand, warning her, "Tell your people, this is the first and last time, otherwise don't blame me for what happens next." Secretary Trun hastily replied, "Mr. Lam Thien, please rest assured. I will relay your exact words to my superiors." Lam Thien hung up. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he turned and walked back into the room. He paused for a moment. In the distance, Lan Wyatt was asleep on the armchair. Suddenly, Lam Thien noticed something. He glanced down at the table, where a piece of paper was covered in Lan Wyatt's notes, as if she was trying to analyze something. Lam Thien grabbed a blanket and gently draped it over the sleeping Lan Wyatt. He stood up straight, his eyes fixed on her as a thought formed in his mind. "Don't worry, I will definitely find out what happened to your parents." The scene shifts to early morning. Lam Thien's car stopped in front of a large building. As he opened the door and got out, a loud voice called out, "Big bro Lam Thien is here." Several nearby soldiers ran over, one of them shouting, "Hurry up and welcome Big bro Lam Thien." The soldiers bowed to him, shouting in unison, "Greetings, Big bro." Lam Thien raised a hand, saying sheepishly, "Guys, please don't do this. It's a little embarrassing." Hio Fong appeared, smiling. "Big bro, this is an honor you deserve. If you hadn't killed that monster Vung Tan Kai, who knows how much more we brothers would have been tortured." Lam Thien frowned and replied softly, all right. Don't exaggerate. I just did what needed to be done." Hio Fong smiled and continued, "You have no idea how big of an impact the Vung Tan Kai incident had on the military. All of us brothers are truly grateful to you from the bottom of our hearts. You are more than worthy of these cheers." Qing Hao, standing behind them, suddenly spoke up. "Big bro Lam Thien, I heard you killed Vung Tan Kai with a single sword strike. Is that true?" Lam Thien put a hand on his chin, thinking for a moment before replying, "That guy wasn't too hard to deal with, just a little annoying." The soldiers raised their hands high, cheering joyfully. "As expected of Big Bro. Big Bro is the GOAT." Lam Thien held out his hands, awkwardly trying to calm them down. Okay, everyone please disperse. Don't crowd around here." Fi, sitting inside the car, called out, "Honey, you should probably get used to this. There's definitely going to be more of this in the future. The sooner you adapt, the easier it'll be." Lam Thien turned his head back and sighed helplessly in response. All right. I guess this is what happens when you're such a rare superhuman, huh?" Lam Thien put his hands in his pockets and said to Hio Fong as they walked, "Hio Fong, do you know where Director Liu An is? There's something I need to ask him." Hio Fong replied politely, "This way, please." The scene changes to a view of a neatly arranged military camp below. Inside a tent, Liu An was sitting and reading a document. A thought crossed his mind. There are too many uncertain dangers in this singularity. I need to carefully vet everyone on the entry list. Lam Thien suddenly walked in, speaking up. "Director Liu, it's been a while." Liu An looked up in surprise and exclaimed, "Lam Thien, you're here? Come, have a seat. What did you need to see me about?" Lin Tian pulled up a chair and sat down. asking Liu Ying, Director Liu. Secretary Chen told me that you were the one who arranged for this singularity. Is that right? Liu Ying replied softly. That's right. I know this would displease you, but I truly had no other choice. Liu Ying averted his gaze and continued. Although Yuer is a good and understanding child, she still cries herself to sleep at night. Lin Tian listened intently to Liu Ying's every word. Before I met you, I wanted to rely on the military and my own strength to help her find her parents. But I've led my team into that place no less than 5 times. Not only did we fail, but we lost so many people on our way back. Liu Ying turned back to Lin Tian and continued, I was hoping you would participate in the grand tournament and help the other cultivators improve. But I also wanted to use this opportunity to help Leng Yue find her parents. Liu Ying bowed his head in apology, his voice pleading, If this has offended you in any way, I will bear all the consequences. But please, don't hold this against Leng Yue. She doesn't know anything about this. Lin Tian let out a sigh and replied, Uncle Liu, next time something like this comes up, you should just tell me directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Liu Ying was a bit surprised, asking bluntly, What you mean is? Lin Tian crossed his arms and began to speak. Leng Yue and I are friends. You don't need so many reasons to ask me to do something for a friend. Liu Ying's eyes widened, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you. Scene change. Xiao Feng stood before a crowd of thousands. He announced loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this year's Grand Marshal Tournament. I'm sure you all know that this tournament is not just a competition, but also a trial. Xiao Feng narrowed his eyes, his voice lowering. What I'm about to say next concerns the critical details of the singularity you are all about to face. Down below, Lin Tian was standing with Fei Fei, Leng Yue, and Yu Qing. Xiao Feng's voice continued to ring out. The main venue for this tournament will be the mutant-level singularity in Haitian City. This singularity is located at the intersection of converging spirit veins. It contains incredibly powerful lightning-type spiritual energy, but it also comes with an extremely high level of danger. Suddenly, Mo Qiu approached Lin Tian and spoke up. You're Lin Tian, right? I'm Mo Qiu, a cultivator from Xinxi. Lin Tian shook hands with Mo Qiu, his eyes wide and his tone a bit confused. Hello. Mo Qiu scratched his head, exclaiming, I never expected the Sword Saint, Lin Tian, to be so approachable. Lin Tian stood frozen, blurting out in confusion. Sword Saint? Mo Qiu held up a finger and began to explain. The nickname comes from the legend that you killed Wang Xingqi with a single sword strike. It's spread all over our Xinxi Cultivator Association. Hasn't it reached you guys yet? Lin Tian thought to himself, embarrassed. Good thing it hasn't. Otherwise, I'd die of cringe. Lin Tian looked at Mo Qiu and asked, So, what can I do for you? Mo Qiu replied, Oh, right, I almost forgot. He rubbed his hands together and proposed, Brother Lin, after we enter the singularity, can I tag along with you guys? Fei Fei's eyes went wide with surprise as she exclaimed, Tag along with us? Lin Tian calmly asked back, Why would you want to come with us? Isn't this a mission assigned to you by the Xinxi Spirit Association? Mo Qiu moved closer to Lin Tian and whispered, Brother Lin, let me tell you something in confidence. Please don't tell anyone else. Otherwise, it'll be hard for me to explain myself when I get back. Even though I was sent by the Xinxi Spirit Association, I'm basically just a seat filler. I don't have any real strength at all. Lin Tian frowned, his voice filled with doubt. You're a cultivator. How can you not have any strength? Besides, the Xinxi Spirit Association sent you here just to make up the numbers. Aren't they afraid of losing face? Mo Qiu threw his hands up in a helpless gesture. Losing face? They don't care whether I'm embarrassed or not. They just wanted to meet their quota. I'm just a part-time cultivator. They thought I looked the part, so they just conveniently sent me on my way. Lin Tian felt a mix of pity and sarcasm. So, you gotta come here just because you look the part? This Xinxi Spirit Association is pretty interesting, huh? Mo Qiu buried his face in his hands, crying out in fear. I'm really scared of dying. I heard that even some veteran cultivators have a hard time in that singularity. If someone like me goes in, won't I just die on the spot? Lin Tian asked softly. So you want me to carry you through? Mo Qiu's anxiety was palpable as he hurriedly replied, Yes, Brother Lin, you're so strong. With you, at least I'll have a chance of making it out alive. Fei Fei put a hand on her hip and sneered at Mo Qiu. You useless coward. It's because of gutless trash like you that we get a bad name on the battlefield, so internationally. Leng Yue stood beside her, raising her hands to gently admonish, Fei Fei, you shouldn't talk bad about people right in front of them like that. Fei Fei turned to look at Leng Yue and replied coldly, If I said this behind his back, wouldn't that just make me a bad person? Fei Fei frowned and said to Mo Qiu, fine, as long as you can guarantee you won't drag us down. Mo Qiu raised one hand and quickly shouted, I won't drag you down. I won't drag you down at all. I promise to follow orders and I absolutely won't cause any trouble for anyone. Yu Qing walked closer to Lin Tian and called out to him, Captain Lin, how about we just bring him along? Leng Yue quickly chimed in. That's right, he really doesn't seem like someone who could pose much of a threat. Let's just let him follow us. Lin Tian crossed his arms and accepted Mo Qiu's plea. All right, since you're so sincere, I'll let you come with us for a while. But remember, you are not to act on your own. Mo Qiu raised a hand to scratch his head, thanking them profusely. Thank you, big brother Lin. Thank you, sisters-in-law. Don't worry, everyone. I absolutely won't cause any trouble for you. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed out. Lin Tian, Fei Fei, and Mo Qiu all turned towards the source of the sound at the same time. In the sky, a massive crack had appeared. It shattered into pieces, revealing a dark, mysterious space hidden behind it. Xiao Feng immediately shouted in a serious voice. The first Great Sha Cultivator Tournament officially begins. Below the anomalous spatial rift was a vast desert landscape with jagged rock formations. From the spatial rift, countless cultivators participating in the tournament rushed down to conquer this place. Lin Tian's group also joined the competition. They had just landed on a tall stone pillar to observe the situation. Standing behind Lin Tian, Fei Fei spoke up. Isn't Haishang supposed to be a city? Why does it look like this? Leng Yue immediately replied, the anomalous beasts within these singularity points can alter the original terrain. It seems they prefer an environment like this. Yu Qing looked at Lin Tian and asked, Captain Lin, what should we do next? Before she could finish her sentence, the place where they were standing began to shake violently. Everyone panicked and shouted, what's happening? Mo Qiu, despite having begged to come along, had no combat ability and could only cower in fear, squatting down with his head in his hands, screaming for help. Lin Tian immediately shouted a warning to everyone, be careful, anything can happen in a mystic realm. From beneath the sand dunes, monsters made of sand suddenly began to emerge in dense numbers. After appearing, they quickly targeted the cultivators who had just entered and charged at them. Lin Tian stood shoulder to shoulder with his teammates and gave the signal, prepare for battle. Suddenly, a man with a sword rushed forward and unleashed a flame slash. Following his shout, a blazing wave of sword energy shot towards the monsters. They were swept up by the flames from the sword, which incinerated a large number of the monsters in the front line. Lin Tian and the others, surprised, turned to look at the person who had just come to help. Jin Gang held a great sword, hovering in midair with a golden aura of power protecting his body. He spoke up, asking, "You're Lin Tian?" Lin Tian looked up at Jin Gang, not rushing to answer, but asking back, "And who are you?" He slung the sword over his shoulder and introduced himself confidently. "I am the strongest cultivator from Zihong, Song Jin Gang. I left a message online a few days ago." Fei Fei looked at Jin Gang in surprise and asked, "Don't tell me you're the peak of Shihong?" Hearing Fei Fei say that, he spoke up. "If your woman has already seen the post, then this makes things easier." Jin Gang pointed his sword at Lin Tian and said, "Lin Tian, I came here to challenge you." Lin Tian paid him no mind and replied, "Challenge me? Sorry, but right now, I have neither the time nor the interest." He then dismissed him. "If you only came here for such nonsense, then please leave." Jin Gang immediately frowned, sneering at Lin Tian with contempt. How disappointing. It seems the story about you killing Wang Xingqi with a single strike was just the military hyping you up. Jin Gang shot off like a bolt of lightning, leaving only his words behind. "When you finally have the guts to face me, come find me." Seeing Jin Gang's arrogance, Fei Fei angrily shouted after him, "You bastard! If you have the guts, come down here. This young lady will teach you a lesson." Lin Tian, beside her, calmed her down. "Fei Fei, let's go. We have more important things to deal with." Mo Qiu also tried to comfort Lin Tian. "Brother Lin, don't be angry. That kid was on the same flight as me. He didn't say a single word to me the entire trip. It made me so mad." Lin Tian looked into the distance and replied, "I'm not bothered by it. Next, we'll head towards that mountain over there. We need to be very careful on the way." Remembering the events of his past life, he worriedly prayed that Leng Yue's parents would be safe and sound. Lin Tian's group set off, flying past the majestic stone pillars in the desert. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something unusual. Lin Tian called out to everyone, "Wait, there's something wrong here." Hearing his warning, everyone landed to investigate. They discovered another spatial rift below them. Lin Tian led the group inside, and scattered on the ground were countless pools of blood and scattered embers littered the area. Leng Yue observed the aftermath of the battle and deduced, "A fight definitely happened here. Judging by the looks of it, It was probably a fire attribute beast. Lin Tian, walking deeper inside, spoke up. Since we're already here, let's go in and scout things out. Everyone followed him further in to assess the situation. Lin Tian cautiously scanned his surroundings, observing every small detail along the way. Suddenly, the group saw the scene ahead and stopped in their tracks. Lin Tian exclaimed in surprise. It was a group of cultivators working together to fight an enormous bull-headed monster. Its body was fiery red, its tail was covered in spikes, and its sharp claws were grabbing the unlucky ones. With just a light swing of its claws, it left a man who had just charged forward, covered in blood. Another person who tried to attack from above was met with a fireball shot from its open mouth. Only then did they realize this monster was no pushover. The cultivators turned tail and fled for their lives. Desperate cries echoed everywhere. "Help me!" A young man was also struggling to survive. Just as he took a step, he saw Lin Tian's group arriving. The young man, as if seeing a lifeline, joyfully shouted, "Big brother Lin Tian is here." Hearing this name, the entire crowd erupted in shouts. "Big brother Lin Tian, hurry and save us." Someone even shamelessly yelled, "Godfather, save your son." Looking at the rampaging monster, Lin Tian remarked, "This monster's strength is around the 4th stage of the Yongquan realm. It's perfect for Leng Yue and Yu Qing to test their skills." He turned and gave an order. "Leng Yue, Yu Qing, you both have ice attributes. Go take it down to hone your skills and gain some real combat experience." The two replied in unison, "Understood." Leng Yue and Yu Qing charged forward, flying over the hot lava to directly approach the monster. Seeing this, it spewed a powerful stream of lava towards them, trying to incinerate them. Yu Qing didn't flinch. She calmly unleashed a defensive move, Ice Barrier. At the same time, while the monster was focused on fighting Yu Qing, Leng Yue silently approached it from behind. She coordinated smoothly with Yu Qing and began to unleash her second skill, Ice Thorn. A flower made of snow, covered in sharp thorns, formed in Leng Yue's hand. Without hesitation, she launched it forcefully at the monster's thigh. The snow flower embedded itself deep in its flesh. Wounded, the monster roared in pain and fury, tilting its head to the sky. Taking advantage of the moment before it could counterattack, Leng Yue suddenly appeared behind it, preparing for her next move. She rushed forward, spreading her arms and then swiping them forward in a cross shape, shouting, "Flying ice blades!" At her command, 2 sharp streams of ice energy shot towards the monster. Unable to dodge in time, it took 2 powerful slashes directly to the chest. Meanwhile, Yu Qing wasn't idle either and continued her assault. Ice Spear. Instantly, a sharp pillar of ice appeared in her hand. Yu Qing channeled her power and launched the ice pillar. It pierced straight through the monster's chest, like a final finishing blow. It let out one last roar, before slowly shattering into pieces. A cultivator couldn't help but exclaim in praise of their coordination. "So powerful." Qin Ye, standing nearby, also said admiringly, "Goddesses have descended. They're truly goddesses who have descended." Watching the excited crowd surrounding Leng Yue and Yu Qing, Lin Tian stood on the sidelines, thinking to himself that he should let the two of them experience the feeling of being cheered on by everyone. Looking towards where the monster had just been destroyed, Lin Tian suddenly noticed something strange. He saw an amber-colored gemstone lying in the rubble of the monster's body. Lin Tian wondered curiously, "What is this?" A fire spirit crystal. He joyfully rushed towards the crystal, thinking, "This is great. This crystal is just what Fei Fei needs to advance another step." Suddenly, a voice rang out, stopping Lin Tian in his tracks. "Hold it. That fire element crystal is mine." Seeing the arrogant Jin Gang behind him, Lin Tian's face darkened as he asked in annoyance, "You again?" He thought Lin Tian was weaker than him because of their last encounter, so he arrogantly held out his hand and said, "You brat, hand it over. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite." Seeing Jin Gang trying to snatch the prize, everyone started cursing him. Where did this piece of trash come from? That's right. When we were fighting the monster, who knows where he was hiding? But now that there's a treasure, he shows up. What's wrong with him? What's he running out here and bragging about? Being scorned by them. Jin Gang's expression turned hostile. He furrowed his brows in anger and roared, "All you pieces of trash, shut your mouths for me." With that, he swung his sword towards the murmuring crowd and shouted, "Flame slash!" The flame cut through the air, rushing towards where the cultivators were standing. They quickly warned each other, "Be careful, get out of the way." Those who couldn't dodge in time were knocked to the ground by Jin Gang's attack. Seeing the destructive power of the attack, which carved a deep gash in the ground, they thought in fear, "So strong. This guy is not someone we can afford to provoke." After intimidating everyone, Jin Gang pointed his sword up, challengingly. "If you're not afraid to die, then come up here and talk to my sword." At this point, no one dared to say a word, dared to speak up. The atmosphere became completely silent. Seeing this, Kim Kwang let out a triumphant, contemptuous laugh. I thought you guys had more guts than this. Looking at you now, you're no different from a bunch of cowards hiding in your shells. He glanced at everyone once more and asked defiantly, I'm taking this fire element crystal stone. Does anyone have a problem with that? At this point, Lin Tian, who had long been disgusted by Kim Kwang's despicable actions, spoke up. I do. Kim Kwang turned to see him and said scornfully, and who the hell are you? Seeing that Lin Tian dared to oppose him, he asked, Isn't this strange, Lin Tian? The last time we met, you were just another coward hiding in your shell. Where did you get this courage from? Lin Tian didn't want to waste any more time replying. If you're looking for death, then you can't blame me. A powerful spiritual energy gathered in his hand, and without a moment's hesitation, he rushed toward Kim Kwang. Lin Tian's expression was cold and indifferent. Today, he would teach this bastard some manners. Lin Tian shouted, Flame Fist. Instantly, his arm was engulfed in blazing fire. Lin Tian threw a single punch straight through Kim Kwang's body, giving him no time to react. Kim Kwang's overconfidence cost him dearly for his thoughtless actions. He immediately coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Unable to withstand the force of Lin Tian's punch, Kim Kwang collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. Witnessing his true power, the people around them exclaimed in admiration, so strong with just one punch. Just then, a blazing red flame suddenly surrounded Kim Kwang. He screamed in fury, Are you trying to die? The flames seemed to be channeling more power into Kim Kwang. He suddenly shot to his feet and roared. Instantly, the fire-based energy around him erupted violently, preventing anyone from getting close. Those standing nearest quickly raised their hands to shield themselves, exclaiming, What is happening? How did his aura suddenly become so powerful? It's the fire elemental attribute. He himself possesses an incredibly rich fire elemental spirit, so his power is amplified here. Hearing this, the others spoke to each other in despair. What? Does that mean inside this cave, he's practically invincible? You could say that. Mo Chiu also trembled with worry and asked Fei Fei, sister-in-law, will Big Bro Lin be okay? Her expression didn't change as she answered confidently, Don't worry, I've yet to meet anyone who could actually harm Lin Tian. Thinking he had the upper hand, Kim Kwang looked at him and said, Lin Tian, this cave is filled with the fire element. In here, I am a god. At this point, Lin Tian didn't even bother to look at him, speaking with contempt. Just a dog, at the peak of the 7th stage gushing spring realm, dares to stand before me and shout? Hearing this, Kim Kwang's face twisted with rage as he roared furiously, Go to hell. He swung his sword fiercely towards Lin Tian, and streams of fire followed, attacking him. But no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't even touch Lin Tian's body. He slowly reached back and drew the thunderclap sword from his back. He spoke mockingly, Too weak. He took his stance, and with a powerful slash towards Kim Kwang, he yelled, Thunderflame Slash. A crimson bolt of lightning shot forward, colliding with Kim Kwang's stream of fire and creating a terrifying explosion. After shattering Kim Kwang's defenses, the lightning bolt didn't stop, continuing straight for his left arm. It flashed out, severing Kim Kwang's left arm and making him scream in agony. His arm rolled on the ground. Overwhelmed by the pain, Kim Kwang collapsed and writhed on the ground. He clutched his stump, cold sweat pouring down his face as he growled in fury. You actually dared to cripple me? Lin Tian walked over and said coldly, You insolent thing. I didn't bother with you before because I had more important things to do. Did you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? He walked up and pointed his sword at Kim Kwang's face, warning him, Consider your wound today a warning. Out of respect for the army, I'll spare your life. Glancing at the man on the ground, Lin Tian reminded him, Next time, no one will be able to save you. Staring at the blade, Kim Kwang frantically begged, I was wrong, Lin Tian, please, spare my life. I'm willing to submit to you. But in his heart, he had already etched this humiliating grudge. Kim Kwang thought to himself, Lin Tian, one day, I will make you pay. As the battle ended, everyone cheered. Lin Tian is too strong. He defeated Song Kim Kwang in just one move. That's right, but Song Kim Kwang was at the peak of the 7th stage gushing spring realm. Lin Tian is truly the chosen one. He's invincible. Mo Chiu immediately ran over to suck up. Big bro Lin Tian, you're just too incredible. You're my idol. Wu Qing also walked over and said with a smile, Captain Lin, you truly are amazing. Fei Fei didn't hesitate to confess either. My love, you were so cool. Lin Tian walked over and handed the crystal he had won to Fei Fei. He said, Fei Fei, when we get back, you should absorb the energy inside this fire elemental stone. Fei Fei joyfully cradled the crystal in her hands and said, "Really? But you also have a fire attribute spirit." Lin Tian replied, "This thing isn't very useful to me anymore." Fei Fei immediately moved closer, planted a kiss on his cheek, and said sincerely, "My love, you're so good to me." Tien blushed at her actions. He turned to Lan Henguyet and asked, "Do you know why we came here?" She asked with some doubt. "Isn't it for the martial arts tournament?" Lam Thien shook his head, denying it. "No, I'm not interested in that tournament at all. The reason I came here was..." Under Lan Henguyet's confused gaze, Lam Thien continued, "To help you find your parents." Seeing Lan Henguyet staring at him in disbelief, he smiled and said, "Don't be so surprised. I saw some mission files that mentioned your parents." She suddenly realized and asked Lam Thien, "The missing pages from those mission files? Was that you?" He nodded in admission. "I was afraid you'd overthink it, so I hid those pages." Lam Thien looked at her and explained, "According to the documents, your parents came to this singularity when you were little to search for something, and this was the last place they came to." He then asked, "Do you know anything else? For example, did your parents say anything to you before they left?" Lan Juit lowered her head sadly and replied, "No. I was too young back then, so I can't remember what my parents said. If it weren't for the photos Uncle Lu gave me, I might have even forgotten what they looked like." Seeing this, Lam Thien patted her on the shoulder to comfort her. "Don't worry, I'll definitely help you find your parents this time." Lan Henguyet said gratefully, "Lam Thien, thank you, but this singularity is very dangerous if we go too deep." Lam Thien reassured her, "Don't worry, no matter what this singularity is, I'm going to destroy it today." He turned back to give instructions. Fi, everyone stay here, don't go any deeper. I'm taking Lan Henguyet further into the singularity. Fi worriedly asked, "My love, are you sure about taking Lan Juit in alone? It could be very dangerous deep inside this singularity." He looked at her with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, for me, this kind of singularity is as easy as a walk in the park." Lam Thien suddenly turned to tease, "Makthu, you want to come with us?" His face turned pale as he quickly waved his hands and replied, No way, absolutely not. I don't like willingly walking into danger." Lam Thien looked at Makthu with a warning yet trusting gaze and said, "All right, then I'm entrusting the safety of Phi Phi and Vu Tin to you. If anything happens to them, I'll be coming for you," he asked, startled and flustered. "Wait, didn't you just say I was useless?" Lam Thien ignored him and led the way, saying, "Lan Henguyet, let's go." The two of them continued deeper into the singularity. Lan Henguyet followed Lam Thien inside. Now that it was just the two of them, Lan Henguyet was a bit wary, carefully observing her surroundings. Seeing her like this, Lam Thien turned back and said, "Relax, you don't need to be so tense." After walking through the cave for a while, the two suddenly stopped. Lam Thien had also noticed something in front of them. They stood on a rock ledge looking down at the lake below, where a dazzling light shone from the center of the water's surface. Lan Henguyet stood behind Lam Thien, looking at the strange area of light, and asked, "What is that thing?" Suddenly, the system continuously notified him. Spiritual attribute detected. High-grade fire. Spiritual attribute detected. Purifying lotus flame detected. Lam Thien was overjoyed, exclaiming in his mind, "Jackpot, jackpot, I've hit it big this time. To think I could just find such a high-grade, rare spiritual energy." He turned back to instruct Lan Henguyet. "I'm going down to check it out. You stay here." "Okay," she obediently replied, "Okay." After jumping down, Lam Thien first observed from a distance. Not only did this flame have no toxic smoke, but its temperature wasn't high either. He channeled his spiritual power to create a protective barrier around his body. Let's see just how powerful this flame really is. After a moment, the system's voice announced again, "High-grade fire elemental spiritual energy absorbed. Fire element attribute experience points plus 154. Fire element attribute experience points plus 154. Fire element attribute experience points plus 545. Suddenly, beneath the water's surface where he was standing, a massive dark shadow slowly appeared. Lan Henguyet, looking down from above, noticed something was wrong and shouted a warning. Two shadow sharks shot up from the water to snap at Lam Thien, seemingly protecting the source of spiritual energy in the middle of the lake. Seeing that Lam Thien had dodged, one of them prepared to lunge at him again with its sharp teeth. Lan Henguyet saw this and became extremely worried. She disregarded the danger and jumped down, shouting, "Lam Thien, be careful." She drew the small blade from her hip, leaped up, and headed towards the shadow shark that was about to attack Lam Thien. Lan Henguyet plunged the blade deep into its eye, drawing blood and disorienting the monster. Using the monster as a foothold, she kicked off it to launch herself high into the air. Lan Henguyet turned to deal with the remaining shadow shark. She quickly swung her small blade, unleashing a wave of cold sword energy. Struck directly in the back by Lan Nuyet, it thrashed and roared in pain. "Just hold off the other monsters for a bit," Lan Nuyet replied with a determined look. "Don't worry, I won't let anything get near you." She was completely unaware that above her, the green Zhao Long was watching her every move, waiting for a chance to strike. After taking precise aim, it dove from above with its sharp-toothed maw opened wide, heading straight for Lan Nuyet. Fortunately, she spotted the green Zhao Long just in time and managed to dodge the attack. After missing its target, the green Zhao Long didn't give up. It roared and continued its assault on Lan Nuyet. The monster closed in and swiped at her arm with its sharp claws. She cried out in pain, clutching the wound inflicted by the beast. A deep gash had been torn into Lan Nuyet's bicep. Gritting her teeth through the pain, she raised her hand to cast a spell, shouting, "Ice Spike." Instantly, a column of ice shot straight at the monster's face. It quickly dodged the ice spike. Its head was covered in hard scales, so it only suffered a minor scratch. The green Xiaolong glared at where Lan Nuyet was standing. Seeing that it was unharmed, Lan Nuyet exclaimed in surprise and panic. "What?" It seemed her last attack only enraged it further. It lunged towards her, spitting out a strange green liquid. Seeing this, Lan Nuyet hastily backed away to avoid it. When the droplets hit the ground, a sizzling sound echoed out. It seemed the liquid could corrode anything. However, while she was distracted, the green Xiaolong seized the opportunity. It spun around violently, whipping its tail towards Lan Nuyet. She quickly channeled her spiritual energy to create an ice wall in front of her, but the scales on the green Xiaolong were too hard, and combined with its immense strength, it shattered the ice wall and slammed its tail into Lan Nuyet's stomach. She was sent flying and crashed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. That last attack from the green Xiaolong seemed to have completely defeated her. Lan Nuyet gasped for breath, lying weakly on the ground, thinking, "It's over, I can't move my body." Seeing its prey served up on a platter, the green Xiaolong opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and leaned down, about to swallow Lan Nuyet whole. Suddenly, a powerful beam of energy shot out, piercing straight through the green Xiaolong's neck. Its mouth filled with blood as the monster let out a pained roar, shifting its attention to the newcomer. Lam Thien, having finished absorbing the spiritual energy, walked over with his arms crossed and said angrily, "You dare lay a hand on one of my people? Are you looking for death?" Spiritual energy now swirled around Lam Thien. He flew up and looked down at the green Xiaolong, saying, "You're just a mere beast, yet you dare to run rampant?" Seeing the one who had just stolen its prey, it roared furiously at Lam Thien. The tough scales on its body were arranged without a single gap. They shimmered with a mysterious green light. It seemed the green Xiaolong was also protected by an abundant source of spiritual energy. It raised its claws and lunged, swiping fiercely at Lam Thien. He quickly leaped onto its head to evade the attack. Lam Thien reached back, grabbed the hilt of his lightning sword, and slowly drew it from its sheath. He slashed down the length of the green Xiaolong's body, shouting, "Lightning flame slash." The bolt of lightning struck the monster's scales, but it remained completely unharmed. Next, it used its spiky tail to whip back violently at Lam Thien, but he managed to block it with his sword. The man and the monster were evenly matched. They temporarily separated, both recoiling after the close-quarters clash. Lam Thien remarked, "As expected, of a magical beast of the 7th stage of the Courage Spring realm, it actually has some power." The green Xiaolong was still full of energy, turning back to roar menacingly at Lam Thien. At that moment, he tightened his grip on the lightning sword, channeling more spiritual energy into it. He looked at the green Xiaolong and declared, "I've played with you long enough. It's time to end this." After transferring the spiritual energy he had just absorbed into the sword, Lam Thien said, "Let's see just how powerful this purifying lotus flame really is." He swung the blazing sword towards the green Xiaolong and yelled, "Purifying lotus annihilation slash." Unaware of the power of the purifying lotus, it continued to charge headfirst at Lam Thien. Upon contact, the purifying lotus flame incinerated all the spiritual energy, protecting the green Xiaolong before splitting the monster in two. After dealing with the green Xiaolong, Lam Thien rushed over to check on Lan Nuyet. "Lan Nuyet, are you all right?" She replied weakly, "I'm lucky you were here, otherwise I might have died." Lam Thien replied, "It was just a small lizard, nothing to make a fuss about. Be more careful next time. Don't let yourself get ambushed again." Lan Nuyet knew he was just trying to save her face, so she simply replied, "I know." Suddenly, the atmosphere around the lake felt strange. Lam Thien also fell silent, listening intently. His expression darkened as he called out to the eavesdropper, "Come on out. Stop hiding in the lake." Just as Lam Thien finished speaking, the surface of the lake began to churn violently, splashing water everywhere. Immediately after, a massive blue dragon spread its wings and burst out of the water. It exclaimed joyfully, "Finally, I've finally escaped the seal at the bottom of the lake, Lan Muet said in shock. Is that a dragon? There are dragons in this singularity? And it can talk, too. The blue dragon looked up arrogantly and replied, I am a mighty being of the 9th stage of the courage spring realm. What's so strange about me knowing your human language? Looking at the spiritual energy swirling around it, Lam Thien calculated inwardly. This dragon's aura feels a bit dangerous. I should try talking to it first. He lowered his sword and asked the blue dragon, Hey, did you create this singularity? It corrected him. According to the blue dragon, this anomaly wasn't created by it, but for it. Leng Yue was a bit confused and looked up to ask the blue dragon, Created for you? What does that mean? Since its seal had just been broken, it was in a good enough mood to explain. Over 10 years ago, I was cultivating in this lake, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to break through my bloodline shackles and reach a higher realm. Unexpectedly, 2 damned humans barged in. They joined forces to suppress me, not only sealing me at the bottom of the lake, but also plotting to steal my power. Leng Yue suspected those 2 might be her parents and pressed further. Do you remember what they looked like? And what happened to them? The blue dragon replied, I only remember the man was named Leng Chuan, and the woman was named Shui Xing. Leng Yue was stunned. She couldn't believe her suspicion was correct. She spoke with trembling emotion. That's them. Father. Mother. Hearing this, it let out a loud laugh and replied, What a cruel twist of fate. The one who freed me is the offspring of my enemies. The blue dragon gave them a meaningful look and said, It seems I'll have to thank you two, properly. Lin Tian knew exactly what its thanks implied and exposed it. So, your so-called thanks is repaying kindness with hatred? It flew up and replied without denial. Repaying kindness with hatred? This is simply the law of the jungle. The strong devour the weak. Now, pay for what your parents did. Lin Tian immediately shielded Leng Yue and yelled back, You need to get out of here. She answered resolutely, No way, I can't just abandon you. Besides, I have to find out the truth about my parents from its mouth. Seeing this, the blue dragon spoke viciously. Don't even think about escaping. You will all become sacrifices for me. With that, it spat a pillar of fire toward the 2 of them. Lin Tian quickly slashed with his thunder sword, blocking the blue dragon's attack. He urgently turned back to warn her. Leng Yue, don't push yourself. You're no match for it right now. I'll handle this dragon. Leng Yue was still determined to stay by Lin Tian's side, replying, No, even if I'm not strong enough, I can't leave you to face it alone. From above, the blue dragon sneered. How touching, such moving camaraderie. Too bad neither of you will leave this place alive today. Lin Tian tried to calm Leng Yue down. Let me handle this dragon. You go look around for any information your parents might have left behind. His words swayed her, and she lowered her head to consider it. Information from my parents. Knowing that anything related to her parents would make her hesitate, Lin Tian urged her. Go. Leave this to me. Leng Yue knew that staying would only get in his way. She lowered her head, bit her lip, and said, Thank you. Then she turned and ran. The 2 split up to act. Seeing Leng Yue flee, the blue dragon angrily whipped its tail toward her, roaring, You're not going anywhere! Lin Tian leaped forward, raising his sword to block. The collision between the blue dragon's tail and the thunder sword sent sparks flying through the hot air. Now, Lin Tian could focus 100% of his power on dealing with it. He growled, You're far too confident. Leng Yue dashed into the cave, seemingly in a hurry to do something. As she ran, she saw a giant crystal ahead. She stopped to observe it. Leng Yue couldn't help but be curious about this massive stone. She spoke her thoughts aloud. What is that? Inside the crystal were Leng Yue's 2 relatives. Both of them had their eyes tightly shut. Leng Yue's eyes widened as she stared at her parents. She was incredibly worried. Father, mother. Leng Yue was frantic. She touched the crystal, trying to find a way to rescue her parents. I'll get you out of there right now. After examining it for a moment, Leng Yue unleashed a technique, her determination clear. Frozen ice thorn. Leng Yue's attack struck the crystal directly, but it didn't even crack. Witnessing this, Leng Yue was utterly bewildered, a worried look in her eyes. What? Leng Yue grew more and more furious, continuously launching attacks at the crystal. Why? Why? However, no matter how hard Leng Yue tried, the crystal remained unscathed. She began to cry. Leng Yue collapsed in front of the crystal, feeling completely helpless. Why? Why is it like this? Elsewhere in the cave, some areas were now frozen over. Lin Tian was confronting the blue dragon. The blue dragon threatened him. Your death will be the first step in my revenge. The blue dragon hastily attacked Lin Tian, as if it couldn't wait another second. Die. Dragon Wing Storm. Although the blue dragon's attack was powerful, for Lin Tian, dealing with it was as easy as flipping his hand. Someone like you isn't even worthy. He swung his sword, and the power radiating from it completely overwhelmed the blue dragon's attack. Only then did the blue dragon realize the situation. It said with some annoyance, "It seems you have some skill after all." The blue dragon's rage intensified, and it unleashed an extremely powerful blast. "If you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish." Faced with the blue dragon's attack, Lin Tian didn't flinch in the slightest. He was perfectly calm. Too weak, Lin Tian used all his strength, leveraging his sword to block the dragon's blow. The entire cave was engulfed by the two clashing torrents of power. The immense powers of Lin Tian and the blue dragon clashed. In an instant, Lin Tian's power completely overwhelmed the blue dragons. Through the thick smoke, he spoke. "Is this the full extent of your power?" The smoke slowly began to clear. Lin Tian remained perfectly calm, crossing his arms as he sized up the blue dragon. Is a creature of the 9th level gushing spring realm really this weak? Having its attack blocked, the blue dragon couldn't believe its eyes. It stammered, "No, that's impossible. How could you block 80% of my power?" That was the strength of a 9th level gushing spring expert. Pressing his advantage, Lin Tian commanded the blue dragon, his gaze fixed directly on it. "I'll give you one last chance. Use your strongest power, your ultimate technique, or die." The blue dragon complied, but its voice was still laced with arrogance. It flew into action. "You asked for this. Now, I'll show you my true power." The blue dragon intended to engulf Lin Tian in flames. It prepared to unleash its fire. Dragon's breath. "Regret angering me in the inferno, human." Lin Tian braced himself to withstand the attack, replying with absolute calm. "Is that all you've got?" With those words, Lin Tian leaped high into the air. He parted the blue dragon's flames and charged straight at it. The blue dragon saw Lin Tian approaching, its eyes wide with shock. He didn't give it a single moment to defend. Lin Tian immediately swung his sword, slashing the blue dragon. He then landed gracefully on the ground. The blue dragon still refused to admit defeat, snarling at Lin Tian in frustration. "Damn you! If it weren't for that sword, you'd be nothing but ash by now." Hearing this, he feigned surprise for his own amusement. Lin Tian tossed his sword to the ground. Then, he casually invited the blue dragon to try again. The blue dragon was utterly stunned by this action. It froze for a moment. "What did you say?" Lin Tian beckoned with his finger and ordered once more, a look of annoyance on his face. "Try it again." The blue dragon, surprisingly obedient, repeated the same all-out attack from before. "You're digging your own grave." After gathering enough power, the blue dragon spewed a massive stream of blue fire. Demon Dragon Wave. The blue dragon's azure flames shot straight towards Lin Tian. It was an incredibly powerful attack. Lin Tian's expression darkened. He raised his hand, apparently intending to counter it barehanded. Excellent. Just as expected, Lin Tian blocked the blue dragon's attack with just one hand. He clenched his fist as if to grasp the flames themselves, and the cave was once again engulfed in the blue dragon's azure fire. Lin Tian had now effortlessly blocked the blue dragon's attack. This left the dragon utterly indignant. "No, impossible. How can a mere human catch my demon dragon wave with his bare hands?" Lin Tian simply replied, pointing at the blue dragon. "We are both at the 9th level of the gushing spring realm. Why wouldn't I be able to block your demon dragon wave? You are nothing but an outdated relic. I am the new lord of this land." It seemed Lin Tian's patience was wearing thin. He moved swiftly. "If you're done with your moves, then it's my turn." The blue dragon seemed to go berserk. It refused to lose, so it decided to attack. "I can't die. I must live on. I'm already at the 9th level of the gushing spring realm. I'm just one step away from the Iron Vein realm. I absolutely cannot die here." By now, Lin Tian had picked up his sword again. He took his stance, preparing to unleash his own attack. Trying to run? It's too late. Then, Lin Tian unleashed his technique to finish the blue dragon. As the attack hit, the dragon let out a roar. Thunderflame slash. After taking the full force of Lin Tian's attack, the blue dragon could only flee, finally realizing the immense gap in their power. With the matter settled, Lin Tian placed a hand on Leng Yue's shoulder, as if to reassure her. "I'm going to check out this crystal." Both Leng Yue and Lin Tian walked towards the crystal, encasing Leng Yue's parents. He observed the crystal for a moment before making a comment. He thought to himself, "These runes, they give off a terrifying aura." Curious about the inscriptions, Lin Tian opened his system and issued a command. "System, analyze the runes on this crystal." The system immediately began its task. Analysis in progress. The system didn't take long to complete the analysis. It immediately reported the information to Lin Tian. Analysis complete. This energy is rune energy. Host must evolve to the Iron Vein realm to absorb it. After hearing the system's report, Lin Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "So, that's how it is. It seems I have no way of breaking this crystal right now." Lin Tian continued to ponder. Then, he came up with a brilliant idea. "If I can't break it from the top, then I'll just start from the bottom." Lin Tian slammed his sword hard against the rocky floor of the cave. Leng Yue witnessed everything he was doing. She asked in surprise, "Lin Tian, what are you doing?" Lin Tian stopped, turning around to answer Leng Yue. With a confident expression, he declared, "I'm going to dig this crystal out." After saying that, Lin Tian gathered all his strength to channel into his sword. He desperately wanted to shatter the crystal. "Come on out." Thanks to Lin Tian's ingenuity, the crystal finally rose from the earth. Once it was free, it hovered back to its original spot, but it was no longer deep underground. Lin Tian looked exhausted, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Finally, I dug it up." Seeing that the crystal had been unearthed, Leng Yue was momentarily at a loss for what to do next. Lin Tian quickly answered Leng Yue's unspoken question with his actions, flexing his muscles and moving it out. Meanwhile, in the cave, the blue dragon was still flying, looking for a place to hide after its defeat at the hands of Lin Tian. Despite its defeat, the blue dragon showed no signs of discouragement. It thought, "That human bastard. He dared to injure me. Just wait until I've recovered. I'll hunt him down and get my revenge." As the blue dragon flew, it came across a crystal right in front of it. It stopped abruptly. Elsewhere, in the same cave, a group of people were resting and chatting. "I told you, Big Brother Lin Tian is incredible. That last sword strike was just insane. I wonder how many times stronger he is than Song Jingang." Seeing that everyone was talking a bit too loudly, Qin Ye reminded them, "Keep it down. Those guys are still over there." Mo Yun glanced behind him, his eyes filled with anger. So what if he's there? A guy who only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. And what's there to respect? On the other side, Jin Gang was severely injured. He clutched his chest in pain. "If I hadn't lost an arm, I'd slaughter every last one of you scumbags." As they were resting and talking, they encountered something. All of them suddenly turned their eyes in the same direction. It was the blue dragon. It had reached Jin Gang's group and was using its skills to attack them. Dragon's breath. A man was incinerated by the blue dragon's flames, screaming in agony. The others who witnessed the scene became increasingly vigilant. A dragon. "Everyone, be careful." One person took charge. "Everyone, focus your power and attack this blue dragon." But some were already losing their will to fight. Still, others took action against the blue dragon's might. They charged forward together. Flame slash, ice slash, water dragon's calamity. The blue dragon saw that its power overwhelmed everyone here and laughed triumphantly. "Now this is the feeling I should have. True power. True domination." The blue dragon continuously breathed fire, its flames incinerating several people. "This is the feeling of power. This is the feeling of a ruler." Jin Gang watched, but he had no intention of joining the fight. "This isn't a monster I can beat. I have to retreat immediately. I absolutely cannot die here." However, the blue dragon seemed to have spotted Jin Gang. It was unclear whether it would spare him. The answer was no. The blue dragon raised its claws towards Jin Gang, its voice terrifying, trying to run, and so, Jin Gang couldn't escape. He was caught squarely in the blue dragon's claws. "Damn it, I've been spotted." After capturing Jin Gang, the blue dragon was smug. It looked down on him condescendingly. "Did you really think you could escape from my grasp, human?" Jin Gang could smell the danger. He panicked and begged the blue dragon, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything for you." The blue dragon grew even more smug. It laughed sinisterly and asked Jin Gang, "Relying on a one-armed cripple like you? What could you possibly do to help me?" In the end, to save himself, Jin Gang began to negotiate with the blue dragon. "I can help you kill all of these cultivators." Seeing Jin Gang betray his comrades, everyone became furious. "Song Jin Gang, you bastard. You'd sell us out just to live? Big Brother Lin should have killed you with one slash, you scum." As for the blue dragon, it seemed Jin Gang's offer wasn't enough to move it. "That alone isn't enough to guarantee your survival. I can kill them in the blink of an eye." Next, Jin Gang made an even more enticing offer. "I can free you from this singularity." Hearing this, the blue dragon felt as if it had found a lifeline. It was shocked. "You can let me out?" Jin Gang looked off to one side, then showed a determined expression, confident that he could help the blue dragon. "I can use the spiritual power of the singularity's teleportation gate, using enough spiritual energy to break this seal, and help you enter the outside world." At this, the blue dragon said nothing, but suddenly unleashed an immense power. The violent surge of power made it look even more ferocious and crazed. Yu Qing witnessed Jin Gang's shameless betrayal. She angrily spat. Song Jin Gang, how dare you betray the human race? Fei Fei couldn't hold back either. She shared Yu Qing's sentiment. You ungrateful beast. Don't forget it was humanity that raised you. But he just looked pleased with himself. Ungrateful? This is called being a wise man who adapts to the times. After hearing Jin Gang's words, the blue dragon just chuckled. It said, a wise man who adapts to the times. Well said. Then, the blue dragon flexed its power. It ordered Jin Gang, I'll give you one chance to prove your worth. Kim Kwang roared, unleashing his full power to help the blue dragon, and himself. Slowly, Kim Kwang's cloak was engulfed by the blue dragon's azure flames, yet it didn't burn away. Kim Kwang's hand also began to transform, seemingly taking on the form of the blue dragon itself. Vu Tin and Fei Fei witnessed everything, both growing incredibly worried by the situation. Seeing the dark transformation nearing completion, the blue dragon urged him on with glee. Now, prove your worth. Finally, Kim Kwang's transformation was complete. One of his hands was now structured exactly like the blue dragon's. Yes, Lord Blue Dragon. Vu Tin turned to Fei Fei beside her and said, Fei Fei, we can't let this traitor escape. Fei Fei replied, that's right, we have to stop him, even if it costs us our lives. Kim Kwang smirked, mocking them. You two think you can stop me? That's absolutely ridiculous. Kim Kwang pointed his sword forward as a wave of power radiated from him. He said arrogantly, let's see what you two are made of. Standing behind them, Mak Thu tried to calm everyone down. Everyone, let's just talk this out. We shouldn't be fighting amongst ourselves. Vu Tin immediately dismissed him. Get out of the way, don't interfere. With a wave of her hand, a series of ice-cold chains appeared as her voice rang out. Frozen chains, take this. Kim Kwang let out an arrogant laugh, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Too weak. Kim Kwang swung his sword, instantly severing Vu Tin's incoming chains. Suddenly, Fei Fei appeared from behind. Her legs were wreathed in flames. Fei Fei launched a kick at Kim Kwang. Suddenly, Kim Kwang's entire arm transformed, hard scales sprouting across his skin. He grabbed Fei Fei's leg, successfully stopping her attack. Fei Fei's eyes widened, her face filled with shock that the enemy had blocked her strike. Kim Kwang turned his head, his hand still gripping Fei Fei's ankle, and gave a demonic smile. He slammed her down, smashing her entire body against the rocky ground. Kim Kwang raised a hand, slowly drawing the sword from his back. Fei Fei's eyes shot open, her mind reeling in shock. This is it. I can't dodge this. Kim Kwang gritted his teeth, gripped the hilt, and swung the sword down hard at Fei Fei. Suddenly, Kim Kwang froze, his mind filled with confusion. What's happening? What is this strange feeling? In the distance, Vu Tin was chanting, icy chains swirling around her. Vu Tin's voice rang out, let Fei Fei go. Her chains had intercepted Kim Kwang's fatal attack. He angrily swung his arm, shattering the chains binding him. Covered in injuries, Fei Fei said gratefully, thanks, Vu Tin. Vu Tin ran over to help Fei Fei up, reminding her, Fei Fei, we have to be careful of his attacks. Kim Kwang frowned at Vu Tin and Fei Fei, saying angrily, you two were lucky just now, but your luck has just run out. Kim Kwang slammed his sword into the ground, and a shockwave erupted instantly. He yelled, let's see what other tricks you have. The ground shattered into pieces, the tremor launching both Fei Fei and Vu Tin into the air. Rocks crumbled below as a gaping hole opened in the earth. Fei Fei and Vu Tin plummeted into the deep pit. Their bodies were in freefall, crashing hard against the solid ground below. Fei's body was covered in wounds. She struggled to sit up, her eyes turning towards Vu Tin nearby. Fei Fei crawled towards the unconscious Vu Tin, calling out worriedly, Vu Tin, wake up. Vu Tin's eyes were closed, her body motionless. Fei Fei's mind raced with anxiety. Damn it, Vu Tin's injuries are too severe. From above, Kim Kwang slowly descended. He spoke arrogantly. Do you understand the difference in our power now? Fei Fei frowned, retorting furiously. Tong Kim Kwang, you shameless disgrace to humanity, only knowing how to kneel and beg for your life. When Lin Tian returns, he'll definitely make you pay. Kim Kwang chuckled softly and replied, don't worry, even if he doesn't come, I'll go find him myself. Kim Kwang released a massive surge of power, roaring. After all, my power now is terrifying. Kim Kwang swung his sword hard, sending a slash flying towards Fei Fei and Vu Tin. He screamed, die. Fei Fei held Vu Tin tightly in her arms, thinking, Lin Tian, I'm sorry. A barrier of energy materialized before the two, directly blocking Kim Kwang's attack. The energy absorbed his slash, then gradually faded away. Fei Fei opened her eyes and looked forward, exclaiming in astonishment, what? Mak Thu walked up from behind, saying, you scared me to death. I almost didn't know how I was going to face big bro Lin Tian. Fi turned her head to look at Mak Thu, asking in surprise, Mak Thu? The image of Kim Kwang's previous attack flashed through his mind. Kim Kwang said, my previous attack wasn't fatal. That was your doing, wasn't it? Mak Thu scratched his head and admitted, Big bro Tong, Kim Kwang, you're as sharp as ever. I guess my little tricks couldn't fool you. Mak Thu pointed a finger to the sky and proposed, well then, how about this? Let's just end it here for today. A thought appeared in Kim Kwang's mind. I've never seen this brat's ability before. I absolutely have to be careful. He replied, what do you mean by that? Mo Chiu held his hands out to his sides and explained, what I mean is, you should take that dragon and leave this singularity right now. And then we can just pretend none of this ever happened. Okay? Fei suddenly turned and said decisively, no way. If we let that dragon leave the singularity, the army outside will be completely unprepared. Who knows how many people will die then? Mo Chiu raised a hand to scratch his cheek, trying to persuade her. Sister-in-law, you and Yu Qing are both seriously injured and need immediate medical attention. Otherwise, when big brother Lin Tian gets back, how am I supposed to explain myself? Besides, I was only here for the experience in the first place. I never expected to run into a situation like this. Mo Chiu tried his best to convince Fei, sister-in-law, please listen to your little brother's advice. Even if those two get out, they won't be able to cause any real trouble. Mo Chiu's voice rang out, agitating Kim Kwang. This Song Kim Kwang guy is just someone big brother Lin Tian already defeated. When big bro gets back, dealing with him will be over in a flash, right? Kim Kwang swung his arm, sending 3 slashes flying straight towards Mo Chiu as he roared in anger. Are you looking for death? Mo Chiu took a small step back and yelled, so scary. Big brother Song, you're so imposing. I'm about to be overwhelmed by your powerful aura. Kim Kwang continuously attacked Mo Chiu's position, his voice booming. Blazing 10-strike slash. Mo Chiu stood calmly in place, neutralizing all of Kim Kwang's techniques. Mo Chiu replied nonchalantly, Big brother Song, let's just stop here. I'm a pacifist. Kim Kwang gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, you bastard. If you've got any guts, stop using these cheap tricks and face my attack head on. Mo Chiu calmly said, are you mad? Big brother Song, I've had a weak constitution since I was a kid, so I hate fighting head on like this. But then, Mo Chiu's eyes snapped open as he whispered, that doesn't mean I don't have my own strengths. The moment he finished speaking, the series of slashes Kim Kwang had just launched reappeared, all of them now aimed at him. The glowing slashes flew in unison straight towards where Kim Kwang was standing. A look of pure fear appeared on Kim Kwang's face. His eyes widened as he watched helplessly, while the attack rushed toward him. The attack collided with Kim Kwang's body, the sound of the explosion echoing throughout the space. Kim Kwang collapsed, his hand propped on his sword, which was stuck in the ground. He looked up and yelled angrily, you shameless brat. What kind of ability did you awaken? Mo Chiu held his hands out to his sides and replied indifferently, huh? Who in their right mind would tell someone else about their own ability's advantages? Mo Chiu continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Big brother Song, you should. Just take the dragon and go. There's no point in us fighting like this. Kim Kwang gripped his sword tightly and charged at Mo Chiu, his voice thundering. I am Song Kim Kwang. I could never lose to a shameless punk like you. Mo Chiu gave a light flick of his arm, and a spatial rift appeared, directly neutralizing Kim Kwang's attack. He said, Big brother Song, that attack of yours will only end up hurting yourself. From behind, Kim Kwang's own slash appeared, flying straight into him. Kim Kwang cried out in pain. He unleashed a barrage of attacks at Mo Chiu, declaring, I don't believe it. Mo Chiu stood still, raising one hand and summoning a series of spatial rifts to block Kim Kwang's assault. Kim Kwang's attacks were deflected, and he was hit by his own techniques once again. Kim Kwang's thoughts were filled with helplessness. This brat's ability is too bizarre. Do I really not stand a chance? Fei watched intently from a distance, her mind racing. What in the world is this ability? Is he really that strong? Kim Kwang raised his sword as a blue flame erupted from it, and he roared in fury. Mo Chiu, I refuse to believe you can absorb this flame too. Kim Kwang plunged his sword into the ground, and a fierce flame blazed to life as his voice rang out. Flame shockwave. Kim Kwang's blue flame rushed towards Mo Chiu. He stood still, his face remaining perfectly calm. Mo Chiu calmly held his hands forward, and a spatial rift appeared, directly absorbing Kim Kwang's attack. A rift appeared where Kim Kwang stood, and the flames began to engulf his body. Kim Kwang collapsed, his thoughts filled with despair. Why? Why did I lose? Mo Chiu walked over and said softly, Song Kim Kwang, this commotion should be over now. Lam Long suddenly appeared from behind Mo Chiu, laughing with excitement. Now that was an amusing show. Mo Chu turned his head, his eyes widening. He was startled by what he saw behind him. Lam Long used its claw to pierce through Mo Chu's body, and blood gushed from the wound. From afar, Fei Fei held Yu Qing in her arms and screamed in alarm. Mo Chu. Kim Kwang looked towards Lam Long and cried out, "Lord Lam Long." Lam Long slowly lifted Mo Chu's body into the air, saying, "Thanks to the spiritual energy of you human cultivators, not only have my injuries recovered, but I've also entered an even stronger realm." Lam Long swung his leg hard, slamming Makthu's entire body into the ground. He continued, "Next, I will leave this singularity and take my revenge on the humans who once sealed me." Lam Long smirked as a blue flame enveloped his body. In a deep voice he said, "I will make them pay." Kim Kwang crawled over to Lam Long, his voice pleading, "Lord Lam Long, please take me with you. I am willing to serve you and help you conquer the world." Lam Long glanced down at Kim Kwang, his voice hesitant. "Your performance was indeed quite good. However." Lam Long grabbed Kim Kwang by the head and said coldly, "I have no need for useless trash." Kim Kwang trembled, begging, "No, Lord Lam Long, I gave everything for you. You can't." Lam Long squeezed his head tightly, his body thrashed as Kim Kwang screamed in agony. A moment later, Kim Kwang went completely still. Lam Long picked up his body, inspecting it. He slowly turned his head and announced, "Now, it's your turn." Fai Fai, who was supporting Vu Tin, flinched at Lam Long's words. Mak Thu struggled to get up, calling out to Fai Fai, "Sister-in-law, you two, come here. I have something to tell you." Fai Fai frowned, tilting her head toward Mak Thu as she whispered, "What is it?" Mak Thu pressed a hand to the wound on his chest and said quietly, "The moment Lam Long attacks, I'll create a spatial rift leading to the Singularity's exit. When I do, you must immediately take Vu Tin inside." Fai Fai looked at the wound on his body. "Mak Thu," she asked with concern. "Then what about you? You can't possibly stay here alone. You'll die." Mak Thu stood up and said with a smile, "Big brother Lam Thien entrusted you to me, so I have to get you out of here safely." Just as he finished speaking, Lam Long flapped its wings and flew towards the three of them. It roared, "Die!" Mak Thu's brow furrowed as he yelled a signal to Fai Fai, "Now." Mak Thu raised his hand to the side, and a space portal appeared right next to Fai Fai and Vu Tin. Mak Thu leaned forward, urging them on. "This is it. Go, now." Fai Fai supported Vu Tin's body. As she headed for the portal, she called back, "Mak Thu, you have to survive." With that, both Fai Fai and Vu Tin stepped through the portal in front of them, their figures fading until they vanished. On the other side, Lam Long swung its legs hard at Mak Thu, inflicting a massive wound on his body. Lam Long looked down at Mak Thu and said coldly, "If you want to be a hero so badly, then I'll let you die first." Lying on the ground, Mak Thu's voice trembled with mockery. "You want to kill me? It's not going to be that easy." The scene changes to Lan Jnuya and Lam Tien. He was bent over with his hands on his thighs, breathing heavily. Lam Thien exclaimed, "I'm exhausted. This thing is way too heavy." Lam Thien rushed to support Fi Fi, asking worriedly, "What happened to Mak Thu? How did you two get these injuries?" Fai Fai averted her gaze and replied softly, "To protect me and Vu Tin so we could escape." Mak Thu was gravely injured by an incredibly powerful blue dragon. A realization dawned on Lam Thien as he thought to himself, could it be that escaped blue dragon? Lam Thien started walking forward, calling back, "All right, I'm going right now. Lan Hengjiet, you and Fi Fi take Vu Tin and Tui Tin and get out of here. The faster, the better." Lan Hengjiet took Vu Tin's body and said to Lam Thien, "Let me go with you." Didn't Fai Fai say that Blue Dragon has already evolved to the Iron Vein realm? Lam Thien gave a slight smile, gently reassuring her, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring Mak Thu back." Lan Hengjiet looked down, unease written all over her face. She thought to herself, "Lam Thien, you have to come back alive." The scene shifts deep inside a stone cave, where the battle between Mak Thu and Lam Long was still raging. Mak Thu was sent flying, his body slamming hard against the stone floor. Mak Thu forced himself to sit up, muttering under his breath, "Okay, that actually hurt a little." Mak Thu raised his hand to the side, trying to create another spatial rift, but he didn't seem to have enough energy. The rift flickered weakly, and then disappeared. Mak Thu lowered his hand, thinking, "Is my spiritual power already depleted?" Lam Long approached from out of nowhere. It explained, "The reason you can't tear open a spatial rift isn't because you lack spiritual power, it's because I used my own power to forcibly seal the rifts you created." Lam Long's eyes suddenly glowed. In a deep voice, it asked Mak Thu, "How does it feel, waiting for death?" With his back against the cave wall, Mak Thu replied softly, "Honestly, not great, but this isn't the first time I've experienced it. Lam Long jabbed its foot into Mak Thu, drawing blood. It roared. Then today, I'll just have to beat you until you beg for mercy. Lam Long opened its mouth, and a blue flame appeared within it. Lam Long exhaled, and the flame shot straight into Mak Thu's stomach, sending him flying backward. Mak Thu collapsed, his entire body lying motionless on the stone floor. Lam Long slowly approached Mak Thursday. Mak Thu smirked, taunting the dragon. The toughest part about me is my mouth. You little brat, you're finished. The blue dragon flapped its wings powerfully, and a ball of fire shot forward. It roared in fury. Die. The flames shot straight towards Mo Chu. He could only lie motionless on the stone floor, helpless as the enemy's attack rushed toward him. Suddenly, someone appeared, directly blocking the blue dragon's fatal blow. The blue dragon narrowed its eyes, recognizing the person before it. It gasped, "It's you." Lin Tian appeared, a blazing red sword in his hand, his spiritual energy surging around him. Lin Tian kept his eyes on the blue dragon, speaking gratefully to Mo Chu. "Mo Chu, thank you so much for this. I owe you one. I'll repay you when we get out." Mo Chu pushed himself up slightly and replied, "Don't jinx it. I don't want to die yet." Lin Tian chuckled, reassuring him, "You've done enough. Just leave the rest to me." Lin Tian turned to the blue dragon and said, "Last time, I didn't kill you because I was worried about Leng Yue's safety. But this time, you're not getting away." The blue dragon's eyes flared, its power erupting. It roared arrogantly, "Just you? I have successfully evolved to the Iron Vein realm, while you're nothing more than a peak 9th level courageous spring cultivator. Killing you now would be as easy as crushing an ant." Lin Tian frowned. "Are you challenging me? Oh? If you think you're so great, then let's see if you have what it takes." Lin Tian moved slightly, bending his knees to charge the enemy. Lin Tian dashed straight at the blue dragon, leaping over its head. The blue dragon turned to watch Lin Tian as blue flames enveloped its body. It scoffed, "Child's play." The blue dragon swung its wings, sending a blast of fire straight at Lin Tian. He calmly dodged the attack. Lin Tian slashed his sword down hard on the blue dragon, and a spray of red blood erupted. Lin Tian frowned, thinking to himself, "The defense of the Iron Vein realm really is tough." But then, Lin Tian pointed his sword at the blue dragon, and an ice crystal shot towards it. His voice rang out, "Thunderflame bursting slash." The blue dragon flapped its wings, and a gust of wind blew Lin Tian's attack away. A line of text appeared, "Dragon's blazing storm." The blue dragon spun around, its tail whipping straight into Lin Tian. He was knocked backward. Lin Tian was sent flying, his entire body slamming hard against a nearby cliff face. Lin Tian planted his sword into the ground, steadying himself. His voice rang out, "The Iron Vein realm. Is this all it is?" The blue dragon ground its teeth, snarling in anger. "You damn pest! Why aren't you dead yet?" Lin Tian thrust his sword towards the blue dragon, and the icy crystal flew towards it. He yelled, "Thunderflame bursting slash." The blue dragon let out a roar as its spiritual energy gathered like a shield, blocking Lin Tian's attack. The blue dragon's voice echoed, "Dragon crest flash." The blue dragon raised a leg, and a gale of wind formed, heading for Lin Tian. It roared. Spiritual energy storm. The wind, like 1,000 blades, flew at Lin Tian, knocking him back instantly. The blue dragon spoke, its voice filled with arrogance. "This is the gap between you and me." Blood trickled from Lin Tian's mouth as he muttered, "As expected, of a peak courageous spring cultivator, fighting an Iron Vein realm opponent is a bit draining." The blue dragon held its head high, its voice full of doubt. "A bit draining? Watch your words. You make it sound as if you're intentionally suppressing your power." Lin Tian smiled and replied, "That's right. I am suppressing my power." The blue dragon's thoughts raced in panic. What? He said he's suppressing his power? Could it be? He's also reached the Iron Vein realm? The blue dragon retorted scornfully. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could a mere human possibly reach the Iron Vein realm?" Lin Tian planted his sword in the ground and said, "I originally wanted to break through in a safe place. After all, it's my first time. Besides, I didn't know what might happen, so I've been keeping my spiritual energy under control." Lin Tian cracked his knuckles and closed his eyes, his voice laced with hidden meaning. "But now, you've killed every cultivator in this singularity, unless they all manage to escape safely. So it doesn't matter what happens anymore." Suddenly, a notification panel appeared before Lin Tian. "Host's spiritual energy is full, able to evolve to the Iron Vein realm. Yes or no?" Without a second thought, Lin Tian decisively pressed yes on the screen. In an instant, an immense power erupted from him. The blue dragon flinched, taking a few steps back. It screamed in confusion. What? Lin Tian glared at the blue dragon and said in a low voice, "Now, come at me." Its jaw dropped in astonishment. It was reeling internally. How is this possible? A mere human. How could he reach the Iron Vein realm? Despite its disbelief, as it observed the Lin Tian before it, it had to admit one thing. The aura radiating from him was making it feel afraid. Just then, his face turned cold as he spoke in a low voice. "What's wrong? Too scared to attack?" The blue dragon was instantly enraged and lunged furiously at Lin Tian. "You're nothing but a temporary product of someone else's power. Let me show you what real..." Before it could even finish its sentence, a numbing sensation shot through its body, making it jolt in shock. Somehow, Lam Thien had already plunged his sharp sword into the blue dragon's body, fresh blood trickling from the wound. He feigned helplessness and clicked his tongue. "Oops, my bad. I just had a breakthrough and couldn't control my strength properly. Almost killed you there, you beast." In the blink of an eye, a terrifying pressure radiated from Lam Thien, and his expression turned grim. "Don't worry. After how miserably you tortured Fi Fi's group, I won't let you die so easily." The blue dragon clearly didn't take his threat seriously, just snorting coldly, "You're courting death." As soon as it spoke, it immediately unleashed its wave fist. Sharp claws tore through the air, reaching Lam Thien in an instant, but he didn't even flinch. His figure flickered, skillfully dodging the blue dragon's entire attack. Faced with this, it finally began to panic, wondering to itself, how did he get so fast? Could it be he's really entered the Iron Vein realm, just like me? In the moment the blue dragon was stunned, Lam Thien launched a powerful counterattack. Thunder Circle Slash. The blue dragon staggered backward, unconsciously clutching its bloody chest. But he wasn't done. Lam Thien pointed his sword at it and declared loudly, "For my next slash, I'm aiming for your left abdomen. Don't you move a muscle. If my hand slips and I kill you, it'll be hard to explain." Challenged repeatedly by a mere human, the blue dragon roared in fury, its entire body erupting with intense killing intent. "You bastard!" It poured all its strength into a final killing blow. Dragon Claw, Wind Blade Slash. But against that terrifying pressure, Lam Thien just coldly swung his sword, Thunder Light Slash. Once again, he neutralized the blue dragon's technique. The two streams of spiritual energy clashed violently in midair, erupting in a blinding flash of light. In that chaotic moment, Lam Thien's figure flickered and appeared right behind the blue dragon. It detected him quickly, spinning around with a growl to launch an attack. The Dragon Claw Wind Blade shot towards Lam Thien, closing in until it was barely an inch away. Yet, Lam Thien still managed to dodge it effortlessly. His figure vanished once more, suddenly reappearing behind the blue dragon. The sharp tip of his sword plunged straight into its abdomen. It roared in agony. It looked down at the bleeding wound, its heart filled with panic and disbelief. How? How is this possible? Meanwhile, Lam Thien calmly withdrew his sword, muttering with a serious expression, "That's revenge for Fi and Vu Tin. Next, it's time to settle the score for Mac Thursday." By now, the blue dragon was terrified. It quickly calculated its options. "This kid is too demonic. I can't keep fighting him. I have to find a way to escape." With that thought, its gaze fell upon Mac. "Thursday, I'll use your life to help me escape." The very next second, the blue dragon launched a surprise attack, aiming straight for him. "Die!" Unfortunately, Mac Thu was too heavily injured and couldn't move to dodge at all. Lam Thien finally realized the blue dragon's intention. His face instantly darkened as he gritted his teeth and cursed. "You son of a bitch." Without a second's hesitation, he rushed forward to shield Mac Thu, blocking the blue dragon's attack. It seized the opportunity to turn and flee, letting out a triumphant laugh as it left. Lam Thien couldn't spare it a thought. He bent down and anxiously asked Mac Thu, "Are you okay?" His friend struggled to sit up. "Lam Thien, forget about me. You can't let that dragon escape." He glanced back in the direction the blue dragon had fled, his expression becoming incredibly grim. "Run? It won't get away." A moment later, Lam Thien turned back and instructed in a low voice, "Mac Thu, the skill I'm about to use. You absolutely must keep it a secret." He looked slightly confused, but in the end, he nodded in agreement, trusting him. "All right." With that answer, Lam Thien immediately entered a serious combat stance. Soon, countless streams of spiritual energy erupted around him, his aura surging relentlessly. Mac Thu instinctively recoiled, thinking to himself, "Is this the power of the Iron Vein realm? Does Lam Thien have spiritual energy of 3 different attributes in his body?" Lam Thien had finished his preparations. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword as he growled, "Now, die." The very next second, the sword flashed. Intertwined rays of spiritual energy burst forth. Thunderflame Aurora Slash. The attack, carrying an immense pressure, shot forward, tearing through the air and aiming in one direction. The target was the blue dragon. It hadn't gotten far before it instinctively froze. What is this aura? Before it could even turn its head to look, the blue dragon felt a searing pain shoot up its spine as its chest was torn open. Its mouth fell open as it spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, trembling too much to speak. What? Very quickly, its heavy body collapsed to the ground. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as its agonizing screams echoed. Without witnessing the entire event, Mak Thu stood frozen on the spot. That's too strong. Is that really power someone in the Iron Vein realm can achieve? Filled with doubt, as soon as Lamthine helped him up, Mak Thu pressed. Lamthine, are you really in the Iron Vein realm? His friend didn't answer, suddenly changing the subject to him instead. You're actually pretty incredible, you know? I never thought you could push the blue dragon into such a sorry state. With so much power, why did you have to pretend to be useless? Mo Chu lowered his head and stammered, because I'm afraid that one day I'll lose control of the power I've awakened. It was the power to sever space. He knew all too well that if he ever lost control, the damage it could cause would be unimaginable. Lamthine could only pat Mo Chu's shoulder gently, reassuring him, great power must indeed be handled with caution. But you don't have to be afraid. Lamthine helped him up and led him out, his voice filled with sincerity. As long as you master it, you can use it to protect more people, instead of becoming its slave. The scene changes to a military camp, where an urgent report rings out. The blue dragon in the singularity has evolved to the Iron Vein realm. Lamthine and Mo Chu are trying to hold it off. Hearing this, Hyofeng's expression changed slightly. What? A dragon? What about the other cultivators? Fai Fai hesitated, then lowered her head and reported the grim truth. They were all slaughtered by the blue dragon. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. All of them? Dead? But they were all 7th level courageous spring cultivators. Lan Henjuyet explained. The blue dragon evolved to the Iron Vein realm. Its power is far beyond what we could have imagined. At these words, Hyofeng was devastated. He mumbled, his lips trembling, the Iron Vein realm. Just what kind of existence is that? Just then, Fai Fai anxiously urged him, Han Hyofeng, you need to assemble a team and head to the singularity to support Lamthine immediately. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lan Henguyet nodded in agreement. That's right, Chulu. If we don't act now, Lamthine and Mo Chu might not be able to hold out. Only then did Hyofeng pull himself together, replying hastily, yes, young miss. I'll assemble an elite team at once. I'll have them enter the singularity. The assembly was quick, and soon, the entire team was standing before the singularity. The leader gave the command. Squad 1, check your ammunition reserves. Squad 2, review the tactical plan one more time. The entire team shouted in unison, Roger. Just then, the crowd heard a noise coming from within the singularity. They immediately raised their weapons, ready for battle. The commander yelled out, everyone, on high alert. We absolutely cannot let the blue dragon enter this world. This was the scene that greeted Lamthine and Mo Chu as they stepped out. They couldn't help but feel bewildered by the countless gun barrels pointed at them. Fai Fai cried out in joy, Lamthine, you're okay. That's great. Lan Nguyet rushed over, asking frantically, are you hurt? He walked towards them and let out a small laugh. I'm fine, don't worry. Fai Fai, what are all these soldiers doing? She answered him honestly. We were coming in to help you take down the blue dragon. Hearing this, Lamthine cut her off immediately. Don't worry, the blue dragon is already dead. The moment these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Hyofeng blurted out, what? Brother Lamthine, are you saying you defeated the blue dragon, an Iron Vein realm beast? He casually nodded in confirmation. Yeah. The singularity is no longer dangerous. You can all go in and check. See if there are any lucky survivors. The blue dragon's corpse is in there. I doubt anything else can threaten you now. Hyofeng quickly regained his composure and made a decision. If Brother Lamthine says it's fine, then we'll go check. With that, he personally led the entire team into the singularity to search for any lucky survivors. The team shouted in unison, Roger. Soon, the sound of the entire army's hurried footsteps echoed throughout the singularity. After advancing a certain distance, Hyofeng and his team stopped dead in their tracks, their faces filled with utter disbelief. Before them lay the corpse of the blue dragon, sprawled on the ground, covered in countless sword wounds, a mangled mess of flesh and blood. The crowd immediately erupted in discussion. Is that really a dragon? This is the first time I've ever seen one. They couldn't stop expressing their awe. Brother Lamthine is insane. The traces of this battle are more powerful than a nuclear weapon. Hyofeng was frozen for a few seconds, a deep sense of terror rising in his heart. Brother Lam Thien killed a dragon, and an Iron Vein Realm dragon at that. For a moment, he couldn't believe it. Isn't this kind of thing supposed to only happen in novels? Very quickly, Hyofeng snapped out of it and ordered his men to search for survivors. Immediately, someone shouted, "We have a survivor over here. We need support." The scene shifts. In a room filled with medical supply cabinets, Mo Chiu was lying on a hospital bed, while medical staff treated his wounds. Soon, one of them turned to report to Lam Thien. "His wounds have been treated. He didn't lose much blood. His life is not in danger for the time being." He nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Mo Chiu. "How are you feeling?" The other man let out a soft breath and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, it'll take more than this to kill me." Suddenly, he spoke up. "Lam Thien, I have a favor to ask you." Lam Thien listened intently and asked directly, "What is it?" Mo Chiu just gave a weak smile. "Please, for now, keep my true strength a secret." Lin Tian agreed without hesitation. "All right, if you don't want to talk about it, then I won't either." The other person replied gratefully, "Thank you." After checking in, Lin Tian turned to leave. "If you're okay now, I'm going to go check on Leng Yue's parents." Lin Tian soon found himself in the research lab. The atmosphere here was somewhat quiet. The moment he walked in, he asked, "How's the research going?" The people inside turned around, startled. Liu Ying gave a slight nod as a greeting. "Lin Tian, you're here." Leng Yue seriously reported the current situation. "For now, we still haven't found a way to break the crystal." According to Liu Ying's report, this crystal seal is extremely durable. "We've tried many methods, but it seems we still can't break its structure." Lin Tian narrowed his eyes in thought. "I remember the system notification back then. It said that once I reached the Iron Vein Realm, I could absorb the power of this rune." He calculated silently. "I've successfully broken through to the Iron Vein Realm now. It's the perfect time to try absorbing it." Putting his thoughts into action, Lin Tian spoke up. "Let me try to open it. Everyone except Leng Yue, please step outside for a moment." Liu Ying was stunned for a moment, but he quickly nodded in agreement. "Ah, all right." With that, he led the group out of the research lab. Now, only Lin Tian and Leng Yue remained in the room. She looked at him curiously. "Lin Tian, what are you planning to do? Do you need my help?" He lightly touched the crystal in front of them and slowly explained. "A powerful energy is sealed within this crystal. This power is extremely unstable. Its very existence is what makes the crystal so durable, almost indestructible." As he said this, Lin Tian's expression gradually grew serious. "I'm going to absorb that energy. I'll use my spiritual power to guide it into my body, and that should break the crystal's seal." Leng Yue couldn't help but panic, frantically firing off a series of questions. "You want to absorb that energy? Won't that hurt you? This power is immense. Will you be able to handle it?" Lin Tian couldn't help but smile, reassuring her softly. "Don't worry, this little bit of energy is nothing to me." But in the next second, his tone suddenly turned stern. "However, this incident has made me realize that you guys are growing too slowly. The dangers you'll face in the future might be too much for you to handle." Leng Yue frowned without comment, but inwardly she retorted, "Slow my ass. You're the one who's ridiculously fast. It's only been a few months since I met you, and you've already broken through to the Iron Vein Realm." A moment later, Lin Tian carefully instructed her. "So, while I'm absorbing the energy from the crystal, I'm going to simultaneously transfer some spiritual qi to you to raise your strength a bit, so you can deal with future dangers." Leng Yue was taken aback. "What? You want to transfer spiritual power to me? Don't tell me you've also awakened the ice attribute?" Lin Tian shook his head, denying it. "No, I only have spiritual qi with 3 attributes: lightning, fire, and light." She was even more confused. "Then how can you give it to me? My body can't handle spiritual qi of other attributes." Lin Tian didn't answer right away, recalling the notification the system had given him earlier. The item he received for successfully evolving to the Iron Vein Realm was a spiritual qi pill. Just by taking it, one's body could gain a new spiritual qi attribute. Remembering this, the corner of Lin Tian's mouth curved up. "Don't worry. As it happens, I found a treasure in the singularity that's perfect for you." With that, he took out the spiritual qi pill and handed it to Leng Yue. She was stunned, speechless. "This is?" Leng Yue was so shocked, she subconsciously stepped back, stammering, "Isn't this the spiritual qi pill recorded in the ancient texts?" This kind of pill is extremely rare. It's said that only alchemists from ancient times could craft it. It's completely impossible to find now. Lin Tian remained nonchalant. "Since you already know, I don't need to explain. Hurry up and swallow it." She frantically waved her hands, refusing. "No way. This pill is too precious. I can't accept it. You should keep it. You'll definitely have a use for it later." Lin Tian frowned slightly, his tone stern, and leaving no room for refusal. "Don't overthink it. I have plenty of ways to get stronger. I don't need this one pill. Besides, I want you to take it because it's the only way you'll be able to withstand the power that's coming. Otherwise, your body won't be able to handle it at all." Since he'd put it that way, Leng Yue had no choice but to obediently accept the spiritual qi pill. "All right then, I'll take it." The next second, she popped the pill into her mouth without hesitation. In an instant, Leng Yue's body began to tremble violently. She curled up, hugging herself tightly. "This spiritual qi is so powerful. I feel like my body can't take it." The amount of spiritual qi surged higher and higher, and blood even started to trickle from the corner of Leng Yue's mouth. A numbing sensation shot up her spine. Unable to bear it any longer, she let out a piercing scream. Seeing that things were going wrong, Lin Tian quickly reassured her. "Calm down. Don't resist the flow of spiritual qi. I'll help you guide it." She obediently followed his instructions, letting Lin Tian lightly touch the top of her head. He placed his other hand on the crystal beside them and slowly released the spiritual energy from his body. In no time, a stream of golden spiritual energy enveloped Lin Tian's hand on the crystal. A formation array opened up. Leng Yue felt a strange spiritual energy flowing into her body, her eyes widening in shock. "What are you doing?" He smirked faintly. "From today on, you'll also be a dual attribute cultivator." She suddenly felt dizzy, wondering, "What? Lin Tian can actually help me become a dual attribute cultivator?" Meanwhile, he continued to channel spiritual power from the crystal to Leng Yue. Just like that, abundant streams of energy from the crystal flowed into Lin Tian's body. Then, he simultaneously transferred a portion of that spiritual energy to Leng Yue. Lin Tian smiled, declaring that from this day forward, this power would belong to her. Sometime later, after finishing his business, he returned home. Fei Fei joyfully ran out to greet him, affectionately linking her arm with his and welcoming him home. She asked softly, "Have Leng Yue's parents been rescued yet?" He nodded slightly. "They've been rescued. They're in a coma at the hospital right now, but they're expected to wake up in a few days." She finally let out a sigh of relief. "That's great. Where's Leng Yue? Is she okay?" Lin Tian leaned back on the sofa and replied with a smile. "She's fine. But she just awakened a new ability, so the hospital advised her to stay for observation to check for any side effects." Fei Fei was puzzled. "A new ability? What kind of attribute is it?" Lin Tian frowned slightly, replying wearily, "Go ask her yourself. I'm not saying anything else." Just then, Fei Fei's phone suddenly rang. "Huh? Who's calling now?" He glanced over. "Who is it? Why the surprised look?" Fei Fei explained. "It's a very close friend of mine, Chu Mengyao. She rarely ever calls me first." Despite that, as soon as she answered, Fei Fei's voice was cheerful. "Hello, Mengyao, what's up?" The voice on the other end got straight to the point. "Fei Fei, there's a cultivator from our Xincheng city named Mo Chu participating in the martial arts tournament. Have you met him?" Fei Fei frowned in confusion. "Mengyao, what's going on? You don't sound okay at all." Her friend urgently explained that Xincheng city had been hit by a super-level anomaly disaster. The army, the cultivators, they've all been wiped out. Fei Fei shot up in panic, firing off a barrage of questions. "What? A super-level anomaly? Are you okay? Where are you?" Mengyao replied. "I'm safe for now, hiding in an underground shelter, but the situation is terrible." Her voice trembled with unconcealed anxiety. "All the cultivators have fallen in battle. The army has been almost completely slaughtered. I don't know what to do anymore." Fei Fei quickly tried to reassure her. "Mengyao, don't panic. I'll go tell my grandfather right now. We'll definitely save you all." Her friend hesitated. "Honestly, I'm not holding out much hope. I'm calling to ask you to tell Mo Chu not to come back. He's too weak. If he returns, he'll definitely die. Just let him stay with you from now on." Xincheng has turned into a living hell. Hearing this, Fei Fei subconsciously glanced at the person beside her, her eyes filled with hope as she softly called out, "Lin Tian." He casually shrugged and declared, "The only thing determining how long it'll take me to solve the Xincheng crisis is the flight time to get there." Hearing this, Fei Fei immediately reassured her friend on the phone. "Mengyao, don't worry, I will definitely get you out of there." Her friend's voice choked up. "Thank you, Fei Fei, I really..." Her words were suddenly cut off. Fei Fei stomped her foot anxiously. "Hello, Mengyao, are you still there?" Lin Tian slowly stood up and said in a low voice, "Calm down. I'll take care of things in Xincheng. You go prepare a helicopter. I'm going to find Mo Chu to discuss the plan." Fei Fei agreed, without hesitation. "All right. I'll get it ready immediately." Not long after, the scene changes to the hospital, where warm sunlight streamed through the windows. In his hospital room, Mo Chu was leisurely basking in the sun, enjoying a cool drink. Lin Tian suddenly entered and asked sternly, "You're just about recovered, right?" Mo Chu immediately feigned weakness, collapsing back onto the bed and replying in a trembling voice, Big brother Lin Tian, I can't take it anymore. I'm afraid I don't have long left. Lin Tian sighed helplessly, then said through gritted teeth, Xincheng City has been hit by a super-level anomaly disaster. Most of the cultivators and soldiers in the city have been wiped out. Shen Feifei's best friend, Chu Mengyao, just called. The moment he heard that name, Mo Chu shot up in alarm. Chu Mengyao? Did something happen to her? Lin Tian was a bit curious. You know her? He stammered, she's the daughter of our Cultivator Association's president. Everyone in the association knows her. Seeing his reaction, Lin Tian immediately sensed something was off, thinking to himself, could it be that this guy has a thing for Chu Mengyao? He put that thought aside for the moment. Alright, let's cut to the chase. I need to get to Tanthan City to save her, and I need a guide who knows the terrain. Can your body even handle the trip? Mo Chu no longer looked weak like he did before. He decisively threw off the blanket and got out of bed. His tone was incredibly firm. Don't worry, I can guide you through Tanthan with my eyes closed. In the equipment room, Lin Tian said coldly, I need a laptop with a satellite connection for the road. Bai Chu refused, annoyed. Lin Tian, I acknowledge your contributions, but the military laptops contain a lot of classified information. They can't just be taken out of the military base. He frowned and retorted, this is a notification, not a negotiation. The man frowned, staring intently at Lin Tian. Don't take it too far. The military has its rules. You may have performed great deeds, but you don't have the authority to just take classified equipment. He stepped closer to Bai Chu and let out a cold laugh. Rules? A hypermutation disaster has occurred in Tanthan, and you're standing here talking to me about rules? Everyone around them was stunned when they heard this. What? A hypermutation disaster in Tanthan? How come we don't know about it? Lin Tian glanced at them coldly. Because your military forces in Tanthan have been completely wiped out. With that said, he casually picked up a nearby laptop. After getting the laptop, Lin Tian left. I'm taking this. On the rooftop, a helicopter was parked neatly on the tall building. Inside the helicopter, Mo Chu asked doubtfully, are they really going to let you borrow this thing? Lin Tian, who was focused on the computer, spoke up. It contains a lot of classified information. He slowly explained. No matter what information is hidden in here, ever since the Spirit Chi revival, these so-called secrets have become garbage. Mo Chu understood and replied, you're right. The era has changed. Documents that were once considered priceless are now just a pile of scrap paper. Suddenly, Feifei appeared in a hurry, rushing over and calling out Lin Tian's name. She walked towards the helicopter and urged him worriedly, you have to be careful. Lin Tian gave her an okay sign. He reassured her, don't worry, I'm just going out to buy some soy sauce. I'll be right back. How can you joke at a time like this? A moment later, the helicopter started up and took off. Feifei watched the helicopter, praying in her heart. You must come back safely. Looking through the window of the aircraft, a sea of white clouds floated like endless layers of cotton under the clear blue sky. Lin Tian looked out the window, thinking to himself, Tanthan, I hope I can still make it in time. He suddenly turned to ask Mo Chu, what was the original number of cultivators in Tanthan? What was the highest level? He immediately answered in detail. Tanthan is a mid-sized city with about 5,000 cultivators. Most of them are at the 6th stage of the Yongquan realm. There are about 20 people at the 9th stage of the Yongquan realm. The strongest cultivator, as far as I know, is Chu Menjiao, who has probably reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Yongquan realm. As for the military, Tanthan has a 1,000-strong elite unit stationed there, equipped with a large amount of firearms. If they were all wiped out. Mo Q stopped mid-sentence and suddenly fell silent. After hearing this, Lin Tian fell into deep thought. Suddenly, the helicopter pilot turned around and announced, Mr. Lin Tian, please get ready. We have arrived in Tanthan's airspace. The helicopter was hovering over a dilapidated city engulfed in flames. Mo Chiu looked down below and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat in astonishment. Under the gloomy sky, the tall buildings were in ruins, and it was bleak amidst the devastated cityscape. Zombies were walking in lines around the buildings. Inside the helicopter, Mo Chiu exclaimed in a daze, what on earth happened? The zombies seemed to have sensed something. They quickly ran in the same direction. Their bodies were gaunt and emaciated, as if they had been starved for days. They quickly ran towards the direction of the food. Lin Tian looked down below, wondering to himself, is it dark-type spirit chi again? The helicopter pilot stammered, Mr. Lin, where are we landing? He gave a serious order. No need to land. Open the door. He couldn't help but be stunned. Huh? What? The helicopter pilot said in horror, but we're at an altitude of 6 kilometers right now. Lin Tian ignored his words and opened the door. After opening the helicopter door, he knelt on one knee and looked down below. Lin Tian tilted his head to look at Mo Chiu and announced, I'll go down first and clear out the monsters. He closed his eyes slightly. He said helplessly, "You really don't like doing things the normal way, do you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped straight down from the helicopter. The helicopter pilot yelled in horror, "Are you insane? This is an altitude of 6 kilometers. You'll be splattered into meat paste if you fall." Mo Chu chuckled lightly and said, "Splattered into meat paste? You're underestimating the Iron Vein realm too much." Lin Tian jumped down. A flame erupted around his body, making him look like a meteor. He landed on the ground, and the flames around Lin Tian immediately flared up violently. It burned everything near it. The zombies were sent flying by his power and flames. The unaffected zombies roared, looking incredibly terrifying. Lin Tian knelt on one knee, the flames surrounding him still not having dissipated. The zombies sensed the presence of prey and charged forward, roaring loudly. Lin Tian immediately drew his blade. Drawing the sword behind your back is just asking for death. He looked at them with a cold, dark expression. Then Lam Thien swung his sword down forcefully. With that single slash, the horde of zombies was sent flying. The zombies that weren't hit showed no fear, opening their mouths wide and roaring loudly. Lam Thien glanced at them darkly and asked in a cold voice, "Still not getting lost?" The agitated zombies raised their claws. They shrieked and charged toward him. Lam Thien channeled his internal energy, looking at them coldly. "If you're all that eager to die, then I'll gladly oblige." Lam Thien gripped his sword tightly as a surge of abundant energy erupted around him. The zombies' eyes glowed crimson. They raised their claws, preparing to grab Lam Thien. One zombie slammed its fist into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. He dashed behind it, slashing once and saying with contempt, "Too slow." The zombie's eyes glowed crimson. It seemed unaware of its impending death. Lam Thien swung his sword down, and the zombie's body was instantly split in two. Seeing their comrade's death, the surrounding zombies recoiled in fear. He tilted his head, taunting them in a cold voice. "What's wrong? Scared now?" As if provoked, the zombies roared fiercely. The helicopter pilot exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this Mr. Lam a monster? But no matter how strong he is, if he keeps fighting so recklessly, he'll eventually die from exhaustion." Mak Thu smirked and said, "Die from exhaustion? You're seriously underestimating him." The man couldn't help but stare blankly. "What?" The helicopter pilot shouted in panic. "This is bad. He's not going to last much longer." Down below, Lam Thien was fiercely slaughtering the zombies. The zombies were terrified by his overwhelming power. They scattered and fled in all directions. Lam Thien suddenly floated into the air, and a blinding light emanated from around him. The helicopter pilot looked at the scene below and asked in amazement, "What is that?" A brilliant surge of energy erupted from his body, spreading throughout the city. That energy radiated everywhere. It illuminated the entire city with a dazzling light. The helicopter was also affected by this energy source. The person inside screamed, and the pilot cried out in shock. Is this something a human can even do?" Mak Thu patted his seat and said, "Find a place to land. I want to meet up with him." The helicopter pilot asked, confused. "Huh? Aren't you going to jump down?" He replied in annoyance. "If I jumped, I'd be nothing but a pile of meat paste. I'm still within the realm of a normal human, you know." "Understanding?" the pilot replied. Ah, all right." The buildings in the city were now in ruins, with bloodstains splattered everywhere. Mak Thu sat in the car, looking outside and thinking in horror. Lam Thien's destructive power is just terrifying. Is this the Iron Vein realm? He stopped the car, looked at Lam Thien, and called out, "Big bro." Mak Thu immediately asked with concern, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" He got into the car and replied calmly, "This bunch of monsters couldn't even make me use my real strength. Let's get down to business." Lam Thien turned and asked, "Where exactly is the hiding place so Mong Jiao mentioned?" He looked at the map and answered, "It's on the outskirts of Tan Than City." Mak Thu pointed to a spot on the map and said, "The shelter here was originally an abandoned factory. Recently, it's been used as a refuge for cultivators." Lam Thien gave a serious order, "Let's go. We'll save, so Mong Jiao first." As the car started, he suddenly spoke up, "Mak Thu, this disaster in Tan Than City is a bit strange." Mak Thu asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Lam Thien said, as he drove, "Normally, in a disaster, even if a super mutant appears, it wouldn't create a situation like this." Lam Thien analyzed in a low voice. "The number of monsters is just too massive, and their distribution is extremely wide. Compared to a sudden incident, this feels more like a premeditated plot." After hearing this, Mak Thu asked grimly, "Are you saying there might be someone like Tong Kim Kwang here too?" He replied seriously, "There's a very high possibility." Mak Thu silently prayed with a dark expression, "Mong Jiao, you have to be okay. The two of them then arrived at the abandoned factory. The car stopped in an empty lot. Lam Thien looked towards the building with a sense of unease. It's too quiet here. It doesn't feel like a shelter at all. It's more like an abandoned trap. The two of them quickly entered. It was pitch black inside, and eerily silent. Both of them suddenly froze. They stared silently ahead. In front of them, beams of light shone down from holes in the roof. They illuminated concrete pillars and dark rows of shelves. Lam Thien scanned his surroundings warily, thinking, something's not right. The shelter's defensive facilities are nowhere to be seen. Were they never set up, or were they destroyed by someone? The two quickly moved up a metal staircase in the dark space. After reaching the upper floor, they gasped in shock at the sight before them. After seeing the girl covered in injuries lying unconscious on the ground, Mak Thu immediately called out, in worry, Mong Jiao. He quickly rushed over, asking loudly, Mong Jiao, are you okay? Mak Thu shook Mong Jiao's body, his voice strained. Wake up, don't scare me. He turned to Lam Thien and said, she's injured. He was severely injured. The spirit energy in his body was in chaos, and he needed immediate treatment. His face darkened in silent protest. This isn't good. Thien Lam looked up at the ceiling in alarm and shouted a warning. Watch out. The moment he finished speaking, an iron cage dropped from above, instantly trapping Mak Thu and Mong Jiao. Both of them immediately grew serious, staring at the iron cage, when suddenly an arrogant laugh rang out. Well, has our little simp come to rescue his goddess? Hearing that familiar voice, Mak Thu exclaimed in shock. That voice. The person who appeared was none other than Thien Lam. He strolled forward casually, hands in his pockets. Mak Thu asked in surprise, Cao Thien Lam, why are you here? Thien Lam suddenly flashed a vicious smile and replied, because I plan to use that bitch, So Mong Jiao, to lure out the granddaughter of the military's commander-in-chief, Tham Phi Phi, and through her, I'll control the entire upper echelon of the military for my own use. Inside the cage, Mak Thu yelled angrily, Cao Thien Lam, what is your reason for doing all this? What did the Tan Thon Cultivators Association ever do to earn your hatred? He raged. You were a death row inmate. If it weren't for the spiritual energy revival that awakened your immense power, you'd still be rotting in a cell, waiting to die. Thien Lam stepped closer and asked, a death row inmate? You say? Mak Thu, are you still living in the past? Thien Lam continued. Laws, order. The world has no need for such things anymore. He said with a contemptuous tone, this is now an era where the strong are revered. The strong make the rules, and the weak are fated only to be eliminated. Hearing this, Mak Thu grew furious. So you can just do whatever you want? Just because you've become strong, you can disregard human lives and turn all of Tan Thon into your personal hunting ground? Thien Lam admitted without hesitation. That's right. Is there a problem? The Tan Thon Cultivators Association. What right do those people have to give me orders? He narrowed his eyes. Thien Lam stated bluntly, they deserve to die, because they were weak. Looking at his arrogant demeanor, Mak Thu seethed. Cao Thien Lam, do you have any idea how many people sacrificed themselves for you on your path to cultivation? They could have easily abandoned you and survived. Mak Thu looked at the girl lying on the ground and said indignantly, Mong Jiao suffered grievous injuries just so you could increase your power, and you still have the nerve to turn on her? Thien Lam covered one eye with his hand and said nonchalantly, they were willing to sacrifice themselves for nothing. That was their own foolishness. Why would the truly strong bother themselves with a few ants? No matter what Mak Thu said, Thien Lam maintained his vile attitude. He was absolutely furious. A figure stood in the shadows, having overheard the entire conversation between Mak Thu and Thien Lam. He said, how interesting. Thien Lam raised an eyebrow, annoyed by the interruption. He asked, you've been standing there for a while. Who are you? Lam Thien crossed his arms and said, I'm a friend of Mak Thu's. And your little speech just now makes me think someone like you is incredibly naive. Thien Lam glanced at Lam Thien and asked him, oh, and why is that? Lam Thien gave a sarcastic smile. If you believe the strong make the rules of the world, have you ever considered that someone stronger than you could also decide your life and death as they please? Thien Lam's eyes widened, veins popping on his face. He raged, you little brat, are you threatening me? Lam Thien was unfazed by his anger. He said, I'm just reminding you that you're not strong enough yet. Seeing Lam Thien's demeanor, Thien Lam felt provoked and immediately made his move. From inside the cage, Mak Thu called out worriedly, Lam Thien, be careful. Cao Thien Lam awakened the lightning attribute's spirit energy, just like you. Lam Thien heard Mak Thu's warning, but he remained fearless, showing only a hint of surprise. Oh, the two rushed at each other without hesitation. Under the terrifying force of their powers colliding, an energy explosion erupted. Thien Lam, who had only recently awakened his spirit energy, was completely shocked by Lam Thien's strength. He gasped, "What the?" Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Powerful lightning attribute spirit energy detected. Absorbing it can upgrade the host's lightning spirit energy level. Lam Thien thought to himself, well, this is an unexpected bonus. After the clash, both had gauged the other's strength. Thien Lam leaped back a step. Lam Thien frowned, making a quick calculation, and said, "Mak Thu, get So Mong Jiao out of here first." Mak Thu gripped the iron bars, frustrated. "I don't get it. I can't activate my powers." Hearing this, Thien Lam burst out laughing. "You idiot. Did you really think I'd let you escape that easily?" He explained, "This iron cage is made from a special material designed specifically to imprison cultivators. Anyone trapped inside is no different from an ordinary person." Lam Thien fell silent, then frowned in disdain, and said to Mak Thu, "Mak Thu, get down." Mak Thu was still confused. He had no idea what Lam Thien was about to do. Lam Thien then swung the whip in his hand and said, "Let's see just how sturdy this little cage of yours is." The iron whip struck the cage, letting out a deafening clang. Half of the iron cage was shattered by the whip's blow. Mak Thu ducked in fear, completely shaken by the impact. Mo Chiu cried out as his entire body collapsed to the ground. Seeing the cage, he had poured his heart in to get destroyed. Tianlin was so furious, he cursed out loud, "Damn it!" After being freed from the cage, Mo Chiu picked up Meng Jiao and said, "I'll take Meng Jiao to safety and come back immediately to help you." But Mo Chiu's kindness was met with Lin Tian's refusal. "Don't. You'll just get dragged into this." Without a response from Mo Chiu, in a flash, the two of them vanished into thin air. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Tianlin roared in anger. "Lin Tian, you're so arrogant. Do you really think you can act so insolent in front of me all by yourself?" But Lin Tian wasn't scared in the slightest. He said, "I'm just telling you the truth. You're not worthy." Tianlin then created a ball of lightning. He said, "Don't think you're invincible just because you shattered a metal cage." A battle-hungry smile spread across Tianlin's face as he pulled a long bolt of lightning from the sphere. He gripped the lightning bolt. Who knew if this was his secret weapon? With a grim face, Tianlin spoke in a deadly tone. "Now, I'll show you the true power of a cultivator." With that, Tianlin's body flickered and vanished from sight. Tianlin shot towards Lin Tian like a flash of lightning, raising the bolt high for his technique, annihilating spear shadow assassination. Despite Tianlin's terrifyingly fast attack speed, Lin Tian still managed to dodge the attack perfectly. Lin Tian frowned, but seeing the attack, he couldn't help but offer some praise. "Not bad. You've got some skill." Tianlin's body crackled with lightning as he yelled in fury. "Running? Let's see how long you can keep that up." The lightning in Tianlin's hand struck out wildly in all directions. He was hunting for Lin Tian. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Tianlin began to taunt him. "What's wrong? You were so arrogant, but now you can't even find a chance to fight back?" Tianlin attacked with all his might, while Lin Tian maintained a perfect defense. So far, there hadn't been a single opening. After a chase of one attacking and one dodging, Tianlin suddenly stopped, no longer continuing his assault. Tianlin spoke with an arrogant tone. "You were so cocky just a moment ago. Why are you letting me completely overwhelm you now?" Lin Tian let out a breath, frowning with a hint of disappointment as he asked, "Is that all you've got?" Hearing Lin Tian's arrogant question, Tianlin was utterly enraged. "What did you say?" Lin Tian pointed his weapon forward and said, "If this is the extent of your abilities, I'm afraid you'll be meeting your end here today." Provoked, Tianlin unleashed his full power. He snarled, "You're asking for death. I'll show you the peak power of the 9th stage of the Valiant Spring Realm." Countless bolts of purple lightning appeared, striking down all around them. This was the Thunder Spear art. But Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He calmly watched everything and said, "Too slow." This scene made Tianlin's blood boil with rage. He screamed, "Take this." But every one of Tianlin's relentless attacks was easily parried by Lin Tian. He looked at the frantically attacking Tianlin and said, "You've got the power. It's a shame you don't have the brains to go with it." Lin Tian decided to strike back. He flashed past him and said, "I'll show you just how vast the gap between us really is." In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian, who was far away, had already rushed to a spot right below Tianlin, leaving him utterly shocked. Lin Tian was done playing games with him. He announced, "It's over." A streak of golden light, carrying immense power, flashed by. It was about to end this battle. Tianlin's face went pale. He gaped in astonishment, perhaps already foreseeing his own fate. The golden light slashed straight into Tianlin's body before he could even process his shock. Tianlin was finished. Before his body fell, he still couldn't understand the reason for his defeat. How? is this possible? Tianlin fell to his knees before Lin Tian, unable to accept it. But, I'm at the peak of the 9th stage of the Valiant Spring Realm. Lin Tian looked at the man before him. He couldn't understand his confidence. Is the 9th stage of the Valiant Spring Realm supposed to be that impressive? Tianlin was stunned. What? Don't tell me you're also at the 9th stage of the Valiant Spring Realm? But, I couldn't sense any powerful aura from you at all. Lin Tian looked at him with contempt and said, I was, but now, I'm at the 1st stage of the Iron Vein Realm. Hearing this, Tianlin's eyes widened in horror. The Iron Vein Realm. To you. You really broke through to the Iron Vein Realm? Lin Tian noticed his terrified expression and asked calmly, Are you scared now? Without a moment's hesitation, Tianlin bowed his head. Boss, please spare me. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. He begged. I was blind before. Please spare my life, boss. I'll be your loyal workhorse. I swear my undying loyalty to you. Lin Tian's face darkened as he asked, The strong rule, and the weak obey. Isn't that what you just told Mo Chiu? Lin Tian spoke in a deadly voice. So why is it that when you're the weak one, you suddenly want to change the rules? Seeing the situation was dire, Tianlin quickly said, I'm not the mastermind. I was forced by someone else. I was just following orders. Lin Tian pressed his sword closer, grabbing him by the collar and asking, Aren't you supposed to be the strongest cultivator in all of Tanthan City? Tianlam hurriedly denied it. No, that's not me. The strongest cultivator in Tanthan City isn't me, it's someone else. He continued. The entire crisis in Tanthan City was all his plan. He couldn't care less about Tanthan City, he said. It was all just to test a few things. Lam Thien asked, Test? He's using the lives of an entire city as test subjects? Thien Lam replied, He doesn't care about anyone. Even the Tanthan City army is just a pawn in his game. Lam Thien took the opportunity to press further. Oh? So, do you know how strong he is? Thien Lam, trembling all over, quickly confessed. He said he's a 3rd realm Iron Vein cultivator. Lam Thien was relieved to hear that, saying, A 3rd realm Iron Vein cultivator, huh? Seeing his silence, Thien Lam asked nervously, Lam Thien, you're not going to kill me, are you? The moment he finished speaking, Lam Thien's sword shot forward. Was he trying to threaten him? Thien Lam was terrified and immediately begged for his life. Wait, I've told you everything I know. You promised you'd spare me, but Lam Thien just asked him back. Did I promise you that? When did you ever hear me say I'd let you live? Thien Lam was horrified and screamed, No, you can't do this to me. You can't. But Lam Thien didn't hesitate and plunged his sword straight into him. He didn't give Thien Lam another chance. Thien Lam's eyes flew wide open as blood splattered across his face. You really did it. Lam Thien withdrew his sword and said, The Earth's spirit energy is recovering, and the rules of the world have indeed changed. But no matter how the rules change, those who do wrong must still be punished. Hearing this, Thien Lam let out a loud laugh. Lam Thien, do you think you're some embodiment of justice? He said with his dying breath. You're just a fool. Do you really think you can win? You have no idea who you're up against. Thien Lam warned. You'll be put in the ground soon enough. You are no match for him. He is a powerful 3rd realm Iron Vein cultivator. You've only just entered the Iron Vein realm. You think you can win? You think you can survive? But Lam Thien wasn't scared at all. He said, You don't need to worry about that. He'll be joining you down there soon enough. Thien Lam could no longer reply. He slowly closed his eyes, his life coming to an end. The system immediately displayed a notification. Lightning attribute spirit energy detected. Absorb? Lam Thien replied, Absorb. Thien Lam's entire body began to dissolve, turning into specks of blue light. More and more specks appeared, until his whole body seemed to evaporate. Lam Thien used his hands to absorb the blue specks of light from Thien Lam's body. Then, all the light particles swirled around Lam Thien. He could feel the spirit energy. System notification. Lightning attribute spirit energy has been upgraded. Lam Thien's entire body underwent a change. The absorbed spirit energy flooded into his veins. System notification. Lightning attribute spirit energy has reached level 2. Lam Thien's eyes changed, and he frowned, as if he'd come to a realization. He had finished absorbing the spirit energy. Lam Thien now understood. So, this is the power of the 2nd realm Iron Vein stage. A moment later, Lam Thien slowly walked out and softly called out to the person waiting. Mothu jumped and spun around. He asked anxiously, Boss, are you okay? Then, he glanced behind Lam Thien, looking puzzled. Where's Cao Thien Lam? He shrugged and replied, Don't worry, he's been taken care of. Mothu was stunned. What? He's dead? How could it be so fast? He was a peak 9th realm gushing spring cultivator. Lam Thien smirked. Wait until you break through to the Iron Vein realm, and you'll kill someone like him just as quickly. He then quickly changed the subject. Alright, go check if your sweetheart is safe. Mothu turned beet red with embarrassment, stammering as he cut Lamthine off. Boss, don't talk nonsense. It's not like that. He immediately shot Mothu a knowing look. Oh? Then why were you so worked up when you saw her pass out? You're usually such a coward. You'd never rush in front of me like that. Despite the teasing, Lamthine didn't forget to check on her condition. How is she? Mothu quickly reported, her life isn't in danger, and her vitals are stable. He paused for a few seconds. There was a hint of worry in his voice. But her consciousness has been sealed by dark attribute spirit energy. If the seal isn't removed soon, she could end up in a vegetative state. Lamthine reassured him in a low voice. Don't worry, the lightning attribute counters dark attribute spirit energy. I should be able to break the seal. As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled a spark of lightning attribute spirit energy into the center of Meng Jiao's forehead. She reacted almost instantly, her eyebrows knitting together as the stream of spirit energy flowed throughout her body. She squirmed in discomfort, letting out an unconscious groan. In an instant, the dark spirit energy was forcibly expelled from her body. Meng Jiao finally regained consciousness, her eyes wide with terror. Seeing two blurry figures in front of her, she instinctively screamed, Who's there? Model. Seeing this, Lin Tian was suddenly at a loss for words, thinking to himself that this girl didn't seem very bright. Is this the type of girl that Kid Mo Chu likes? Across from them, Meng Jiao had regained some of her composure. With tears welling in her eyes, she called out Mo Chu's name in a choked voice. She sat up with a start, blurting out, Why are you here? Mo Chu scratched his cheek and gave a wry smile, summing up the situation in one short sentence. We received your distress signal and immediately returned from Tianhai City. Meng Jiao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She was stunned for a moment. He came back specifically to save me? The very next second, Meng Jiao remembered the real issue at hand. She angrily grabbed Mo Chu by the collar and shook him hard. No, are you crazy? Xincheng is so dangerous right now, and a weakling like you who can't even fight head-on dares to come back? You coming here is no different from seeking your own death. Hearing this, Lin Tian pouted and muttered. She calls the peak of the 9th level of the Gushing Spring Realm a weakling. Meng Jiao paused for a moment, looking at him with a completely baffled expression. Peak of the 9th level of the Gushing Spring Realm? Who? Him. As she spoke, she scolded Mo Chu even more harshly. And you even dragged someone else into this. Right now, Xincheng is absolutely not a place you guys should be. Mo Chu quickly waved his hands to explain. It's not that I wanted to come. We received your distress signal. We couldn't just ignore it, could we? The terrain in Xincheng is complicated. Big brother Lin Tian is unfamiliar with this place, and I'm the only one who knows the way, so I had to be his guide. Meng Jiao narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Is that really true? He hastily confirmed. Yes, it is. Hearing this, Meng Jiao could only let out a sigh. Since things have come to this, it's useless for me to blame you anymore. Then, she politely turned towards Lin Tian to express her gratitude. Although I don't know your name, I still have to thank you for risking your life with this idiot to save me. He keenly noticed the ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them, and thought to himself, looks like she has feelings for Mo Chu, too. Out loud, he replied courteously. Don't mention it. It was nothing. Immediately after, Meng Jiao's expression turned grave, and she took the initiative to suggest something. We have to leave Xincheng immediately, or else we won't be able to get out once it gets dark. Lin Tian immediately asked directly, what on earth happened in Xincheng? The other party quickly recounted the situation. After Mo Chu left Xincheng for Tianhai City, it began to rain in Xincheng, and it didn't stop for several days. According to her, at first, they thought it was just a normal change in the weather, but as she recalled this, Meng Jiao's voice unconsciously became choked with emotion. That rain showed absolutely no signs of stopping. Then, everyone who came into contact with the rainwater turned into zombies. Hearing this, Mo Chu couldn't help but be startled, blurting out, What? Even Lin Tian's face darkened as he confirmed in a low voice. Everyone? Meng Jiao nodded slightly. That's right. At first, no one noticed anything unusual. Some people even stood outside playing in the rain. But a moment later, it was as if those people were being corroded by something. Their bodies began to convulse violently. Next, they immediately went insane. From what she described, their eyes turned pitch black, and their skin began to rot. They completely turned into monsters, just like zombies. As for what happened next, they attacked anyone near them. They didn't even spare their own relatives. By the time everyone realized what was happening, it was too late. The rain was pouring down. Almost no one who left their homes managed to escape. Meng Jiao also meticulously explained that the military and the Spirit Cultivator Association wanted to control the situation, but they also didn't know what these monsters were. Even spirit energy attacks had limited effect on them. Mo Qiu was silent for a long while, and could only grit his teeth and force out a single sentence. The entire city of Xincheng has become a city of the dead. Meng Jiao lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness, and replied in a low voice, "That's right." Lin Tian's face was serious as he got straight to the important point. The people from the military and the Spirit Cultivator Association, did they turn into monsters too? She shook her head slightly. Not all of them. A portion of the people who were caught in the first wave of rain completely turned into monsters, but the majority managed to avoid it in time. This answer made Lin Tian even more confused. Then where are they? Meng Jiao just lowered her eyes and replied with two short words. They vanished. Mo Qiu raised his eyebrows in confusion, blurting out, "What do you mean, vanished?" The other party slowly revealed, "We detected an extremely powerful energy signal from the high tower in the center of Xincheng. That signal was like a focal point for the abnormal spirit energy. It might be the cause of this disaster." According to her, the military and the high-ranking leaders of the Spirit Cultivator Association jointly decided to send people to investigate. But Meng Jiao paused for a few seconds, then sighed heavily. Everyone who went to investigate disappeared. Mo Qiu's expression changed in an instant, while Lin Tian, beside him, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Disappeared. At the mention of this, Meng Jiao's eyes gradually filled with sorrow. No bodies, no cries for help, and no signs of a struggle. They just, as if swallowed by this city, never to return. Just then, Lam Thien murmured to himself, "Interesting. I have some information that might solve these puzzles." The news he revealed next left Meng Jiao completely stunned. "Before coming here, I just sent Cao Tian Lam to meet his maker," she stammered, trying to confirm. You killed Cao Tian Lam? He was a peak 9th realm Gushing Spring cultivator." Lam Thien didn't answer. Taking it as a silent admission, he said grimly, "Before he died, he told me that the strange changes in Tanthan weren't accidental, they were caused by someone." He emphasized the last part. "And that person is at least a 3rd realm iron vein cultivator." Meng Jiao instinctively shook her head in disbelief. How could there be a 3rd realm iron vein cultivator in Tanthan? Cao Tian Lam was the strongest person in the entire city, Mak Thu added, also skeptical. "Yeah, boss. Could Cao Tian Lam have made it all up just to save his own skin?" Lam Thien replied calmly, his tone absolutely certain. "He had no reason to lie to me before dying. So, you all should think carefully." Just then, the rain began to pour down again. Meng Jiao unconsciously looked up. In an instant, a purplish-blue raindrop landed in her palm. Meng Jiao frantically urged the other two. "Let's go. It's raining again." Just as Lam Thien was about to leave, he sensed something and whipped his head around. He stood frozen, thinking to himself, "So, you knew your dog was dead and came looking for me yourself, huh?" Seeing him standing motionless, Mak Thu anxiously shouted, "Boss, get in the car." At that same moment, a skeletal hand crept onto Lam Thien's shoulder. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. "I told you, there was a 3rd realm iron vein cultivator." The next second, that hand tightened its grip on his shoulder. A flood of dark energy poured out. Seeing this, Mak Thu's face turned pale. He frantically yelled, "Watch out!" Lam Thien, however, didn't even flinch, and even let out a faint smile. "So, this is the culprit behind the disaster in Tanthan." As the words left his mouth, he decisively threw a punch behind him, his expression unchanging. His opponent was sent flying, their body rolling across the cold ground. Mak Thu's gaze shifted to the attacker. He was suddenly astonished, because at that moment, the dark energy around the opponent was fading, revealing their appearance. Mak Thu became more certain of his guess, someone from the military department. But then, in the blink of an eye, the person's body completely vanished. Only a set of protective armor was left lying in the corner. Lam Thien hadn't anticipated this at all. His brows furrowed slightly, his eyes fixed on where the body had been, his mind filled with doubt. It vanished. While Lam Thien was distracted, streams of pitch-black energy silently crept towards his feet. The very next second, a monstrous figure suddenly lunged at his back. The creature clearly had hostile intentions, its sharp claws ready to strike Lam Thien down. Mak Thu happened to see this, and anxiously shouted a warning to Lam Thien. "Boss, look out." He was startled for a moment, then immediately spun around, his sharp gaze sweeping over the thing in front of him. Without a moment's hesitation, Mak Thu unleashed his own skill, Space Seaver. Just as the monstrous figure was about to reach Lam Thien, Mak Thu successfully created a spatial rift right beside him. The monster's movement was halted, and it quickly vanished. At the same time, Mak Thu drove the SUV right up to Lam Thien. He urgently yelled, "Boss, get in, quick!" The vehicle sped off, its engine roaring through the downpour. Mak Thu focused on driving, gritting his teeth and muttering, "What in the world is that thing?" Just then, Meng Jiao looked behind them and announced in a panic, "We're screwed. It's not dead." Not far from them, a thick mass of dark purple gas was swirling violently. Soon, it coalesced and took the form of a black panther. It let out a few ferocious growls. Then, it accelerated, chasing after their vehicle. Mak Thu was horrified. It can even shapeshift. In the middle of the crisis, Lam Thien turned and pressed Meng Jiao. "So Meng Jiao, where is the signal transmission tower?" She was momentarily stunned. "Why are you asking about that?" Lam Thien explained briefly. "This mad dog is the third realm iron vein cultivator sent to hunt us down." Hearing this, Mak Thu frowned. "You can't be serious," Lam Thien affirmed gravely. "I'm 80% sure he's behind this. I took out Cao Thien Lam, and now he's here for revenge. If we can just deal with him, whether it's this mad dog or the strange phenomena in Tanthan, everything will be over." Hearing this from him, Meng Jiao exclaimed agitatedly, "Are you crazy? That's a third realm iron vein cultivator." Lam Thien acted as if he hadn't heard her, coldly repeating, "Give me directions." She had no choice but to comply. "Go straight on this road for 15 kilometers. When you reach the commercial district, turn left, and you'll see the signal tower." The car sped off at full throttle following her directions, and soon they were approaching the tower area. The wheels spun rapidly on the main road, accompanied by the roaring sound of the engine. That monstrous creature was still relentlessly chasing them, baring its fangs and roaring ferociously. At the same time, the three people in the car saw the silhouette of a signal relay station not far away and shouted in excitement, "We're here!" The SUV immediately slammed on the brakes, leaving a long trail of white smoke on the road. The creature caught up to them just in time, lunging forward with its fangs bared. Lin Tian was the first to get out of the car, boldly rushing out to confront the creature. He unleashed a thunderflame slash right at it and coldly yelled, "Get lost!" The creature's body was torn apart and soon faded into nothingness. Once it was done, Lin Tian turned back to instruct the person behind him. "Mo Chiu, get Chu Meng Jiao out of Tanthan City, now." He was a little worried and quickly said, "Big bro, I'll fight with you." Lin Tian firmly refused. "Cut the crap and get her out of here." Against a third-stage iron vein expert, everyone else is just a burden. Since he'd put it that way, Mo Chiu reluctantly complied. "Big bro, you have to come back alive." With that, he slammed on the gas and drove the car in another direction. Mo Chiu clearly wasn't resigned to it, telling himself that, if he were stronger, he wouldn't have to let his big bro face this danger alone. At the same time, their departing car was being watched by someone from above, who took in the entire scene. The figure wore a black hood that hid their face, the corner of their mouth curling into a slight smirk. Not long after, Mo Chiu and Meng Jiao had left, that mass of dark energy began to take form once again. The monstrous creature's two eyes flashed with a dangerous purple glow as it stared intently at Lin Tian. He was starting to get impatient, his annoyance showing on his face. "Can't you just die already?" At this point, there was clearly no other choice. Lin Tian immediately channeled his spiritual energy and charged straight towards the creature. "Fine, I'll play with you." He swung his hand, accurately slamming a thunderflame slash into the figure opposite him, but he didn't stop there. Lin Tian's other hand was already poised, ready to throw the next punch. Without a moment's hesitation, he put all his strength into a powerful punch against the monstrous creature. The figure was sent flying and chaotic. Purple energy scattered everywhere. Lin Tian's expression didn't change as he continued to leap forward, ready to deliver the final killing blow. Just then, the figure before him began to fluctuate violently, emitting streams of dark purple gas. Immediately after, the silhouette of a little girl appeared, screaming in a trembling voice, "Help me! Please help me!" Lin Tian didn't fall for the trap at all. He snorted coldly, full of contempt. What a petty trick. Just as the opponent was about to scream for help again, he acted swiftly, to end it. In an instant, the face opposite him became distorted, letting out blood-curdling screams. Lin Tian showed no mercy, mustering a bit more strength. That thick, dark, purple gas was finally blown away, leaving not a single trace behind in a flash. After dealing with it, Lin Tian retracted his hand and snorted in annoyance. He glanced around and muttered under his breath, "Let's see just how strong a third-stage iron vein expert really is." With that, Lin Tian strode towards a nearby building and decisively pushed the door open. In the dark and silent space, his footsteps echoed clearly. He stopped in front of a large pool inside the room, standing there silently, observing it carefully. The water's surface rippled slightly as streams of dark spiritual energy constantly rose from it. Lin Tian was lost in thought for a long while, thinking to himself, this water is just like the rain that formed the monster earlier. Just then, he spotted a figure emerging from a nearby corner. The person said with a faint smile, I didn't expect to find a second-stage iron vein expert here. He then narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that piece of trash, Gao Tianlin, didn't die for nothing. Lin Tian looked at him coldly and questioned him directly. The disaster in Tanthan City. Was it your doing? The opponent admitted casually. That's right. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Tiancheng, a third-stage iron vein expert. With that, he proudly introduced to Lin Tian. The water in this pool is spiritual water, formed from the corrupted, resentful souls and spiritual energy of tens of thousands of Tanthan City's residents. According to Tiancheng, with his will, this water could create all sorts of immortal creatures. At this point, he didn't bother to hide his smug expression and declared loudly, and I am the god of this land. Tiancheng leisurely strode closer to Lin Tian and said slowly, in this world, where spiritual energy has been restored, how many do you think can reach a level like ours? There are only a handful of us in the entire world. He held out his hand and made an offer. Care to join forces with me? In the future, you'll be second to only one man, but above millions. Tiancheng even made all sorts of promises. You would have limitless authority, wealth, and beautiful women, and together, we will create a new world order. However, Lin Tian remained completely unmoved. He cut him off coldly, saying, Are you done with your nonsense? This reaction seemed to be outside of Tiancheng's expectations, and he was momentarily stunned. Lin Tian directly activated his spiritual energy, making his disdain clear. Now that you're done talking, you can die. As soon as he finished speaking, he got into a ready stance to attack, the thunder flame in his hand already swirling into a small orb. Tiancheng, of course, didn't just stand there to take the hit. He immediately unleashed his dark-type spiritual energy to face him head-on, not even bothering to dodge. Dodging Lamthian's attack. The moment their two streams of spirit energy collided, the corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. He smoothly and powerfully launched a palm strike, slamming it straight into his opponent's chest. Thienthan could finally no longer keep the smile on his face. A few beads of sweat trickled down his cheek. At the same time, Lam Thien struck with his full power. Thienthan's body staggered backward. He struggled to stay on his feet, lowering his head to hide the expression on his face. The very next second, Thienthan suddenly burst out laughing, growling out two words, very good. With that, he waved his hand, his tone incredibly arrogant. Since you don't know your place, you can just lie down and die here. As soon as the words left his mouth, the spirit water in the pool below began to churn violently. Dark, shadowy figures shot up into the air. An extremely bizarre sight. Witnessing this, Lam Thien finally understood. It seems all those who disappeared were refined into black water by him. Then, in the next instant, those figures all leaped towards him at once. Thienthan's triumphant laughter echoed through the space. Brat, die beneath the feet of my army. Lam Thien didn't even bother to move. Slowly drawing the sword from his back, he whispered softly, I'll grant you all a swift release. True to his word, he channeled all his power into his sword and unleashed his ultimate technique, the art of the undying sacred flame. With just a single strike, he wiped out all the shadows that were about to close in on him. Seeing this, Tienthan was clearly displeased, grinding his teeth and cursing. Damn it. He clenched his fists, roaring furiously. You little brat, I'm going to crush you. In a flash, Tienthan's eyes turned completely white as he raised his hand and unleashed a stream of pitch-black spirit energy. Judging by the attack's trajectory, his target was clearly Lam Thien. He quickly circulated his spirit energy to create a defensive barrier. However, the opponent's dark attribute spirit energy still managed to pierce through. Left with no choice, Lam Thien hastily leaned to the side to dodge. The movement was a bit clumsy. Even so, the side of his face was still hit, leaving a streak of fresh red blood. Lam Thien's expression instantly darkened. His spirit energy can suppress my thunder flame? Seeing this, Thienthan laughed gleefully. What's wrong? Scared now? He sneered arrogantly. Don't even think about running. I want to torture you. Slowly. Just like that, Thienthan gleefully unleashed his spirit energy, aiming for Lam Thien. He powerfully slashed through every obstacle in his path. He was determined not to yield, but the more he clashed with his opponent, the more the thunder flame energy around Lam Thien continued to diminish. In that moment, he paused briefly, suddenly realizing that his opponent's energy wasn't suppressing his Thunderflame, but was actually corroding his Thunderflame attribute spirit energy. On the other side, Tianthan tilted his head back and spoke with utter arrogance. A pathetic little Thunderflame attribute energy dares to act so insolently before me? My underworld tide energy can corrode spirit energy of any attribute. He looked down at Lamthine with a superior gaze. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next. Lamthine's annoyance was plain to see as he secretly calculated a countermeasure. I have to think of something. Just then, the system suddenly announced, host has been detected to be invaded by underworld tide spirit energy. The host can fuse fire attribute spirit energy and light attribute spirit energy to generate sunflame spirit energy, which counters the underworld tide spirit energy. Lamthine was instantly stunned, thinking to himself that he had forgotten about the light attribute spirit energy he'd acquired earlier. He never thought it could be used this way. Without hesitating for another second, he stood up straight, silently retracting his Thunderflame spirit energy. Lamthine stood there, motionless, allowing the underworld tide energy to envelop his body. Seeing this, Tianthan mistakenly thought he'd won. He bared his teeth in a contemptuous grin. Given up already? Looks like a brat like you has no real strength after all. Lamthine didn't bother to retort. He closed his eyes, focusing on circulating the power within his body. Very quickly, a dazzling vortex of energy burst into Tianthan's vision. The fire attribute and light attribute spirit energies were merging. It created a shocking explosion of light. The power radiating from it was terrifying. Tianthan hastily covered his eyes with his hand, his body staggering backward. He gritted his teeth, trying to withstand it, a look of pure horror on his face. What kind of spirit energy is this? Lamthine spoke calmly. This is the flame that can purify all darkness. Sunflame. His opponent was clearly unwilling to accept this, roaring furiously. No, impossible. No one can purify my spirit energy. With that, he madly unleashed his spirit energy straight at Lamthine. Die. But he remained steadfast, his body enveloped by the sunflame spirit energy. Lamthine was now growing impatient, declaring in a cold voice, if you have no other tricks up your sleeve, then it's time for this farce to end. Tianthan didn't even bother to listen to the warning, snorting mockingly. A mere second-level blood pulse brat dares to be so arrogant in front of me? I'll show you my true power. With that, he unleashed his ultimate technique with all his might. I didn't want to use this move, but you forced my hand. In an instant, Tianthan's appearance transformed, his entire body covered in streams of pitch-black spirit energy. The very next second, brimming with killing intent, he charged straight towards Lamthine. He remained as calm as ever, whispering under his breath, transform, a mere beast thinks it can defeat me? The moment Tianthan's fist came crashing down, he said coldly, you're courting death. His heavy fists rained down relentlessly, shattering the ground and sending debris flying as Tianthan growled out every word. I'm going to grind you into paste. Just like that, he continuously slammed his fists down on Lintian's position. Every single punch was filled with a thick, killing intent. But he didn't stop there. Tianthan suddenly tilted his head back and took a deep breath. The next second, he opened his mouth and spewed out a vast, surging torrent of thick black gas. Just then, a golden ray of light suddenly flashed. That ray of light shot straight towards Tianthan, leaving a deep gash on his shoulder. Lin Tian strode out from the dazzling golden light, his voice incredibly sharp. I told you, if this is all the strength you have, then just die. Without another word, he directly waved his hand to unleash his next move. Sunfire Slash. The moment the attack was about to hit, Tianthan was still screaming madly. No, it's impossible. My dark water can't be purified. And then, in that critical moment, he finally fought back, using his trump card. A more robust figure appeared, its entire body tightly enveloped in spiritual energy. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian was slightly surprised. Is this your true body? His opponent suddenly burst out laughing. I didn't expect you to be able to push me this far. He boasted arrogantly. That's right. I have evolved into a higher life form. I abandoned my human body long ago. The more Tianthan spoke, the more excited he became, loudly proclaiming, right now, I will let you taste the full power of the third stage Iron Vein realm. He stubbornly emphasized once more, the me right now is the true invincible one. Lin Tian stood calmly in place and suddenly sneered. Invincible? Are you sure you know who your opponent is? With that, he raised his hand and used a higher level technique. Ultimate Sunfire Art, Holy Flame Judgment. At the same time, the scene shifts to another corner outside the signal relay station. In the off-road vehicle, Mo Chiu, anxiously pressed, Meng Jiao. Still can't contact anyone outside? She sighed softly. No luck. Still no signal. I'm afraid. Right at that moment, the area behind them suddenly exploded. Flames shot up into the sky, a massive commotion. Mo Chiu slammed on the brakes, shouting in alarm. What was that sound? Both of them whipped their heads around to look behind them. What met their eyes was the sight of the signal relay station building collapsing. Meng Jiao was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Mo Chiu cheered excitedly. That must be Big Bro Lin Tian's ultimate move. Tanthan City is saved now. With that, he immediately cranked the steering wheel to turn back, unable to hide the joy in his voice. We don't have to run anymore. Let's go back and find Big Bro Lin Tian. The scene shifts back to the signal relay station, where a defeated Thien Than muttered, "Why? I'm clearly in the third stage Iron Vein realm. How could a second stage Iron Vein realm cultivator like you possibly defeat me?" Lin Tian didn't even bother to look at him, letting out a cold snort. Who told you that a second stage can never defeat a third stage? Just before he vanished, Thien Than laughed maniacally and left one last sentence. They won't let you get away with this. You have no idea who you've messed with. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Hearing those words, Lin Tian was suddenly lost in thought. It seems there's someone else behind Tuang Tien Than. As he was thinking, he suddenly noticed something floating in midair. What is this? Soon enough, Mo Chiu drove back just in time. The moment he stepped out of the car, he called out in alarm, "Big Bro!" He rushed over to Lin Tian, asking repeatedly, "Big Bro, Lin Tian, are you okay?" He replied curtly, "I'm fine." Meng Jiao followed behind Mo Chiu, a seed of doubt quietly sprouting in her heart. Just how strong is this person named Lin Tian? She glanced around at the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but feel terrified. Is this level of destruction really something a human can achieve? Lin Tian suddenly spoke up. "I just took care of the ringleader in Tanthan City. His name is Tuang Thien Than. Have you heard of him?" As soon as she heard the name, Meng Jiao was startled. "What? Tuang Thien Than?" Her lips trembled for a long time, unable to form words. "Impossible. That's impossible. Tuang Thien Than is already dead. How could he still be alive?" Lin Tian looked puzzled. "What do you mean? Do you know him?" Meng Jiao then honestly recounted what she knew. Before the spiritual energy revival, Tuang Thien Than was a death row inmate who had committed over a dozen brutal murders. According to her, she was in the army at the time. On the day of the spiritual energy revival, she personally witnessed his execution. He should have been dead a long time ago. Lin Tian frowned slightly in thought. Indeed, his final appearance wasn't too far off from looking like a dead man. With that, he opened his palm to reveal an item. "I found this at the scene after he died. Could this be what helped him come back to life?" Meng Jiao recognized it with just a single glance, the symbol of the Dawn cult. Hearing this, Lin Tian grew even more curious. "The Dawn cult? What's that?" Meng Jiao lowered her voice. As the story goes, in the early days of the spiritual energy restoration, a group of cultivators with innate mutations secretly formed an organization. They believed that this spiritual energy mutation was the ultimate evolution of humanity, and that ordinary people were just useless trash holding them back. They sought to establish a new order, where the strong ruled and the weak were their prey. This was their creed. Hearing this, Lin Tian let out a weary sigh. "All right, whatever. The third stage Iron Vein is dead, and the crisis in Tanthan City has been resolved. Let's talk about these conspiracy theories tomorrow. I haven't slept for a day and a night, so I need to go home and get some sleep." Meng Jiao didn't stop him, but stammered. "Brother Lin Tian, thank you for saving Tanthan City and for saving me and Mo Chiu," she said, pulling Mo Chiu along and urging him to bow sincerely. "Hurry up and thank him," Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. "No need for formalities. I was just doing a favor for someone, so I took care of it." Meng Jiao froze for a moment, a look of surprise on her face. A favor for someone. At the mention of this, the corner of Lin Tian's mouth curled up, his eyes filled with meaning. There was someone who, after learning what happened to you, even forgot about his own injuries. Right, Mo Chiu? As soon as Meng Jiao heard this, she frantically checked Mo Chiu's condition. "Mo Chiu, you're injured? When did this happen?" He scratched his cheek shyly, stammering as he changed the subject. "Brother Lin Tian was talking about his best friend. Didn't you call her for help?" Meng Jiao just now remembered and exclaimed in a panic, "I forgot. To call Fei Fei to let her know I'm safe." The scene changes to another city, where the sky is clear and warm sunlight shines through a window. A group of formally dressed people sat around a long table, listening silently to the news. Yesterday morning, Tanthan City suffered an unprecedented spiritual energy contamination and corruption disaster. According to the investigation, the incident has rendered over 80% of the city uninhabitable, and more than 10,000 civilians were killed or injured. Mr. Shen, sitting at the head of the table, spoke with a grim face. How are the recovery efforts in Tanthan City proceeding? A subordinate immediately stood up to answer, reporting, Commander, the main roads in Tanthan City have been cleared, and the citizens trapped by the zombies have returned home. After hearing this, Mr. Shen let out a small sigh of relief. The losses in Tanthan City were so low, all thanks to Lin Tian alone. The people in the room immediately started buzzing with discussion. That's right, if Brother Lin Tian had arrived just a little later, I can't imagine how many more people would have died in Tanthan City. I used to think he was just a little better than everyone else, but now it seems he's a billion times better. A moment later, Mr. Shen suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his voice growing more solemn. The disaster in Tanthan City has sounded an alarm for us, he emphasized. Although we don't know how the Church of Dawn managed to resurrect the deceased Jiang Tiancheng and turn him into a third-stage iron vein cultivator, but we can be certain that there is a power behind them that is difficult for us to imagine. At this point, Mr. Shen directly issued an order for the military to increase surveillance on the Church of Dawn, especially in their place of origin, Northwest City. He carefully added, the people from the Spiritual Energy Association must also assist the military in these operations. Just then, Xuanfeng suddenly spoke up. Commander Shen, Northwest City is the core area of the Church of Dawn, and also where they are most active. Our Spiritual Energy Association has sent elite teams there many times, but not a single one has ever returned successfully. By his meaning, if the military wanted information on the Church of Dawn, the Spiritual Energy Association alone probably wouldn't be enough. Mr. Shen nodded slightly, indicating he understood. I know. I will have the military coordinate with you. We must find out the details about the Church of Dawn in a short amount of time. The next second, he shot to his feet and declared loudly, finally, the matter of Lin Tian's identity must be raised to the highest level of security. There must be absolutely no leaks of any clues related to him from within the military. The crowd shouted in unison, Roger! At this moment, Mr. Shen could state with absolute certainty, as long as Lin Tian is alive, our country will never fall. The scene changes to his villa, now shrouded in night. Lin Tian struggled to carry large and small bags, grimacing as he muttered, Fei Fei, you call this ordering a little food? Across from him, Fei Fei staggered against the table, raising her glass and shouting, a toast to my hubby. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel helpless. How much did this crazy girl drink? She reeks of alcohol. The girl threw herself directly into his arms, calling him hubby in a cute voice. Lin Tian could only pick her up, turning to the person nearby and grumbling, She's this drunk and you didn't say anything to her? Leng Yue shrugged, looking helpless. I told her to stop, but she wouldn't listen. Lin Tian placed Fei Fei on the sofa, his gaze lingering on Leng Yue for a long moment, which made her a bit flustered. What is it? Lin Tian smiled faintly and said, You should smile more often. Otherwise, it'd be a waste for such a beautiful face to be so serious all the time. Leng Yue's cheeks suddenly flushed red, and she was inwardly stunned. Did I smile? A moment later, Lin Tian grabbed a slice of pizza and gently asked, About your parents, how is their recovery coming along? Leng Yue answered honestly that their condition was quite good, and in another 2 or 3 days, they would be able to be completely removed from life support and enter the recovery phase. Speaking of this, she felt incredibly grateful. Lin Tian, thank you, I'm so glad you were here. He cut her off directly. Don't be so formal. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the Iron Vein realm either. By the way, are you able to control your second spiritual attribute yet? Leng Yue nodded in confirmation, her face unable to hide her happiness. The scene changes to another location. A silent night enveloped the buildings. The scene stops at a building with an ancient feel to it, the night air somewhat damp and gloomy. In a vast room, a group of people in white robes stood in a circle surrounding a single figure. The hoods obscured each person's face. All that could be seen was everyone clasping their hands and muttering something. One of them suddenly stood up to report, Lord High Priest, the spirit tower of Xincheng has been destroyed, and Jiang Tiancheng has been killed. The faces of those around him changed in an instant, and they anxiously turned their eyes to the one in the center of the circle. The figure stood there in silence for a long time, not responding immediately. From beneath the hood, a single, ferocious eye peeked out. His deep, hoarse voice echoed throughout the room. Who did it? Yan Luo lowered his head slightly and said, There is a cultivator named Lin Tian. The high priest's eyes widened as he exclaimed in anger, A mere cultivator dares to make an enemy of my Church of Dawn? The high priest raised both hands and said arrogantly, This is not just a challenge to the Church of Dawn, but also blasphemy against our God. Anyone who dares to oppose the people of our God will pay the price. The subordinates of the Church of Dawn shouted in unison, Pay the price, pay the price. The high priest turned his face towards the back and said to Yan Luo, I'm leaving this matter to you. Lin Tian must die. Yan Luo knelt down, bowing his head in obedience. Yes, this subordinate will obey the divine decree. Yan Luo looked up, his voice filled with killing intent. Lin Tian must die. The members of the Church of Dawn shouted in unison. Lin Tian must die. The scene changes as the sun in the distance gradually disappears behind the mountains. At Lin Tian's house, Leng Yue appears, adjusting the combat suit she's wearing. He stood opposite Leng Yue. Lin Tian spoke up. Let me see how much you've improved. Leng Yue stood motionless, her eyes looking down. She was silent for a long moment, then suddenly, she moved, bending her knees. Leng Yue rushed towards Lin Tian. She swung one leg fiercely to attack him, her kick coated in a layer of frost. Leng Yue spun around, switching legs to launch another kick at Lin Tian. He easily dodged to the side, successfully avoiding the attack. Lin Tian swung his hand forward, and Leng Yue stumbled back a few steps. Lin Tian's voice rang out. Not bad. It seems you haven't forgotten your basic physical training, have you? Now, show me what your dual attribute spiritual energy looks like when you fuse it. Leng Yue retreated, clenching her fists. In an instant, spiritual energy gathered in her hands. One hand was as cold as ice, while the other crackled with blue lightning. Leng Yue thrust both hands forward. A stream of spiritual power shot straight towards Lin Tian. He raised one hand, and a shield materialized, neutralizing Leng Yue's attack. Lin Tian's voice rang out. Wrong, he said coldly. This isn't fusion. This is just releasing two different types of spiritual energy waves, one after the other. Lin Tian advised Leng Yue. Calm down a bit. Don't think about how to release it, but first, think about how to mix them. Leng Yue wondered. Mix them? Leng Yue closed her eyes, and spiritual energy fluctuated around her body. Energy appeared from Leng Yue's hands as her voice echoed. Mix. Balance. Obey my command. Leng Yue opened her eyes and thrust her hand forward. The spiritual energy transformed into an attack that flew towards him. Lin Tian was a little surprised. He stood still, letting Leng Yue's attack fly towards him. A layer of ice rose from the ground, encasing Lin Tian's body. Leng Yue raised a hand to cover her mouth and shouted worriedly. Lin Tian. Leng Yue ran towards Lin Tian, saying, Lin Tian, are you okay? I didn't mean to do that. Lin Tian stood motionless, then calmly shattered the ice around him. Leng Yue was startled and raised her hands to cover her eyes. The fragments of the ice block fell to the ground. Lin Tian spoke. Not bad. You finally made that power your own. Lin Tian placed a hand on Leng Yue's shoulder and said to her, remember this feeling for next time. When you fight, use your spirit energy with this rhythm. Lin Tian walked towards the mansion, waving goodbye to Leng Yue. All right, that's enough training for today. You should go visit your parents in the hospital. As for me, I'm going to get something to eat. Leng Yue watched as Lin Tian walked away and replied softly, okay. The scene changes as the sky gradually darkens, the sun having already set in the distance. Outside Lin Tian's mansion, Yama and his cronies were gathering. One of them asked, he's living here? Cheng Ge, holding a photo, replied, that's right. This is a picture of Lin Tian. In Cheng Ge's hand was a photo, and Lin Tian's image slowly came into view. Yama spoke arrogantly. This little brat. He was actually able to kill that worthless piece of trash. Jiang Tiancheng, Nianji, standing behind him, added, Jiang Tiancheng is definitely no match for you, my lord. After all, you are a fourth-stage Iron Vein expert. Throughout the entire Dawn Church, who doesn't know the name White Yama? Shenyan chimed in from the side. The military and the Spirit Energy Association must be blind. How could they consider someone who looks like he's only been training for a few days to be the strongest cultivator? What a joke. Yama quickly gave the order, let's go, make it quick. We can't keep Lord Jisi waiting. Yama's three subordinates shouted in unison, yes sir. In front of the house, Lin Tian was walking down the stairs. He muttered to himself, what should I eat tonight? Hot pot or beef noodles? I'm also craving some barbecue. Just as Lin Tian stepped off the porch, Yama's three subordinates arrived, shouting, get lost, Lin Tian. Lin Tian stood calmly as lightning crackled around his body. Bolts of lightning struck down on Cheng Ge, Nianji, and Shen Yan, instantly knocking them out. All three of Yama's subordinates collapsed to the ground, unconscious from Lin Tian's single blow. He narrowed his eyes and said, come out. I know you're there. Yama stepped out from the shadows. He replied, it's no wonder Jiang Tiancheng died at your hands. Lin Tian looked at Yama and asked, are you also from that? Whatever church it is? Yama answered, that's right. I am White Yama of the Dawn Church, in charge of eliminating those who oppose us. Yama squinted his eyes and said arrogantly, "Today will be the anniversary of your death." Yama waved his hand, and dozens of ice crystals shot towards him, his voice booming. "Freeze into a block of ice for me." Lin Tian stood calmly as Yama's ice crystals sped towards him. With his hands in his pockets, he effortlessly neutralized Yama's attack. Yama cried out in shock. "How is that possible? You completely blocked my attack?" Lin Tian suddenly spoke up. "I have a question for you. Your Dawn Church." Lin Tian's face was filled with fury as he asked in a low voice, "Are you all tired of living?" Yama said angrily. "You dare insult the glory of the Dawn Church? You arrogant brat. You will pay the price for your insolence." Yama raised one hand, and a dark spiritual energy gathered in his palm. Yama smiled and continued, "Give up. This is the corrosive wave, an attack that even Iron Vein experts wouldn't dare to face head-on." Yama thrust his hand forward, and the spiritual energy shot towards Lin Tian. The boy let out a bored sigh. How flashy and pointless. Yama arrogantly shouted, "It's too late to beg for mercy now, Lin Tian. The day of your death has come." Lin Tian held out one hand, and a bright light flashed from his palm. Lin Tian pushed his hand forward, and a surge of energy erupted from it. The energy shot out, completely neutralizing Yama's attack. Yama was horrified, screaming in terror. What kind of spirit energy is this?" A flame enveloped Lin Tian's body. He replied, "This is something that can counter your power." Yama turned to run, his thoughts racing. "This kid is no ordinary cultivator. I'm no match for him." Yama sprinted away, his mind made up. "I have to run." Lin Tian's spirit energy billowed outwards as he spoke. "My house. Is it a place you can just come and go as you please?" From Lin Tian's body, a spiritual entity gradually materialized from his power. Yama desperately tried to run faster. After a moment, he glanced back, a thought crossing his mind. What is this strange feeling? Suddenly realizing something, Yama's eyes widened in utter shock. From behind, Lin Tian and his giant spiritual entity were closing in on him. The entity raised one of its hands. Yama screamed in terror. What is this?" Lin Tian's spirit form slammed its hand into the ground, shattering it and sending rubble flying into the air. Yama was completely defeated, his voice barely a whisper. "Just what is this power?" Lin Tian walked over to him and said, "Now it's my turn to ask the questions." Yama tried to struggle, letting out a grunt of anger despite being severely injured. Lin Tian stepped on Yama's face and asked, "Tell me, what exactly is your Dawn Church? Who founded it?" Yama lay motionless on the ground, his voice weak. "The Dawn Church is the will of a god. It appeared when the people of Northwest City prayed for hope. An image of a monster appeared. A creature attacking a city appears in Yan Luo's mind. He recounts that back then, a super mutant level crisis erupted in Northwest City. The Aura Association and the military were completely wiped out, with no survivors. Everyone thought they were doomed. An image of the High Priest appears as Yan Luo's voice rings out. At that very moment, a powerful figure, holding a blood-colored scepter and wearing a golden mask, descended from the sky, calling himself the High Priest of the Church of Dawn. The story continues with the High Priest destroying that mutant monster. Yan Luo continues his tale. The High Priest single-handedly dealt with the super mutant using his scepter. An image of the people beginning to worship the High Priest appears, as Yan Luo's voice narrates. From that day on, Northwest City only believed in the Church of Dawn. Yan Luo shouts resolutely, "We are the apostles of a god. You mere mortals, are not qualified to question our doctrine." Lin Tian coldly replies, "That's a lie to fool children. Stop deceiving yourself. Do you have any idea how strong a super mutant level monster is? Have you ever even seen one?" Lin Tian keeps his foot pressed on Yan Luo. He continues, "I've read the files on the Church of Dawn. Your people run rampant on the streets of Northwest City, burning, looting, and taking the lives of others. You're nothing more than an evil cult that relies on lies to bewitch the masses and expand its power." Lin Tian narrows his eyes, concluding, "Your so-called divine messengers are just using their unusual abilities to oppress defenseless commoners." Refusing to accept the truth, Yan Luo retorts, "Those were necessary sacrifices. Without absolute order, humanity would just fall into chaos. Someone always has to be sacrificed." Lin Tian's expression is as cold as ice. He says softly, "That's right. Someone always has to be sacrificed." Lin Tian raises a hand towards Yan Luo. A source of power gathers in his palm. He says, "In that case, you can be the sacrifice now." In a flash, a massive bolt of lightning strikes where Lin Tian and Yan Luo are. The scene changes. Time shifts to midnight at the Church of Dawn's cathedral. Inside a room, the High Priest's voice rings out. Are you telling me that the white Yan Luo I sent was also dealt with by Lin Tian? A subordinate reports. Yes. The 3 other church members who accompanied White Yan Luo also perished with him. The high priest's thoughts are revealed. Northwest City is my territory. The faith I worked so hard to build cannot be destroyed by some stray dog of a cultivator. Lin Tian. He absolutely cannot be left alive. Absolutely not. The high priest suddenly exclaims, "It is just as the prophecy I saw foretold." A subordinate kneeling on the ground looks up, confused. A prophecy? Another asks curiously. High priest, what prophecy did you see? The high priest points a finger to the sky and begins to speak, a heretic, cloaked in the power of lightning. He will be called a hero by the people, but he is the beginning of the world's collapse. He will bring disaster, chaos, betrayal, and destruction. The high priest raises both hands, proclaiming grandly, "For the security of the Northwest, for the glory of the dawn, we must strike first and eliminate the source of this disaster at its root." The subordinates of the Church of Dawn shout in unison, "Drive out Lin Tian, protect the dawn." The high priest continues, "I have seen the disaster of the future. The cultivator named Lin Tian will be the great sinner who ends the order of the human world. His spiritual energy will devour the very foundations of order and life. He must be brought to Northwest City immediately to face the judgment of the dawn." The preceding scenes were just a recording being played back. The screen is suddenly shut off by someone. Mr. Shen, holding the remote, says, "When this prophecy was released, the internet immediately exploded. Our military is deploying public opinion teams to delete posts, lock accounts, and cut off the transmission chains. But we can't possibly delete it all in time." Fei Fei suddenly speaks up. "Are those people brain dead? How can they believe such obvious manipulation of public opinion?" Leng Yue, sitting nearby, replies, "They don't believe in the prophecy. They're afraid of the unknown." Mr. Shen continues, "In any case, it's best for everyone to stay home for the next few days. Don't wander around. I'll arrange for an elite team to provide close protection 24 hours a day." Mr. Shen looks towards Lin Tian. He says to him, "Lin Tian, you're not just our most important asset right now, you're also their #1 target." Lin Tian suddenly stands up. He says coldly, "Protection won't be necessary. I'm planning on going out." Mr. Shen says loudly, annoyed, "Going out? Are you insane? The entire Church of Dawn wants you dead right now." Mr. Shen looks towards Leng Yue and says, "Leng Yue just leveled up. We were worried we wouldn't have a place for her to get some real combat training." Suddenly realizing something, Mr. Shen's voice falters. "Don't tell me you want to?" Lin Tian's tone is ice cold. That high priest had better truly have the ability to destroy super mutant level monsters. Otherwise, the Church of Dawn deserves to be purged. The scene shifts to a large, crowded waiting hall, with many people passing through. Looking at the screen, Fei Fei says, "Wow, there really are a lot more people after the spiritual energy revival. More idle." Lin Tian walked over with 2 glasses of water and asked, "What's wrong? Are you angry about something?" She held her screen up to them and said, "Look, these people just curse at each other online all day. Don't they have anything better to do?" The screen was filled with vulgar and critical comments. Fei Fei looked on, grinding her teeth. "I'm truly impressed. If I'd known, I would have just blown up a few broadcast towers and sent these people to brick factories, cable plants, and steel mills. At least then, they'd be contributing to the country." Lin Tian smirked reassuringly. "Don't be so angry. Once we get there, they'll shut up." She took the glass from his hand and reminded him, "You two still need to be careful. Although I don't know what abilities the High Priest of the Church of Dawn actually has." Pausing for a moment, Fei Fei continued with a serious expression. "I've heard his prophetic abilities might be real. Thanks to those prophecies, he found talented cultivators who were overlooked and used them to prop up the Church of Dawn." He frowned in surprise and asked, "Oh, he has that kind of power too?" In the sky, a white jet soared through the deep blue. Elsewhere, a follower knelt and reported, "Your Holiness, the High Priest, the cultivator named Lin Tian, has boarded a flight and is heading straight for the northwest." The High Priest thought grimly, "You walked right into my trap, so don't blame me." He stood up, raised his hands high, and shouted, "My followers, just now, during my meditation, I saw a vision that the cultivator named Lin Tian will bring disaster and destruction to our northwest lands." The followers below were stunned. "What? How can that be? Lord High Priest, what should we do then?" The High Priest raised his voice to calm them. "Do not worry, the light of dawn will illuminate all. The gods have shown us how to protect our homeland," he said sinisterly. "Followers, rise with devout hearts. For the Northwest, for the gods, Let Lin Tian know that Northwest City does not welcome him. The followers immediately knelt in obedience. The gods have given their decree. We will go out to face the enemy. We must let Lin Tian know he is not welcome here. The panoramic view of the airport sparkled under a starry night sky. In the distance, the skyline was ablaze with the lights of towering buildings. Elsewhere, a noisy crowd held up signs protesting Lin Tian's entry into the city. They shouted fervently in protest, "We can't let that demon into the city." The high priest said he will destroy everything we have. That's right. It doesn't matter if Lin Tian has saved anyone before. He is not welcome here. A follower with a megaphone shouted, "The light of dawn shines brightly upon the northwest. Darkness is not allowed to enter. Lin Tian must be judged for his sins." From a tall building, Lin Tian looked down and wondered, have these people really been brainwashed to this extent? He casually uses faith to manipulate people's hearts. This high priest really knows how to play the game. Leng Yue, beside him, asked with concern, "What do we do now? These are all ordinary people. We can't actually attack them, can we?" Lin Tian retorted, "And why not?" He answered his own question. "Because they chose to believe in a god," Lin Tian said with a cold, stern face. "Then let's just show them whether their god can save their lives or not." The crowd immediately looked towards him, buzzing with commotion. "He's here! Look, it's that harbinger of disaster!" Immediately, they swarmed towards Lin Tian. "Don't let him in. Get lost, Lin Tian." His feet stood firm on the ground, surrounded by blazing golden lightning that emitted a powerful spiritual energy. A powerful spiritual energy erupted from Lin Tian's body. Bolts of lightning shot out around him, striking the noisy crowd. The crowd was stunned, horrified by the scene before them. The followers' faces turned pale as they trembled in fear. "This guy is Lin Tian? How can his spiritual energy be this strong?" Lin Tian said in a cold voice. "Judging by your clothes, you must be followers of the Church of Dawn." He channeled his internal energy, and a ball of lightning appeared in his hand, with arcs of electricity crackling around it. "Since you believe so strongly that your god exists, let's see if the god you speak of can save you from the hands of a demon like me." Seeing this, the followers quickly turned to flee. No, but before they could take more than a few steps, they were struck by bolts of lightning. The onlookers were terrified by that overwhelming power. Lin Tian asked with a grim face, "Are there any other followers here?" Suddenly, one person stammered, I just remembered I left the gas stove on at home." Another girl said fearfully, "My mom told me to come home for dinner and not be late." The crowd immediately erupted into chaos and fled. "I wasn't even here to join the faith. I was just picking someone up. Wrong place." Me too. Leng Yue looked at the crowd with contempt. They were so fanatical just a moment ago, but now that 3 of them are down, they've all scattered. Lin Tian explained indifferently. They were never truly fanatical. They just gave themselves an excuse to not have to think, to not have to take responsibility. True faith isn't maintained by fear. She glanced at him and asked, "What do we do next?" Lin Tian replied coldly, "Tell that high priest. It's time for him to retire." A cultist slowly walked through the crowd of his brethren, kneeling on one knee to respectfully report, "Your Holiness, the High Priest, we have discovered a young maiden with high potential spiritual energy. She is about 17 years old, a rare talent. Your subordinate has brought her here specifically, and I request that you personally verify her." The high priest let out a lazy, "Oh, let me see." 2 cultists immediately dragged the girl in. Her face was covered in wounds as she panted heavily. He slowly descended the steps and approached the girl. The high priest lifted the girl's chin. "Not bad spiritual energy. And not a bad appearance either. The god has brought you before me. How could I possibly defy the god's arrangement?" He stared intently at her. "Offer your everything to the god." Suddenly, the ceiling was smashed open, and rubble of all sizes came crashing down. The bewildered cultists remained kneeling as they looked up. "What's going on?" A familiar voice echoed from above, manipulating people's hearts, twisting right and wrong, and bullying the innocent. Lin Tian channeled his spiritual energy, hovering in the air and looking down. "Your church should get the hell out of Northwest City." Both Lin Tian and Leng Yue landed on the ground, surrounded by the cultists. The high priest glared at him. "Lin Tian, you've got some nerve, daring to barge into my temple." Lin Tian retorted defiantly, "Instead of a temple, I think terrorist cell is a more fitting name for scum like you," he said in a low voice. "If you've come here to die, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Immediately after, the high priest raised his hand and ordered, "This will be your grave. Cultists, eliminate them," he roared. "Kill." Facing them, Lin Tian remained calm and still, while Leng Yue had already taken a battle stance. Before she could charge forward, he quickly raised a hand to stop her. Wait. Lin Tian channeled his spiritual energy, and sparks of lightning erupted from his entire body. This time is for your training. As for this trash, I'll clean them up for you. In the next second, all of them were sent flying by his thunderflame slash. The high priest staggered back in horror. Seeing his cultists sent flying and lying on the ground, he broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. What? Impossible. Lin Tian's face darkened as he said coldly, "Don't worry. To deal with a Yongquan Peak cultivator like you, I don't even need to lift a finger. This time, your opponent is her." Leng Yue suddenly appeared in front of the high priest, her hands overflowing with spiritual energy. He gripped the weapon in his hand, which radiated a dark energy, preparing to counter. The two powers clashed, releasing a terrifying aura. The high priest's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "What?" Leng Yue coldly unleashed her ice shadow slash. Instantly, that terrifying power slashed across his neck. The mask on the high priest's face cracked under the force. He let out a grunt through gritted teeth. The high priest clutched his frozen chest and asked in pain, "What kind of spiritual energy is this? It can even freeze my own?" She continued to summon sharp shards of ice, aiming them at him. The high priest immediately retreated, dodging the attack. But unfortunately, an ice shard pierced his leg, causing him to cry out in pain. Leng Yue channeled her internal energy and hovered in the air, looking down at him indifferently. Lin Tian smirked and praised, "Not bad. Leng Yue can already fight a Yongquan Peak cultivator on her own." A frosty energy swirled around Leng Yue as she coldly declared, "It's over." As soon as she finished speaking, another long ice shard shot forward, aimed at the high priest. That ice shard aimed straight for his body and pierced through it was the heart-piercing ice thorn technique. The high priest broke into a sweat, gritting his teeth unwillingly. "No, Lord Dawn, God, save me, save me." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. Leng Yue gritted her teeth, struggling to withstand it. "What's happening?" Lin Tian's expression was now terrifyingly grim. He stared intently at the opponent as a loud roar echoed. A monster suddenly appeared. Tai Diem, in its massive form, stood opposite Lin Tian and Leng Yue. The high priest crawled on the ground, crying out, "Lord Dawn God." Leng Yue asked with confusion, "What is this thing?" Lin Tian frowned and replied, "It seems this is the true form of the Dawn Church." Tai Diem spoke, asking the high priest, "Why have you summoned me?" He crawled on the ground and answered in fear, "My lord, these people broke into your temple and slaughtered your followers." It scolded in annoyance, "You cowardly insect, clinging to life, and you dare disturb my slumber for such a trivial matter?" Immediately after, Tai Diem raised a sharp claw and touched a source of dark red spiritual energy. The high priest's entire body suddenly erupted with dark energy. His eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to scream like a madman who had lost his mind. The high priest's eyes rolled back to show only the whites as he let out an agonized scream, "No." Both Lin Tian and Leng Yue stared down in stunned silence at the high priest. Tai Diem radiated a dark energy as it spoke. "Next, it's your turn." Tai Diem said contemptuously, "You little worms, since you've awakened me, you will compensate me with your flesh and blood." As it spoke, an even deadlier energy radiated from it. Leng Yue coldly launched her ice shards. Perfect timing. The ice shard instantly pierced through Thu Quang's body. She stared at it, a cunning smile on her face, before letting out a cold, contemptuous snort. Thu Quang broke into a wide grin, the ice shard still impaling its body. Suddenly, a dark spiritual energy erupted from the wounds where the ice had pierced through. Lan Wei frowned in bewilderment, exclaiming, "What?" Tai Diem praised with satisfaction, "Your spiritual energy is truly delicious." With that, it opened its mouth wide, and an oppressive wave of energy shot out. "I want to devour you completely." Instantly, Lan Wei summoned a massive ice shard to block Tai Diem's attack. She gritted her teeth, channeling her internal energy and shouting, "Runic Ice Blade." A sharp shard of ice shot forward, aiming straight for the creature. Tai Diem easily shattered the ice shard with its sharp teeth. Fragments of ice scattered through the air. Lan He knew it, was stunned as she witnessed the scene. How can this be? Suddenly, a powerful flame erupted from behind her, instantly striking Tai Diem. The creature let out a piercing scream. Lam Thian's voice rang out, "You've done very well." His entire body was engulfed in a powerful blaze. "Now, let me put an end to this farce." Lam Tian charged forward, launching an attack at Tai Diem. His eyes sharpened as he stared it down, unleashing his thunderflame burst slash. But Tai Diem wasn't about to give up. It opened its maw, gathering demonic spiritual energy. A brilliant golden light and crackling blue lightning swirled into a mysterious purple core. The powerful golden spiritual energy poured out like a waterfall, slamming into the ground and sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Lun Wieat was sent flying back by the force, along with the debris. Kneeling on one knee, she thought to herself, so this is the power of the Iron Vein realm. Can I ever reach this level of strength? A massive power was gathering in Lam Tian's hands. This was his ultimate move, Thunderflame World Ender Slash. He then hurled that power straight at Tai Diem. Struck by the overwhelming force, Tai Diem let out a blood-curdling scream. The power slammed into its body, leaving Tai Diem completely stunned. Arcs of lightning erupted from the attack, enveloping it. Then, Tai Diem's entire body exploded. It roared in agony. No. After finishing it off, Lam Tian landed on the ground. Lun Wieat stared at him in awe. Lam Tian tilted his head, glanced at her, and said, "Let's go." Suddenly, a wicked laugh echoed. So fragrant. Tai Diem said with satisfaction, "Your spiritual energy is so fragrant." Dark energy swirled violently around its body. Tai Diem stood up and looked down at the two of them. "I want to devour you. I want to seize your power." Lam Tian sneered contemptuously. "We'll see if you have what it takes to survive." With that, he charged forward. "Let's see how many times you can regenerate." The two clashed, their oppressive energies radiating everywhere. Lam Tian decisively brought his sword down on the creature. The strike landed, splitting Tai Diem's body open. But then, its body began to recover, the wound visibly healing right before their eyes. Lam Tian leaped high into the air, gripping his sword tightly, ready for battle. He looked down at Tai Diem, wondering to himself, just how is it regenerating? It bared its teeth in a grin and praised, "Your spiritual energy is truly a delicacy. Once I devour you, the entire Northwest City will become my domain." Lam Tian glanced at Tai Diem, thinking, "Domain? Could it be?" He observed it calculatingly. No matter how fierce their fight got, it never moved away from this street well. Lam Tian raised his sword, his lips pressed into a thin line as he wondered, "The secret to your regeneration must be hidden beneath this well, isn't it?" His thoughts settled. He decisively swung his sword down. Tai Diem's body was instantly sliced in two, and the ground below shattered, revealing the corpses hidden beneath. The gruesome corpses were floating on the surface of the water. Lam Tian looked down in anger. "So that's it. Just as I thought. You've been devouring their spiritual energy. To maintain your immortal body." Tai Diem immediately lunged forward. "You've learned something you shouldn't have. For that, you must die today." He suddenly smirked, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Immediately after, Lam Tian shouted an order. "Lan Nuet, freeze the altar." She immediately obeyed, rushing off. Yes. Seeing the situation turn against it, Tai Diem grew anxious. Damn it. It raised its claws high, warning loudly, "You dare." Lam Tian channeled his internal energy, hovering in front of Tai Diem. He looked at it with a grim expression, his voice low and menacing. "I'll send you to hell." Lam Tian glared fiercely at Tai Diem and raised his hand, commanding, "Stay put." The creature opened its maw, gathering its evil energy once more, but he didn't let Tai Diem finish charging. Lam Tian launched his own power straight at it, his brows furrowed as he watched his opponent intently. Tai Diem thought in fear, "I have to find a way to escape him, quickly." Meanwhile, Lan Wieat was silently observing everything. Seeing the right moment, she gathered her energy and launched her attack downwards. Ancient runes emerged, suddenly flaring with brilliant light. She gritted her teeth, clasping her hands together to control the ancient text. The runes materialized faintly on the freezing ice. Huge, sharp icebergs suddenly erupted from the force of Lan Wieat's power. The calamity flame shrieked in terror. "No, my life force." Lam Tian soared into the air, dodging its attack. He hovered high above, calmly observing his opponent. Lam Tian glanced at it grimly. Turning your back on an enemy is a fatal mistake. With that, he raised his sword high, and a brilliant energy burst forth from his body. The next second, Lam Tian gripped his sword and slashed down hard. The blade sliced vertically through the Calamity Flame's body, making it roar in agony. Bursts of gold and purple energy collided violently. The Calamity Flame looked up. "You destroyed what is mine. I'll make you pay for this." Lam Tian gritted his teeth in frustration. "This is bad. It's going to self-destruct." A brilliant golden stream of spirit energy shot out, radiating a malevolent aura as it roared. "Let's go to hell together." He pulled Lan Wieat close and said, "Hold on tight." Immediately after, Lam Tian swept her into his arms and dashed away to safety. The Calamity Flame opened its mouth wide, screaming as it gathered a dazzling red orb. The fireball grew larger and larger, consuming everything around it. Lam Tian landed safely on a building's rooftop, with Lan Wieat in his arms. She blushed, looking at him as she spoke shyly. "Thank you. Lam Thien warned her. Be careful. It's not over yet. Lan Nuyet couldn't help but be surprised. What? Black debris floated in the air, above a ruined building. Amidst the ruins, sharp, crimson bolts of lightning erupted violently. The air was suddenly torn apart by the savage crimson lightning, which quickly swirled into a colossal, blood-red vortex of energy. From the center of the blood-red energy, a tide of beasts with bloodshot eyes and powerful bodies emerged. They charged forward, letting out ferocious, deafening roars. Down on the main street, the beast tide swarmed across the pavement. Lan Nuyet prepared to jump down. I'll go stop them. But Lam Thien stopped her. You can't. He looked down, explaining, there are too many civilians in the city. We can't use large-scale techniques. If we cause collateral damage, the consequences will be even more terrifying than the monsters. She asked, puzzled. Then what do we do? Lam Thien picked up his phone. It's time to let the military do their job. Inside the military base, a panicked voice rang out. Abnormal spirit energy reaction detected. The men looked at the surveillance monitor in horror. Hundreds of spirit energy units are approaching Northwest City. No, wait. It's a monster horde. Should we forcibly intervene? But the city hasn't finished evacuating yet. Suddenly, someone shouted. It's a call from Lam Thien. Immediately, someone responded. Answer it. Put him on, now. Lam Thien's voice came through the line. I'm in the center of Northwest City. The Calamity Flame Church has been destroyed. A mutated spirit beast self-destructed before it died. It released a horde of mutated monsters. The situation is extremely urgent. These monsters are charging towards the city. Immediately dispatch all available combat forces. Coordinate with the Spirit Energy Association to set up a defensive line outside the city. Cut off the beast tide's path of advance. The commander immediately gave the order. Relay my command. All Northwest Garrison troops are to mobilize immediately. Coordinate with Lam Thien to encircle and eliminate the beast tide within Northwest City. There must be absolutely no civilian casualties. Right now, on the main street, the beast tide is savagely chasing people who are screaming and crying in fear. Great priest of the Calamity Flame Church, save us. O gods, please have mercy on us. Suddenly, a beast lunged forward, about to grab someone who could only scream in terror. Elsewhere, another beast was rapidly chasing a young woman. The poor girl tripped, falling and hitting her head on the ground. The beast opened its jaws and moved in. It was about to seize its prey. The terrified girl screamed at the top of her lungs, "Gods, please save me." The moment she finished speaking, an oppressive wave of power flashed down in front of her, sending blood splattering everywhere. Lam Thien stood there, gripping his sword, looking down coldly. The rescued girl babbled endlessly. A god. It's a god. A god has descended. A miracle has happened. Please, save us. He glanced at her and said in a low voice, there have never been any gods, and there's no savior either. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself. Amidst the frantic crowd, Lam Thien scanned his surroundings. Something's not right. Hearing him say that, Lan Nuyet asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Lam Thien analyzed slowly. That guy developed his church to such a grand scale. There's no way he'd be content to just turn to dust in a self-destruction. His face darkened as he voiced his suspicion. I don't think it really self-destructed. It's hiding within the beast tide. It's planning to slip away during the chaos. She couldn't help but ask, that makes sense. So, are we going to charge into the beast tide to find it now? Lam Thien grunted in agreement and said, yeah, but you can leave finding it to me. Hearing this, Lan Hengit was stunned and immediately objected. No way, I can't let you go, risk your life alone. He calmly replied, you need to be in charge of organizing the evac. Evacuate the civilians in the Northwest City and protect them. At the same time, contact the incoming army and report the situation here, securing the rear. She couldn't accept it. But Lin Tian gently stroked Leng Yue's head. It's decided. After all, you're better at dealing with the military than I am, she said sadly. I know. You have to come back alive. Immediately after, Lin Tian leaped into the air and shot off into the distance, leaving Leng Yue standing there alone. He quickly landed on the ground, surrounded by a horde of beasts. When they saw Lin Tian, they roared and charged right at him. With a single bolt of lightning, Lin Tian easily obliterated the horde. He slowly walked past their remains. They were all charred black by his lightning. He controlled the bolt of lightning, frowning as he said, let's see where you can run now. The scene changes. Inside a large, tall building, Zhao Zhao clutched Wu Ming's head, scolding him. Are you insane? You're so frail. Why are you trying to act so tough? His eyes couldn't hide his sorrow. What else can I do? You're my girlfriend. Wu Ming lowered his head and said, in a minute. If they break down the meeting room door, I'll go hold them off. You take that chance to run. As long as you can get out of the company, you'll be safe." Tears streamed down Zhao Zhao's face. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly abandon you here?" Just as she finished speaking, a group of men violently smashed the door down and stormed in. Lei Ying smirked, a twisted grin on his face. Finally, a chance to have some fun. He licked his lips like a creep and said, "That's right, dressing so provocatively every single day. I just couldn't take it anymore." Zhao Zhao pointed at Lei Ying and warned, "Don't you dare come any closer. I've already called the police. They'll be here any second." He tilted his head, his voice cold. "The police? Who gives a damn about us now?" The lackey standing beside him chimed in. "Those monsters that broke in earlier couldn't even be killed by guns. It's been hell outside for a long time now." Lei Ying then charged forward, shouting, "We're all gonna die anyway. I'm damn well going to have some fun before I kick the bucket. No regrets." But Wu Ming sprang to his feet, shoving him back with a loud cry. He glanced at Zhao Zhao and yelled, "Run!" Zhao Zhao screamed in terror. "Brother Ming, no!" Right before her eyes, Lei Ying landed a heavy punch right in Wu Ming's stomach. Blood sprayed from his mouth. All three men rushed forward, beating Wu Ming relentlessly. He covered his head, silently enduring the agonizing kicks and punches. With tears streaming down her face, Zhao Zhao grabbed a chair and lifted it high. She screamed, "You animals, go to hell!" But Lei Ying quickly slapped her hard across the face. "You filthy bitch." The blow dazed Zhao Zhao, sending her crashing to the floor. He grabbed her by the hair, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "The more you fight back, the more excited I get." She gritted her teeth as tears poured down her cheeks. "You scum." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, shattering the wall and sending debris flying everywhere. The blast sent Lei Ying and his two cronies flying. Lin Tian appeared in the gaping hole in the wall, looking around. "This isn't right. That guy isn't here." Zhao Zhao gritted her teeth and struggled to sit up, wondering to herself, "Little Tian, why is he here?" She called out in a worried voice to warn him, "Little Tian, be careful." Hearing the familiar voice, he turned to look. Lin Tian quickly rushed over to help Zhao Zhao to her feet. "Auntie? Why are you here?" She struggled to speak. "My company is here. Did you forget? Didn't you have a summer job here once?" His eyes widened as the memory hit him. "Oh, right. Auntie's company is in Northwest City. How could I have forgotten something like that?" Lin Tian looked at the men on the ground and asked, "Who are they?" "Your colleagues. Isn't this your boyfriend? Why is he so badly injured?" He glanced at the hole in the wall, a sudden wave of guilt washing over him. "Oh crap, that wasn't my fault, was it?" Zhao Zhao quickly tried to push Lin Tian away. "Little Tian, you have to go, now. These men are dangerous." The men struggled to their feet. "Director Qin, where do you think you're going?" She quickly stood in front of the boy. "He's still just a kid. Let him go." Lin Tian's expression darkened as he pieced everything together. "So that's how it is." He stepped in front of Zhao Zhao, his face grim. "Auntie, don't worry. Anyone who hurt you won't be leaving this place alive." Lei Ying stepped forward, planting his hands on his hips. He bellowed, "You little brat, you're quite the actor. You think you're some kind of savior?" Zhu Ming picked up an iron bar and yelled, "That's right, stop the act. Today, I'm going to smash your head in with this pipe." Zhao Zhao stood nearby, her face etched with fear. She called out, "Little Tian, be careful." Lin Tian remained perfectly calm and still. Zhu Ming charged, swinging the pipe hard at his shoulder. Suddenly, an immense wave of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Tian's entire body. It sent Zhu Ming flying backward. As Zhu Ming soared through the air, Lei Ying and Ling Yun were startled, leaping to the side to get out of Zhu Ming's path. Zhu Ming's body slammed violently into a nearby wall, and blood instantly gushed from his mouth. Lei Ying and Ling Yun froze, both staring in utter shock at Zhu Ming's motionless body on the ground. Lei Ying suddenly dropped to his knees, clasping his hands together and bowing frantically to Lin Tian. He pleaded, "Spare me, boss. Please, spare my life." Ling Yun also scrambled to make excuses. "We weren't in our right minds. We were possessed." Lin Tian remained silent, standing perfectly still for a moment. Ling Yun cried out, "Spare us. We'll never do it again. We know we were wrong." Lin Tian slowly approached, power gathering in his palm. He said in a low voice, "It's not that you know you were wrong. It's that you know you're about to die." Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted behind Lin Tian, sending dirt and rocks flying. A demonic hound appeared, baring its sharp fangs as its eyes darted toward Lin Tian. The demonic hound's eyes widened, its mouth gaped open, and it let out a furious roar. The moment it finished, the demonic hound charged forward. It headed straight for its target, Lin Tian. Behind them, Lei Ying smirked and sneered, "Serves him right. What's he pretending for? Ling Yun, beside him, laughed loudly, mocking him. That despicable trash. Just let the monster tear him to shreds. The demonic hound lunged, its massive paw raised, ready to strike Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze fixed on the opponent before him. Lin Tian reached out and grabbed the demonic hound tightly by the neck. His power erupted. A brilliant golden light burst from Lin Tian's palm. He had the demonic hound completely under his control. In an instant, a shimmering ball of lightning appeared. The demonic hound's body took a massive amount of damage. It slowly faded away. Zhao Zhao stared at Lin Tian, her face filled with astonishment. Lin Tian floated in midair, turning his head to look back at Lei Ying and Ling Yun. He spoke, "Now, it's your turn." Lei Ying and Ling Yun were terrified. They turned to run, shouting, "Big brother, spare us. We won't do it again." Lin Tian closed his eyes and raised one hand. His spiritual energy surged outwards. As fast as lightning, Lin Tian fired 2 energy bullets. They flew towards Lei Ying and Ling Yun, taking them both down instantly. Lin Tian landed near Zhao Zhao and called to her, "Let's go, auntie?" Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Little Tian, have you turned into a Superman?" Lin Tian sighed softly and said quietly, "After everything in Northwest City settles down, I'll explain it all to you, okay?" The scene changes. Lin Tian and Zhao Zhao walked towards the building's gate. He opened it and stepped outside. Outside, countless beast-tide monsters were attacking civilians. One man, under attack, screamed helplessly, "Help me!" Zhao Zhao, supporting Wu Ming with one arm, said to Lin Tian, "Little Tian, maybe we should stay at the company and wait for rescue." Lin Tian frowned and said softly, "I have other things to do." Lin Tian stepped forward and instructed Zhao Zhao, "How about this? You all stay here and wait for me. I'll be back soon." Lin Tian walked forward slowly, calmly approaching the ferocious beast tide. The monsters seemed to notice his presence and let out a roar. The beast tide charged towards Lin Tian in unison. He stood calmly, his eyes scanning the enemies rushing at him. The beast tide closed in on Lin Tian, its roars echoing through the area. Lin Tian frowned as an immense power erupted from his body. He stood motionless for a moment, releasing a massive amount of spiritual energy. Lin Tian drew his sword, gripping the hilt with both hands. Lin Tian fixed his gaze on the enemy and swung his sword powerfully down at the beast tide. He unleashed a slash that seemed to shake space itself, directly colliding with the beast tide in front of him. Flames erupted, engulfing the entire beast tide. It let out a pained roar. In an instant, the beast tide was consumed by the attack. The path before Lin Tian was completely clear of enemies. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. Lin Tian was slightly startled and glanced towards the source of the sound. Leng Yue and the army were advancing towards him. She called out worriedly, "Lin Tian." Leng Yue walked up and asked caringly, "Are you hurt?" He replied softly, "I'm fine." Lin Tian turned to Zhao Zhao and Wu Ming, then said to Leng Yue, "Oh, right. This is my auntie and her boyfriend. Can you help me get them to safety?" Leng Yue frowned slightly, then quickly replied to Lin Tian, "Of course, leave it to me." Zhao Zhao looked at Lin Tian and said loudly, "Little Tian, where are you going? Come hide with us." Lin Tian glanced around and replied softly, "I can't. The main body of the monster is still hiding somewhere." He added in a low voice, "I have to find it and end this all at once." The scene changes. A monster is pierced by a blast of energy, roaring in pain. Lin Tian appeared, his hand gripping his sword tightly as his power surged outwards. Lin Tian scanned his surroundings, thinking, the flow of spiritual energy is too abnormal. Something's wrong. Around Lin Tian were ruined objects. A thought crossed his mind. Is all the surrounding spiritual energy flowing downwards? There must be a secret hidden beneath this street. Lin Tian looked at the wall in front of him, certain of his suspicion. This wall is too solid. Something isn't right. Lin Tian raised a hand, placing it on the surface of the wall as if sensing something. Lin Tian frowned, his mind reaching a conclusion. Just as I thought. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed as a deep, dark basement appeared before him. Lin Tian squinted, looking down into the basement. He thought, found it. Deep within a basement, a cold, desolate wind blows through the gloomy space. Inside a tunnel, Tai Diem is kneeling on the ground. Suddenly, Thu Quang's voice rings out. "How did you become so weak? The experiment is a failure." Tai Diem replies softly, "My lord, the church was destroyed, and my source of power vanished with it." Thu Quang asks in a low voice, "You possess the power of a fifth-stage bloodline realm. Who could possibly injure you?" Tai Diem trembles, his voice weak. "It was a human, named Lin Tian." Thu Quang's eyes widen as he says, "Lin Tian? A human? You lost to a mere mortal?" Tai Diem bows, his voice trembling. He's no ordinary person. He also has the power of the Iron Vein realm, and it's definitely no lower than the 3rd stage. Thu Quang replies coldly, "Don't be ridiculous. How long has it been since spiritual energy returned to Earth? You can count the number of humans who've reached the Iron Vein realm on one hand. If he had truly reached that level, how could I not know?" Tai Diem's face is tense as Thu Quang's voice continues. "Besides, even if he is a 3rd stage Iron Vein, you are a 5th stage Iron Vein monster. A 5th stage losing to a 3rd stage proves you are a failed product." Thu Quang continues, "And we have no need for failures." Tai Diem quickly explains, "My lord, my power was only temporarily accumulated by devouring all the members of the Northwest Spiritual Energy Association. He destroyed the church's altar. Without it, I'm not even as strong as someone at the 9th stage, Courageous Spring Realm." Tai Diem bows his head, pleading with Thu Quang, "My lord, please give me one more chance. I will definitely take care of Lin Tian." Tai Diem looks up at Thu Quang and explains, "His spiritual energy is incredibly pure. If I can devour him, I will truly complete my metamorphosis. At that point, I will finally be useful to the organization. Much stronger than I am now." Thu Quang raises his hand, and a surge of dark power erupts as his voice rings out. If that's the case, a magic circle appears beneath Tai Diem's feet. Thu Quang continues, "I will give you one more chance." Suddenly, tentacles sprout from the ground, wrapping around Tai Diem's body. As the tentacles envelop him, he lets out a terrified scream. The tentacles fade away in an instant, revealing a spherical vessel. Thu Quang narrows his eyes and says in a low voice, "I hope you don't disappoint me this time." The scene shifts to Lin Tian, who suddenly feels the space around him begin to tremble. Lin Tian looks ahead, thinking to himself, "Looks like I've found the right place." Before him, a deep, dark tunnel gradually appears. Lin Tian steps into the tunnel, but stops short when he sees a red orb floating in midair. Lin Tian walks toward the orb, his eyes fixed on the object before him. He slowly reaches out, intending to examine it, when a sudden voice makes him jump. It seems that useless trash Tai Diem wasn't wrong. Your power really has reached the 3rd stage Iron Vein realm. Lin Tian quickly spins around, shouting warily, "Who's there?" From the shadows, Thu Quang speaks. "You must be the Lin Tian that Tai Diem mentioned, correct?" Hearing this, Lin Tian becomes curious. Tai Diem is a monster from the Church of Dawn? So, are you his accomplice? Thu Quang smiles, replying arrogantly, "Accomplice? Is he even worthy? I am a member of the Mansion of Eternal Glory. You may call me Wen Xuan Se." Thu Quang raises a hand and explains, "We have grown tired of this rotten world. We are determined to replace the old ruins with a new order." Lin Tian interjects, "So the Church of Dawn is one of these new orders you've created?" Thu Quang places a hand on his chin thoughtfully and replies, "A failed experiment, but not entirely without value." Lin Tian's voice suddenly turns grave. "I don't care what kind of experiments you people are running, but you made the mistake of messing with me." A surge of power erupts from him as Lin Tian warns, "So don't blame me for sending every last one of you to hell." Thu Quang just smiles and replies, "You can say that again, if you manage to survive." As soon as he finishes speaking, Thu Quang's spiritual power flares up, a circle appears beneath his feet, and he vanishes. His voice fades away. "I'll let times at times play with you for now." A loud noise erupts, and Lin Tian immediately becomes alert. He whips his head around to look behind him. On the surface of the glowing red orb, cracks begin to appear, and then it suddenly shatters into pieces. Ma Yuan appears, letting out a roar. He looks at Lin Tian and screams furiously, "Lin Tian, I'll tear you to shreds." Lin Tian furrows his brow and replies calmly, "You just woke up and you're already in a hurry to die?" The scene shifts to the outskirts of the city, where ashes from fires drift through the air. Thak Uyen sits nearby, her hands over her eyes, crying out, "Mommy!" A dark hound suddenly appears, roaring as it charges toward Thon Vu and Daquan. Both of them raise their guns at the dark hound and open fire continuously. The bullets fly towards the beast, but the armor on its body completely neutralizes them. Looking towards Thak Uyen, he said to Thon Vu, "There's a survivor over there. Look quick." Daquan suddenly turned to Thon Vu. He told him to use that thing. Thon Vu pulled out a dagger imbued with spirit energy and charged straight at the enemy. Thon Vu plunged the dagger into the black beast, and it writhed in agony. Thon Vu took a few steps back as the creature collapsed. Its mouth gaped open, letting out a final scream. The black hound grew weaker, and after a moment, it lay motionless in a pool of red blood. Daquan approached, helping up the panting Thon Vu. Thon Vu breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness for the items from the Spirit Energy Association. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to destroy this thing." Daquan looked towards Tak Uyen and quickly reminded Thon Vu, Hurry and check on that child. Daquan walked over and reassured Tak Uyen, "Don't be afraid, little one. We're here to save you. Where is your mother?" Tak Uyen looked up, sobbing uncontrollably. "I don't know." Daquan turned to Thon Vu and ordered, "First, take this child back to the military base. We also need to restock on ammunition." Thon Vu replied softly, "Got it." As he carried Tak Uyen in his arms, he said, "It's a good thing Captain Lin Tian charged into that monster horde. Otherwise, how would we have had time to save anyone?" Daquan replied, "That's right. I heard he can slice a monster in two with just a wave of his hand, just like a superhero." Daquan said to Thon Vu, "I wish I were as strong as him." "What's Captain Lin Tian's current situation?" Thon Vu speculated, "I'm sure he's already reached the monster's lair. He definitely deserves the top credit for this Northwest City operation." Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted right in front of Daquan and Thon Vu. Daquan's eyes shot forward. He cried out in shock. It was Ma Yuan. With its wings spread wide, it let out a furious roar. Daquan stumbled back a few steps, screaming in fear. What is that monster?" Suddenly, an announcement rang out. "Warning, an unidentified high-level spirit energy creature has appeared deep within the church catacombs. The spirit energy fluctuation has exceeded the third-level Iron Vein realm. All personnel, maintain high alert." Thon Vu's face went pale. He uttered in disbelief. Above the third-level Iron Vein realm, fear was written all over Daquan's face. He muttered, "We're screwed. Northwest City is done for. No, humanity is done for." Ma Yuan tilted its head to the sky, letting out a roar that shook the very air. Daquan stood frozen. He said to Thon Vu, "Look, it's crying out in pain." Daquan looked up and guessed, could it be that someone is fighting it? Up above, Lin Tian was battling Ma Yuan. Daquan's voice rang out, "Captain Lin Tian." Daquan cheered, "That's right. We still have Captain Lin Tian." Thon Vu affirmed, "Only Captain Lin Tian could do something like this." Thon Vu's voice lowered, "All of Northwest City. No. All of humanity is counting on him." Both Lin Tian and Ma Yuan rushed towards each other. Their attacks collided, creating a massive pillar of energy. The surrounding winds began to howl, and the nearby ground cracked open. Rocks and debris were launched into the air. Ma Yuan raised a hand and roared, "Lin Tian, let me see the true power of the third-level Iron Vein realm." Lin Tian clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the enemy before him. Lin Tian swung his arm forward forcefully. The two fists collided, shaking the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, Lin Tian realized something, his eyes widening. It seemed Ma Yuan's power had grown stronger than before. In an instant, Ma Yuan's strength sent Lin Tian flying backward. Lin Tian was flung into the distance, his body slamming hard against the ground. Ma Yuan looked down, speaking arrogantly. "Is this the power of the third-level Iron Vein realm? Right now, you are no match for me." Lin Tian sat motionless amidst the rubble when a notification suddenly rang out. "High-level fire attribute spirit energy detected. Absorb?" Lin Tian exclaimed in surprise. "What? I can actually absorb its spirit energy?" Lin Tian pushed off his feet and launched himself towards Ma Yuan. He thought to himself, how can I let such good spirit energy go to waste? Of course I have to absorb it. Ma Yuan laughed loudly. "You want to risk your life against me? Utterly foolish." Ma Yuan opened its mouth, unleashing an immense source of power. Ma Yuan reached out, grabbing Lin Tian's body. Ma Yuan laughed, mocking him. "Is this all you've got? So weak, so pathetic." Lin Tian lowered his head slightly, a thought flashing in his mind. Now's the time. Lin Tian spread his arms wide, and a flame enveloped his body. Ma Yuan chuckled, sneering, "Then allow me to end your miserable existence." But then, seeming to realize something, Ma Yuan's eyes shot open in shock. Ma Yuan glanced around, wondering, "What's going on? Why is my spirit energy so weak all of a sudden?" Ma Yuan raised a hand, confused. "Why is my spirit energy vanishing into thin air?" Ma Yuan's eyes darted towards Lin Tian as he screamed in disbelief. "Could it be?" Lin Tian smiled, replying softly, "What's wrong? Weren't you going to end my life? Why have you stopped moving?" Ma Yuan stammered, roaring, You're absorbing my spirit energy?" Lin Tian relaxed. He said, "That was a truly delicious meal. As thanks, let me send you on your way." Sweat dripped down Mo Yuan's forehead as he stammered, "No." Mo Yuan frantically flapped his wings, trying to get away from Lin Tian. He screamed, "I don't want to die." Lin Tian raised his hand, and in an instant, a wall of fire appeared, blocking Mo Yuan's path. Lin Tian frowned, his voice low and menacing as he spoke to Mo Yuan. "Did I say you could leave?" Mo Yuan glared at Lin Tian and roared, "Lin Tian, you insist on courting death. Fine, then we'll die together." Mo Yuan turned and flew straight at Lin Tian, his voice booming. Die. Lin Tian drew his sword, its blade erupting in flames. He declared, "You're the one who's going to die." Lin Tian lunged forward, delivering a fatal slash to Mo Yuan's body. Blood instantly gushed from Mo Yuan's mouth. His voice was weak. "Impossible. I clearly." Lin Tian glanced back, his sharp eyes fixed on his enemy. He said softly, "The farce is over." Mo Yuan's body slowly disintegrated, leaving only a floating speck of fire in the air. The scene changes after the decisive battle, to nighttime at Lin Tian's residence. In the dining room, the table is covered with numerous plates of food, steam rising from them. Zhao Dao picks up a can of beer and takes a long swig. Zhao Dao puts the beer can back on the table and exclaims excitedly, "Ah, that hits the spot. A drink after cheating death tastes the best. Let's go." Lin Tian looks at Zhao Dao and reminds her, "Auntie, you should drink less. Don't you have to take uncle to the hospital tomorrow?" Zhao Dao waves her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's fine. I'm not drunk." Lin Tian retorts, "That's what all the drunkards say." Lin Tian says to Zhao Dao, "Auntie, don't be a bad influence on Leng Yue and Shen Fei Fei. If the house ends up full of drunks, I won't be able to handle it." Leng Yue averts her gaze, saying shyly, "It'll take a lot more to get me drunk." Fei Fei, holding a glass of water, reassures Lin Tian, "Don't worry, they can't outdrink me." Zhao Dao suddenly springs to her feet and asks Lin Tian, "Oh my, hey, Xiao Tian, I almost forgot about this. Now that you're so powerful, which of these two are you planning to marry?" Fei Fei, holding her glass, suddenly blushes. She glances at Lin Tian, waiting expectantly for an answer. Leng Yue also looks over at Lin Tian, a gentle smile on her face. Fei Fei suddenly grabs Lin Tian's arm. She cheers excitedly. "Is that even a question? Of course, it's both of them. Times have changed. Shouldn't a powerful man have many women?" Lin Tian places a hand on Fei Fei's head, gently reminding her, "Don't talk nonsense." Lin Tian looks down. He replies coldly, "The world is in chaos. I'll only consider marriage when there's peace." Fei Fei says in a low voice, "So we're agreed then." Just then, Lin Tian's phone suddenly rings. Fei Fei glances down, wondering. The phone screen displays a line of text. "Shen Zhenchuan, Commander-in-Chief of the Military." Lin Tian picks up the phone and walks away. He says to Zhao Dao, "I have to take this call. You guys carry on." Lin Tian steps out onto the balcony and answers the phone. "Commander Shen, you were looking for me?" Commander Shen's voice comes from the other end of the line. "Lin Tian, kid, we have you to thank for the battle in Northwest City. On behalf of the military, I thank you for saving so many lives." Lin Tian replies softly, "It was nothing worth mentioning. I was just doing what I had to do. You're calling me this late, something must be up, right?" Commander Shen replies, "That's right. I'm calling you this time because the military has discovered a mysterious secret realm. So, the military has invited the captains of the spirit associations from all over to discuss a strategy. Do you have time to make a trip over here?" Lin Tian is silent for a moment. Then he speaks up, "I understand. I'll head over right now." The scene changes to the front of a room, with a sign above the door that reads Military Conference Room. Inside the conference room, Shuo Feng frowns and says, "Spiritual energy is recovering so rapidly. Who isn't breaking through to new realms? What gives North City the right to throw their weight around?" Minka crosses his arms and retorts, "You guys are all talk. If we really fought, let's see how many of my moves you could handle." Wu Lin jumps to his feet, shouting in frustration. In this era, someone has a breakthrough every 3 days. Someone makes an achievement every 5 days. Who here isn't a prodigy? The group inside the conference room starts to argue. "What did you say? What's wrong? You got a problem with that? Say that again." Hao Yang raises both hands, trying to calm the chaotic crowd. "Stop arguing. We're here to come up with a plan, not to fight amongst ourselves." Lin Tian walks in, taking in the whole scene, and remarks, "Lively in here." The arguing crowd suddenly stops. They are startled by Lin Tian's appearance. Lin Tian slowly walks forward and says softly, "Sorry, I'm a little late." Lin Tian says to everyone, "Since everyone's here, let's start the meeting." Shuo Feng and Wu Lin fall silent. They walk over to the conference table and sit down. Everyone else sits down in their chairs, their eyes fixed on Lin Tian. Hao Duong breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, only big brother Lin Tian could keep this crowd in check. Hao Duong picked up a pointer and aimed it at the screen. A map appeared as his voice rang out. According to our analysis, based on the spiritual energy fluctuations over the past week, an extremely unusual spiritual energy resonance point has appeared on the edge of the southwestern desert. Hao Duong pointed to a line on the map and continued. This area originally had no spiritual energy, but now it's erupting with a stable and very intense spiritual vein reaction. Based on our preliminary assessment, it's a new secret realm that has recently formed. Jiang Che looked at Hao Duong and exclaimed in surprise. A new secret realm? The screen reflected an image of the Earth. Hao Duong continued to explain, it's not just here. Globally, at least 5 regions have recently experienced similar surges in spiritual energy. According to intelligence reports, new secret realms have also appeared in those locations. An image of a person cultivating appeared on the screen. Hao Duong explained, those who have explored these new secret realms report that there's a type of spirit fruit inside that can help a person break through to the iron vein realm on the spot. The people in the room looked at each other and began to buzz with excited conversation. Lin Tian crossed his arms, a slight smile on his face. He thought this would be the perfect opportunity for the Leng Yue Guild to break through to the Iron Vein realm. A short while later, in Commander Shen's office, he looked at Lin Tian with a smile and asked, "So, was today's meeting considered a success?" Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, "That secret realm isn't much of a challenge for me, but it would be a great chance to take Leng Yue and the others there to raise their strength a bit." As he said this, his gaze suddenly turned serious. He frowned and asked, "You wanted to see me? There must be something else." Commander Shen nodded slightly and sighed. "As expected, I can't hide anything from you. Indeed, there is another matter I need your help with." As he spoke, he reached for a file and handed it to Lin Tian. Commander Shen slowly explained, "The secret realm we just discovered is actually the second one. The first one was claimed by someone else a week ago." Hearing this, Lin Tian frowned. "You guys couldn't secure the first secret realm?" An awkward expression appeared on Commander Shen's face. He sighed and replied, "It wasn't that we couldn't secure it. It was stolen from us. The opposing party is a mysterious force. In just a few short days, they created an Iron Vein realm expert." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian asked doubtfully, "And then this person became some kind of mountain king?" Commander Shen nodded slightly. "Yes. He directly occupied Changtian City, ignored the government, and imposed a complete lockdown on the entire city." Lin Tian thought for a moment, then said, "Got it. I'll go drag him out." Hearing him agree, Commander Shen said happily, "Thank you. This kind of act that threatens to divide the country must be stopped." That evening, at Lin Tian's house, Lin Tian had gathered Leng Yue and the other two to explain everything. "So, that's the situation." After listening, Leng Yue frowned and asked, "So, should we still participate in the mission at this secret realm?" Lin Tian nodded firmly. "We're definitely going, but because of the special circumstances this time, you'll all have to face the dangers on your own." He told Leng Yue and Yu Qing to be extremely careful in the secret realm. "I've already contacted Mo Chiu. He'll go with you too." Hearing this, Fei Fei asked, confused, "They're going to the secret realm, so where am I going?" Lin Tian slowly explained, "The one who sees the first secret realm is said to be the Earth Emperor, who possesses fire attribute spiritual energy. That's why, this time, you're coming with me." Fei Fei immediately perked up, exclaiming excitedly, "All right, I'll definitely train as hard as I can." If Lin Tian remembered correctly from his past life, not long after the spiritual energy secret realms erupted, the real cataclysm would descend. This time, he wouldn't let history repeat itself. He had to become strong enough to protect everything he cherished in this apocalypse. While Lin Tian was lost in thought, Leng Yue suddenly asked hesitantly, "Lin Tian, are you hiding something from us?" Lin Tian was slightly startled. He glanced at the three of them, then slowly spoke, "The spiritual energy outbreaks everywhere are becoming more and more intense. You all must increase your strength as quickly as possible. Otherwise, you might not survive the next stage." Hearing this, the three of them exclaimed in shock. "The next stage?" Lin Tian didn't explain further. He just said seriously, "All right, don't overthink it for now. Just rest up and prepare to head out to Changtian City." Meanwhile, in Changtian City, inside a luxurious room, a man with a woman in each arm was laughing loudly with smug satisfaction. Two beautiful women sat on his lap, their cheeks flushed as they coyly lowered their heads, silently letting him do as he pleased. The man then boasted arrogantly, "The capital group, the government, they're all worthless before me." Just then, an urgent voice suddenly came from outside. "Boss, we've caught a traitor." Hearing this, the man frowned and ordered, "Come in and report." Immediately, a subordinate pushed the door open and reported, "Boss, it was this punk. He was secretly contacting the military. He said that person not only revealed that they had a secret realm in their possession, but also planned to act as the contact to receive the spirit energy cultivator sent by the military." The man wasn't flustered at all and spoke calmly, "It's no big deal, just some ordinary cultivator from the military. He can't cause any trouble for now. Once I completely devour the power within the secret realm, Not just this city, but the entire nation will have to bow before me. The underling frowned slightly and asked, "Boss, what should we do about the military?" The boss replied coldly, "Just find a few people to pose as the contacts. Chop up the cultivator the military sends, and feed him to the dogs." With that, he slung the two women over his shoulders and left the room. The next morning, a plane landed in Trung Thien City. Lam Thien and Fei Fei slowly walked out. Seeing them, a man stuck his head out of a car and shouted, "You must be Miss Shen Fei Fei from the military, right? Hurry, get in." Lam Thien and Fei Fei quickly got into the car, and they drove off. The driver chuckled as he drove. "I never expected the military to send a beauty like you to help us." Hearing this, Fei Fei pouted and said, "What a smooth talker. Are you the person in charge of contacting the military? What's your contact ID?" The driver calmly replied, "My contact ID is Coconut Chicken." Fei Fei nodded slightly and asked, "Where are we going now?" The driver quickly answered, "First, we're heading to an underground bar. There are people there who want to rise up with me against Wei Qingshan." While the two were talking, Lam Thien, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. "You're not the young man sent to meet us, are you?" His words startled the driver for a moment, and even Fei Fei's expression darkened. But the driver quickly regained his composure and said, "Huh? What are you talking about? I am him." But before he could finish, Lam Thien cut him off coldly. "Coconut Chicken is left-handed and has a southwestern accent. Not only are you not left-handed, but your accent is also wrong." Then, he asked in a cold voice, "So, do you have any last words before I kill you?" The driver panicked and slammed on the brakes. With a loud screech, the tires scraped against the road, making a piercing sound. The car quickly stopped by the side of the road. The driver said coldly, "You're very smart, but smart people don't live long." Seeing that he had admitted it, Fei Fei frowned and asked, "So you've already captured the real contact?" The driver snorted coldly, "That's right, and you'll be joining that little brat very soon." Hearing this, Lam Thien scoffed in disdain. "Let me ask you something. You think you're enough to take us on?" "More than enough," the driver shouted, then unleashed his power. With a loud bang, the car instantly exploded. The driver quickly jumped out, landing safely on the ground without a scratch. He laughed smugly, "Your 2 heads will be my gift to Mr. Wei." But as soon as the words left his mouth, the driver's eyes widened in shock, because from within the smoke and flames, Lam Thien and Fei Fei were slowly walking out. Lam Thien said nonchalantly, "Perfect. You can use him as a warm-up. You'll have to face these kinds of fights often from now on." Fei Fei nodded slightly. "Okay." Hearing that only Fei Fei was stepping forward, the driver grinned maliciously. "Well now, little girl, don't blame me for being cruel." Fei Fei scoffed. "Let's see what you've got." Immediately after, the two of them rushed towards each other. However, Fei Fei's attack was a bit faster. She landed a punch that sent blood gushing from the man's nose. He staggered back, his face filled with disbelief. "How is this possible? You're just a girl." But while he was still confused, Fei Fei grabbed both of his hands. The driver gritted his teeth and muttered, "This is impossible." Unfortunately for him, Fei Fei showed no mercy and delivered a powerful kick. The driver went flying, slamming hard into the roadside guardrail. The sound of bones breaking echoed from his back in an instant. He cursed angrily, "You bitch, you." But before he could finish his curse, he saw Fei Fei charging at him menacingly. The driver's eyes widened in fear. He immediately slammed his head on the ground and begged relentlessly, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't kill me." He said he would lead them to Coconut Chicken, who was now barely hanging on. Fei Fei spoke coldly, "I'll give you one more chance. If you dare try any more tricks, I'll rip your head off and use it as a soccer ball." The driver nodded frantically. "I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare." After dealing with the guy, Fei Fei walked up to Lam Thien and asked with a smile, "So? How was that? Wasn't my performance outstanding?" Lam Thien nodded in praise. "Excellent." A short while later, in a dark basement of a base in Trung Thien City, lit by a single dim light, a young man was tied up. Just then, he heard footsteps. He looked up and saw Lam Thien and Fei Fei. He asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Fei Fei quickly spoke up, "You're Coconut Chicken, right? We're the soldiers sent to rescue you." Coconut Chicken trembled and mumbled, "Prove who you are." Fei Fei calmly replied, "You once told me that your online username wasn't based on your favorite food. It was based on your older sister's favorite food, and your sister has now passed away." Hearing this, Coconut Chicken finally let out a sigh of relief. "It really is you guys, thank goodness." Fei Fei hurriedly undid his chains, constantly reassuring him, "Hang in there, I'll take you to the hospital." Coconut Chicken weakly shook his head and said, "There's no need. While I'm still conscious, let me report to you all." He said that Wei Qingshan was originally the vice president of the Changtian Spiritual Energy Association. Half a month ago, a secret realm suddenly appeared in Changtian City. The president of the Changtian City Spiritual Energy Association took him there to investigate, but unexpectedly, he killed the president inside the secret realm and stole the treasure within. Feifei heard this and cried out in shock. What? He killed the president of the Changtian City Spiritual Energy Association? Coconut Chicken nodded and replied, "That's right. Wei Qingshan relied on the treasure from the secret realm to successfully advance to the Iron Vein realm. Then he started wreaking havoc in Changtian City. He told the two of them to run, that they were no match for Qingshan. He has reached the Iron Vein realm, while Feifei is only at the peak of the Gushing Spring realm." Especially her partner, Coconut Chicken, said he couldn't sense a single shred of spiritual energy from Lin Tian. Lin Tian was a bit stunned to hear this, but he quickly spoke up. "Have you ever seen what his treasure looks like?" The young man nodded slightly and replied, "I caught a glimpse of it once. It looked like a red key." As soon as he said this, Lin Tian's eyes widened in shock. A red key? Could it be the one he was thinking of? Just then, Coconut Chicken suddenly realized something. He cried out in terror, "Oh no, this is Wei Qingshan's spiritual energy. He's here." And sure enough, it wasn't long before. Another figure appeared in the area. Qingshan smirked and said, well, have the legendary heroes of justice arrived?" Feifei glanced at him and asked doubtfully, "You're Wei Qingshan?" Qingshan stared at her intently and licked his lips. He spoke in a perverted tone. "The little sister sent by the military has quite a figure. If you're willing to be my concubine, I can be merciful and spare your life." These words enraged Feifei. She gritted her teeth and cursed. "You're courting death." However, Qingshan paid no mind to her anger. He snorted contemptuously. "If you refuse my kindness and choose the hard way, then don't blame me for being ruthless." As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual energy erupted from around him. Seeing this, Coconut Chicken shouted, "You too, run. He's in the Iron Vein realm now. You can't beat him." At that moment, Qingshan had already charged forward aggressively. He roared, "Don't even think about running. You'll all die here." Lin Tian, on the other hand, remained perfectly calm. Just a trash-tier Iron Vein realm, just right for Feifei to get some practice. With that thought, he glanced at Feifei and suggested, "Use Wei Qingshan as your practice dummy. If you want to get stronger, you must face powerful opponents. You have to become someone who can stand by my side." Feifei nodded without hesitation, then charged forward like a moth to a flame. In an instant, the two of them clashed. Their fists quickly collided. Feeling her strength, his eyes filled with contempt. "Is that all the strength you have? Are you trying to scratch an itch for me?" Feifei was infuriated by his condescension and channeled more spiritual energy into her palm, preparing to strike again. But this time, her hand was caught by Qingshan, who then viciously kneed her in the stomach. It sent her flying, her body slamming hard onto the ground. Qingshan snorted coldly and said, "I only just absorbed 1% of that secret treasure's energy to become this strong. Once I've fully absorbed it, who in this world will be able to stop me?" Feifei quickly got back on her feet, cursing unwillingly. "Bastard!" Seeing this, Coconut Chicken spoke up worriedly. "I told you, you two can't beat him. You have to run." But Lin Tian just stood there calmly, speaking indifferently. "Wei Qingshan, that treasure you just mentioned, is it on you right now?" Hearing this, Qingshan cursed contemptuously. "Is this any place for a piece of trash like you to speak?" Lin Tian snorted unhappily, then stomped on the ground and launched himself up. The ground cracked beneath his feet. In a flash, Lin Tian appeared right in front of Qingshan. Instantly, a powerful fist smashed into his face. His speed was too fast. Qingshan couldn't react in time. He took the full force of the blow, flying dozens of meters and crashing hard onto the cold ground, turning it into a pile of rubble. Furious at being beaten like a dog by Lin Tian, Qingshan stood up from the rubble, clenching his hands into fists. He channeled spiritual energy into his hands, preparing to attack. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow. Lin Tian had already dashed forward like the wind. He delivered a devastating kick to Qingshan. He snorted coldly and cursed. "Just a dog at the first level of the Iron Vein realm dares to bark at me. Me? No, that's Thon Sun, beaten to a bloody pulp by Lam Thien, lying on the ground like a dead fish." Lam Thien didn't even bother to draw his sword, yet he'd already defeated a man the government itself feared. But he had no intention of letting Thon Sun go. He grabbed him by the hair and dragged him across the ground. He was a pathetic sight. It was only then that Thon Sun realized the man before him was a demon. He trembled and begged, "Stop, stop, don't hit me anymore. The treasure, it's on me." Hearing this, Lam Thien stopped. Behind him, Feifei and Coconut Chicken were stunned. They never expected him to crack so easily. Terrified that Lam Thien would start beating him again, Thon Sun quickly pulled out a red key and held it out to him. He stammered fearfully. Great lord, this is the treasure I found inside the secret realm. Lamthine took it. That's right. This is it. This key can open the deepest level of the secret realm. In his past life, by the time the deepest level was opened, the era of spiritual energy recovery had already been underway for some time. If you weren't strong enough back then, death was the only outcome. With that thought, Lamthine finally asked, "Where is the entrance to that secret realm?" Thunson flinched. He thought to himself, "But I already looted that place completely. There's nothing left inside." But would telling him that get him killed on the spot? In the end, he decided it was best to just lead Lamthine and the others to the secret realm. A short while later, in a majestic mountain range with a massive waterfall, Lamthine slowly followed Thunson past the cascade and deep into the forest. After a while, Thunson finally stopped and said, "The entrance to the secret realm is right here." Lamthine looked where he was pointing and saw a solid stone door standing there. He studied it for a long moment before slowly approaching the door. There was a small keyhole. Lamthine's brow furrowed slightly. Just as I thought. Without a moment's hesitation, he inserted the key.